Admiral's log, stardate 01062021, 09.3. Starship Enterprise log, NCC 1701B. So I just got on this morning. I've been reading the Bible and praying and reading the Bible and praying and sending messages out to people and getting things situated for today's plan. Made out a shopping list for Chloe this morning. She's going shopping this morning. And so my advocate this morning emailed me and was like, oh yeah, we're going to meet up at 2 today. To me, it's like, how much more can you do? Chloe's going to get on a train. What the hell, you know? If you guys can't do jack shit, what's the point, you know? So anyways, I'm getting things prepared this morning for Chloe to go shopping this morning. I'm brushing my hair this morning also because I don't want it to tangle up like it did yesterday. So it's better to get it out of the way this morning. And then we can plan carefully, right? So Pee-wee last night said she was watching a movie. Hopefully she found something good. Some of her movies are pretty damn good. I feel like that guy in the stand, you know, talking about the wife. He's like, oh, I'm starting to like some of her shows. Well, my motto is, you know, it also helps with what you use for shampoo and conditioner too. If you use crap shampoo and conditioner, your hair will tangle pretty damn crappy. But if you use high protein stuff and high stuff, your hair doesn't as tangle much. That's where you can pull things out. Now, this ain't about a hair session. So, anyways, let's just get down to business, right? So, anyways, so this morning we're going to be turning on the device here so we can watch the certification or hear the certification of the U.S. Senate. There we go. So currently they are discussing what to do. They're just waiting. So this is the electoral college. So this is going to be the electoral college debate today. So it's a debate. Currently, we are waiting for them to open up and talk. So it works pretty damn good. So we are waiting patiently for our Senate thing. Now I have a feeling Grandma. So Grandma Me is probably still sleeping. She said she had to leave last night and go somewhere. I think she had to leave town for a few minutes. I think she said something about another beer run. So I waited last night for the Oslov and Purdue message, and it didn't work. So Dad's got a meeting today at 7:30. So he's like, "Oh yeah, I got a meeting at 7:30." So currently we are waiting for the news, and Biden's to nominate Merrick Garland, which everyone knows Merrick Garland. It seems the problems we're going to have is going to be pretty bad, and the United States is going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be probably bad. When it comes to Garland running and other things. So. Okay, so all right. So currently, right now, just to understand what's going on here for you lovely people that tuned in this morning on my channel, I should find a T-shirt that doesn't smell or look dirty or holy. But you know how it is. Let's see, with all my clothes laying around, this is dirty, this is dirty, this is dirty, this is dirty. Everything I need is pretty much dirty. And the only thing worthwhile in it is my bra, and I found my jammy top here that's yeah. So I got a whole pile of clothes all over the place, and I'm trying to figure out what's clean and what's dirty for today's show. I do have to get dressed eventually due to the fact that no one wants to see me, you know. Alright, I'll put this on temporarily. Throw some perfume on. There we go. And then find my keys for my. There we go. So, well, Boom Boom's doing fine. So, like I said, Granny is probably snoozing. Snoozing. I mean, I'm not calling her a loser or anything. She's like snoozing on her bed. I, on the other hand, am just saying welcome to the tune-in. So we are waiting this morning. I haven't had my morning coffee yet. I had some soda this morning to kill some of my things. Had a couple of beers last night. That was pretty entertaining. Most of my crew loved the beer load. So, I can't believe. All right, let me just tell you, okay? I can't believe that we're having so many session problems for when it comes to sorting. I mean, it doesn't take rocket scientists to feel that something's literally going down the pipe when it comes to, that crap that's going on in the world. Let me just close this out because I can use my doodad for that. Now let's just go over here. So you guys are welcome to stay this morning. Like I said, hopefully you had a great morning. I gotta check times. Chloe's heading out soon. I just gotta make sure it's E10. So she'll be back at about 3:30. So 5 hours or so. Yep. So anywho, currently there's nothing going down in here. So apparently they're just walking around and we're all basically waiting. Meanwhile, Ossoff and Purdue are just basically literally almost at a stalemate. 98% doesn't take this. It could take days because of this. Days. I mean, just like days. So I got 3 things coming out this morning. Let me explain. I'm watching the GOP letter for Biden, and I'm watching the And I'm watching the other polling device for the tally, which is 98%. And what's really bad is Dad said, "Oh, it'll be like 6 in the morning your time. It'll be called. Everything should be great." I mean, literally, no one knows what the hell's going on. I mean, let's talk about this while we're waiting. Let's just talk about this whole we're waiting thing, right? So we're sitting around. Everyone's waiting for the show to start this morning. We're waiting around for the show. C-SPAN type things going on. Meanwhile, the American people are standing around wondering why their cooters flapping in the wind this morning, due to the fact that they're waiting for a Georgia win. I mean, literally, it doesn't take this long unless they're going to magically bring in secret ballots and then say the vote was counted properly. I decided not to do a title this morning. Can I actually edit this? Oh, I don't want to edit. The hell with this. I'll do it later. Just need to find out where that new can is. So, this morning, my crew and I were waiting around for whatever it is. The video went for 9 hours. So, anyways, what I'm doing is I'm refreshing the page. And today, and Chloe's got to prepare. So, hold on a second. Hey, winter boy. Hey. Well, you're getting prepared. Get 12 minutes. Oh, that's fun. They don't like it. By the way, do you have cash for the box? Again. So this morning, like I said, everything's good. We're waiting for So we got the Senate crap show going on right now. I need to get my purse. No. Oh, odd. Why do I feel so weird? Taking the cooler today or taking... All right. I guess you're taking the cooler tomorrow? Fine, I guess you won't have to get a few items on the list. No, you won't. We'll just take it and go. You see, one of these days, I'd like to get some flour, some poultry season, and make some fried chicken. Right here. Go. I go. Look on the ingredients.
Under the provisions of ESCON Res 1, the Senate will now proceed as a body to the Hall of the House of Representatives for the counting of the electoral ballots.
Yes. That's why I need the ingredients. I'm sure to get several loaves of sourdough. Oh, here. You already have a debit card. You never returned it to me. That's fine. But I'm cutting it. All right, peeps. So, they just said the Senate is now open for debates. So, look at all those people cramped together. Grandma's probably going to tune in a little later. Anyways, I will be using the restroom. I will be right back. In the meantime, let's get this Senate debate going. Feel free to comment. Hey, Chloe, I know you don't care, but you should see the Senate is going to be debating now. The thing, that's what I'm doing my live feed on. They're crammed in there and start meeting. Well, you know what Leffler's doing? She's doing it, Donnie. She doesn't want to concede.
Alright. Yeah. Making myself a deal. I'm not gonna activate that laptop until this is. Oh, that's good. Set the laptop. Oh shit. When you're at TikTok, do you remember to find a bucket of Dawn Platinum pellets? Safely? You know, the dishwasher pellets. Yeah. Walmart has none available there. Dishwasher, Dawn dishwasher pellets. I'll have to eventually. If I forget it, I can order it online. I'll try to remember it because I don't have anything to write with. I have to go. Yeah, I'm gonna activate that laptop. That's I'll let you know because if you go to Texas. I'll let you know. And then I'll retract the yes. I wouldn't want to start getting politics. I figured my incentive to I ordered that laptop to be an incentive for me. I'm just gonna have to sit there until I have to place it. Alright. And then once you place clean, you get your mice come in, your mice, the ones you use, we get start dating, I guess. You know, they said they are shipping next week. I emailed everyone and said they're delaying given the warehouse backlog. They can't ship everything out. Yes. Is a delay. That's me, my laptop and people make. You just gotta hit track. Okay, because I work for Klein, therefore it'll be here. It's promised to be here Friday, right? Mine's promised to be Friday, but that's shit. It should. Which means my laptop can come next week, the week after. No, your laptop will have to be Friday. Anyways, it's 10 o'clock. You better ship out. You need the laptop? Yeah. Okay. Didn't get to watch. You're supposed to tell somebody, right? All right. Oh. Shut this. All right. So 10 o'clock, 10:30 leaves, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe now. I need to fill this up. Working it out. Well, we just go into the store and come back. And tomorrow we'll testify. I'll make up there. Quick break. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yeah. And what are we going to Friday? Just say like, whatever we want. I think I'll go for Friday. this Friday.
That was healthy.
You should get that checked out. All right, I'm leaving.
It's all right, Buzzball. I'm here. I'm here, baby. No. Got me, Bubba. All good, Bobo. Oh. Okay. It's gonna be fine. Mama loves you. Hey, everyone. Oh, come on, dude. So apparently, all right, so here we go. Let's see if this works. So apparently they won't let us watch this. So currently we have Ossoff News. Forgot about that program. So we're just waiting patiently. So, current news is Barry leaves in 21 minutes. And we have nothing being updated right now. So, right now, Ossoff and Purdue, it's still 98%, with Biden to nominate Merrick Garland. So, right now, we're just waiting. Here we go. So, currently we have a closed door of Congress. And currently, Donald Trump's got 12 electoral votes. What's this? So the report basically says that Donald Trump's son Eric has threatened the Republican Party to vote them all out in 2022, the ones up for re-election in the Senate, if he doesn't get his way. And so, interesting threat, you know. So what we're doing is I'm getting ready to make some coffee now. So, right now, coffee's almost ready. So, still Biden's got 0 and Donald Trump's got 12. Ossoff and Purdue is still in the makings. So, there we have it, everyone. What's up, huh? So, we're still waiting. So, coffee's brewing. I gotta make powdered milk soon, too. So, everyone is, hey, Sassy. What was funny? We were conversing about, I drank last night because I needed to, because I didn't have things. And no, when you ask about tickets, Chloe's going home. That's a given fact. But we're all waiting for Osloff and Purdue's run to be over. And right now we're waiting to see the circus for Congress. Wasn't really acting crazy, in my opinion. Just having a little fun.
The Senate will come to order.
All right, here we go, everyone. Senate's coming to order.
Pursuant to S-Con Res 1 and Section 17 of Title 3 United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a senator may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once.
Here you go, people.
Debate shall not exceed 2 hours.
I got plenty of beer for tonight, yeah.
The question, shall the objection be sustained. The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
Objection from Representative Gozar from Arizona and Senator Cruz and others. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the grounds that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that following their remarks, the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader each control up to 1 hour debate time and be authorized to yield up to 5 minutes of that time to any senator seeking recognition. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the senators be permitted to insert statements into the record.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
we're debating a step that has never been taken in American history. Whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. I've served 36 years in the Senate. This will be the most important vote I've ever cast. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories. I supported the president's right to use the legal system. Dozens of lawsuits received hearings in courtrooms all across our country. But over and over, the courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated. Every election, we know, features some illegality and irregularity, and of course, that's unacceptable. I support strong state-led voting reforms. Last year's bizarre pandemic procedures must not become the new norm. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election. Nor can public doubt alone justify a radical break when the doubt itself was incited without any evidence. The Constitution gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids.
Yep, here we go, people.
Voters, courts, and the states have all spoken. They've all spoken. If we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. This election actually was not unusually close. Just in recent history, 1976, 2000, and 2004 were all closer than this one. The electoral college margin is almost identical to what it was in 2016. This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years, it'd be a scramble for power at any cost.
Here we go, people.
The Electoral College, which most of us on this side have been defending for years, would cease to exist, leaving many of our states with no real say at all in choosing a president. The effects would go even beyond the elections themselves. Self-government, my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth and a shared respect for the ground rules of our system. We cannot keep drifting apart into two separate tribes with a separate set of facts and separate realities, with nothing in common except our hostility towards each other and mistrust for the few national institutions that we all still share. Every time, in the last 30 years that Democrats have lost the presidential race, they've tried a challenge just like this. After 2000, after 2004, after 2016. After 2004, a senator joined and forced the same debate. And believe it or not, Democrats like Harry Reid, Dick Durbin, and Hillary Clinton praised them and applauded the stunt. Republicans condemned those baseless efforts back then. And we just spent 4 years condemning Democrats' shameful attacks on the validity of President Trump's own election. So look, there can be no double standard. The media that is outraged today spent 4 years aiding and abetting Democrats' attacks on our institutions after they lost. But we must not imitate and escalate what we repudiate. Our duty is to govern for the public good. The United States Senate has a higher calling than an endless spiral of partisan vengeance. Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts for the first time ever, or honor the people's decision. Will either guarantee Democrats' delegitimizing efforts after 2016 become a permanent new routine for both sides, or declare that our nation deserves a lot better than this. We'll either hasten down a poisonous path where only the winners of election actually accept the results, or show we can still muster the patriotic courage that our forebears showed not only in victory but in defeat. Framers built the Senate to stop short-term passions from boiling over and melting the foundations of our republic. So I believe protecting our constitutional order requires respecting the limits of our own power. It would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and the states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it.
Big leader.
Mr. President, Vice President, As prescribed by the Constitution and the laws of the nation, the purpose of this joint session is for tellers, appointed on a bipartisan basis by the two houses, to read to the Congress the results of an election that has already happened. We are here to receive an announcement of a vote that has already been certified by every state in the Union and confirmed by the courts many times over. We're here to watch the current vice president open envelopes.
There's
And receive
Diane
the news of a
Feinstein.
verdict
She's sitting there
that has
too.
already been rendered. It is a solemn and august occasion, no doubt, but it is a formality. The Congress does not determine the outcome of elections, the people do. The Congress is not endowed with the power to administer elections. Our states are given that power. By the end of the proceedings today, it will be confirmed once again something that is well known and well settled. The American people elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next president and vice president of the United States. And yet, a number of our colleagues have organized an effort to undermine and object to that free and fair election. They're in the minority. They will lose. They know that. They have no evidence of widespread voter fraud upon which to base their objections. That's because there is none. There is none. Not brought before any of the courts successfully. They know that President Trump and his allies have suffered a defeat in court after court across the country, losing no fewer than 62 legal challenges. And I might add, many Republican-appointed judges, some appointed by President Trump, rendered those decisions. They know, you all know, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States on January 20th. But they are going to object to the counting of the vote anyway. And in the process, they will embarrass themselves. They will embarrass their party. Worst of all, they will embarrass their country. This insurrection was fortunately discouraged by the leadership of the majority party, but it was not quelled. It is a very sad comment on our times that merely accepting the results of an election is considered an act of political courage. Sadder and more dangerous still is the fact that an element of the Republican Party believes their political viability hinges on the endorsement of an attempted coup. That anyone, much less an elected official, would be willing to tarnish our democracy in order to burnish their personal political fortunes. Over the course of the afternoon, and however far into the evening this band of Republican objectors wants to take us, senators of goodwill from both sides of the aisle will explain why these challenges must be dismissed. The senators from states whose electoral votes are being challenged will explain how the allegations of fraud are baseless. And a substantial bipartisan majority must vote to put down these objections and defend the sanctity of our elections and indeed, our great and grand democracy. Because that's what we're talking about today. The health of our democracy. This wonderful, beautiful, grand democracy where the peaceful passing of the torch is extolled by school children in the second grade, but not by some here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As we speak,
there we go,
half
people.
of our voters are being conditioned by the outgoing president to believe that when his party loses an election, the results must not be legitimate. As we speak, the eyes of the world are on this chamber, questioning whether America is still the shining example of democracy, the shining city on the hill. What message we send today? What message will we send today to our people, to the world that has so looked up to us for centuries? What message will we send to fledgling democracies who study our Constitution, mirror our laws and traditions, in the hopes that they too can build a country ruled by the consent of the governed? What message will we send to those countries where democratic values are under assault and look to us to see if those values are still worth fighting for? What message will we send to every dark corner of the world where human rights are betrayed, elections are stolen, human dignity denied? What will we show those people?
Yep. Hey, Higgins.
Will we show those people that there is a better way to ensure liberty and opportunity of humankind? Sadly, a small band of Republican objectors may darken the view of our democracy today, but a larger group of senators and House members from both sides of the aisle can send a
Probably
message
wouldn't they?
that democracy beats deep in the hearts of our citizens and our elected representatives, that we are a country of laws and of not men, that our traditions are not so easily discarded, even by our president, that facts matter, that truth matters, that while democracy allows free speech and free expression, even if that expression is anti-democratic, there will always, always be, praise God, a far broader and stronger coalition ready to push back and defend everything we hold dear. We can send that message today by voting in large and overwhelming numbers to defeat these objections. My colleagues, we each swore an oath just 3 days ago that we would defend and support the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yep.
That we would bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
Amen.
We swore that we took this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that we could well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office we were about to enter, so help us God. The precise words of that oath were shortly written after the Civil War, when the idea of true faith and allegiance to this country and its Constitution took on enormous meaning. Let those words ring in the ears of every senator today. Let us do our duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God.
There we go.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Texas, Senator Cruz.
There we go.
Mr. President,
Senator.
we gathered together at a moment of great division, at a moment of great passion. We have seen, and no doubt will continue to see, a great deal of moralizing from both sides of the aisle. But I would urge to both sides perhaps a bit less certitude and a bit more recognition that we are gathered at a time when democracy is in crisis.
Oh, yeah.
Recent polling shows that 39% of Americans believe the election that just occurred, quote, was rigged. You may not agree with that assessment, but it is nonetheless a reality for nearly half the country.
Mm-hmm.
I would note it is not just Republicans who believe that. 31% of independents agree with that statement. 17% of Democrats believe the election was rigged. Even if you do not share that conviction, it is the responsibility, I believe, of this office to acknowledge that is a profound threat to this country and to the legitimacy of any administrations that will come in the future.
Bitch.
I want to take a moment to speak to my Democratic colleagues. I understand your guy is winning right now. If Democrats vote as a bloc, Joe Biden will almost certainly be certified as the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
I want to speak to the Republicans who are considering voting against these objections. I understand your concerns, but I urge you to pause and think. What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election? And I believe there's a better way. The leaders just spoke about setting aside the election.
Higgins.
Let me be
I agree,
clear. I am
Higgins.
not arguing for setting aside the result of this election. All of us are faced with two choices, both of which are lousy. One choice is vote against the objection. And tens of millions of Americans will see a vote against the objection as a statement that voter fraud doesn't matter, isn't real, and shouldn't be taken seriously. And a great many of us don't believe that. On the other hand, most, if not all of us, believe we should not set aside the results of an election just because our candidate may not have prevailed. And so I endeavored to look for door number 3, a third option, and for that I looked to history, to the precedent of the 1876 election, the Hayes-Tilden election, where this Congress appointed an electoral commission to examine claims of voter fraud. 5 House members, 5 senators, 5 Supreme Court justices examined the evidence and rendered a judgment. And what I would urge of this body is that we do the same.
Really?
That we
That's
appoint an
interesting.
electoral commission to conduct a 10-day emergency audit, consider the evidence, and resolve the claims. For those on the Democratic aisle who say there is no evidence, they've been rejected, then you should rest in comfort. If that's the case, an electoral commission would reject those claims. But for those who respect the voters, simply telling the voters, go jump in a lake, the fact that you have deep concerns is of no moment to us. That jeopardizes, I believe, the legitimacy of this and subsequent elections. The Constitution gives to Congress the responsibility this day to count the votes. The framers knew what they were doing when they gave responsibilities to Congress. We have a responsibility, and I would urge that we follow the precedent of 1877. The Electoral Count Act explicitly allows objections such as this one for votes that were not regularly given. And let me be clear, this objection is for the state of Arizona, but it is broader than that. It is an objection for all 6 of the contested states to have a credible, objective, impartial body hear the evidence and make a conclusive determination. That would benefit both sides.
There we
that
go.
would improve legitimacy of this election. And so let me urge my colleagues, all of us take our responsibility seriously.
They
I
are.
would urge my colleagues, don't take perhaps the easy path,
They're going to take the easy path.
but instead
because, frankly,
act together, astonish the viewers, and act in a bipartisan sense to say we will have a credible and fair tribunal, consider the claims, consider the facts, consider the evidence, and make a conclusive determination whether and to what extent this election complied with the Constitution and with federal law.
Giving you the floor now, Mr. Cruz.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first would like to say I appreciate the words of our leader, Senator Schumer, as well as Senator McConnell's call for a higher calling. January 6th is not typically a day of historical significance for our country. For centuries, This day is simply the day that we receive each state's certified electoral votes, and it has come and gone without much fanfare. In fact, this is only the third time in 120 years that the Senate has gathered to debate an objection, and as Senator Cruz well knows, both times these objections were resoundingly defeated. The last time the vote was 74-1. Why? Because senators have long believed that they should not mess around with the will of the people. They have understood the words of our great former colleague John McCain from the state of Arizona, who once said that nothing in life is more liberating than to fight for a cause larger than yourself. In this case, my colleagues, our cause, despite our political differences, is to preserve our American democracy, to preserve our republic, because as someone once said long ago, it's a republic if you can keep it. Now, I appreciate all my Democratic and Republican colleagues
So,
who have
Higgins,
joined our
today's
ranks of
coffee
true
blend
fighters,
is Peru
who have stood up
coffee.
for our democracy, who stand tall for our republic, and who believe in an ideal greater than ourselves, larger than our political parties. That ideal is America. And Senator Cruz, he knows this. On January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States. He knows that President-elect Biden won more votes than any president in history and more than 7 million more votes than President Trump. Despite the unfounded conspiracy theories Senator Cruz touts, he knows that high-ranking officials in President Trump's own Homeland Security Department have concluded that the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure in American history. And if he wants to improve the numbers in his own party that he just mentioned of people believing in our elections, maybe he should start consulting with them. Or maybe he should start consulting with former Attorney General Barr, who said that he has found no evidence of widespread fraud in the 2020 election. We don't have to go back to 1877, my colleague. Senator Cruz knows that 80 judges, including conservative judges, including judges confirmed in this chamber, nominated by President Trump, has thrown out these lawsuits, calling them baseless, inadequate, and contrary.
They're debating the presidential Biden's claims, Grandma.
And he knows that all living defense
so far,
secretaries,
Ossoff and
including
Purdue
both
are
of Trump's
still
defense secretaries,
in
Dick Cheney, Donald
limbo.
Rumsfeld, William Cohen, he knows that all these leaders
Also,
have come together to say
Loeffler
that these
doesn't want to
glorious attacks on
concede
our
because she
democracy
thinks
must
the
stop,
election was
and we must
rigged
allow
in Georgia.
a
Yet
peaceful
again,
transition of power.
go figure.
Senator Sinema will fill you in on the specific facts as to why this election was sound and true in Arizona. But a summary. President Trump received 1,661,686 votes in the state. President-elect Biden won 1,672,143 votes, meaning that he won the state by 10,457 votes. On November 30th, after Arizona's Republican governor, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General,
Purdue and Ossoff hasn't been called
Supreme
yet, Grandma.
Court certified the results of the election. The governor actually said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong." 8 post-election lawsuits brought in Arizona to challenge the results.
Yeah, Womack won.
9
Ossoff
of the
and
House of
Purdue is
Arizona
still
were
in
elected
limbo
the
until
same
they
election,
finish up.
including 4 Republicans. And colleagues, I did
These
not
guys
see
are
Senator
debating
Cruz
right
over
now
after
why
swearing in the
they
House of
claim the
Representatives
election
last
was
Sunday,
fraud
asking for an
in
audit. He did not
in
stop
all of
their
the
swearing
all
in
of
because
6
there
states
was
they're
no
contesting.
and he did not ask for an audit because we had a fair election. I will end with this. My friend Roy Blunt, my fellow Rules Committee leader, many years ago found a statue, a bust of a man at the top of a bookcase. He did research. He went to the historians, and all he could find out was that no one knew who this guy was, except that he was a cleric. Hence, the statue is called the Unknown Cleric. Now, at the time, our leaders thought this man important enough that they would warrant a statue for him. But today, no one knows who he is. Senator Blunt's message to school kids and senators alike that visit his office when he shows them the statue, what we do here is more important than who we are. Senators, what matters is not our futures, not our own short-term destinies. What matters is our democracy's destiny. Because I think many of us know that people will not know who we are
Oh, no.
100 years from now or 200 years from now. But what they will know is this. They will know what we did today, how we voted today, and that is more important than who we are. It's a republic if we can keep it.
Amen.
Mr. President.
It's a republic if we can keep it.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Comey.
Pat
Senator
Comey's
Pennsylvania.
up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I intend later to address the specifics of Pennsylvania if and when an objection is raised with regard to Pennsylvania. For now, I want to address my remarks to what I think is the fundamental question being posed
Hello,
by
Mark.
the objectors. And that is, does Congress have the constitutional authority to decide which state's electoral college votes should be counted and which should not, based on how well we think they ran their elections? This is what the objectors are really asking us to do, to federalize elections by rejecting electoral college votes from states whose processes they say they disapprove of, and thereby having Congress select the President of the United States instead of the American people. The answer, Mr. President, is no, there is no such authority under the Constitution. The Constitution assigns to the states the responsibility to conduct elections. It's clear in Article 2, Section 1. It leaves courts with the responsibility to adjudicate disputes, and it assigns to Congress the ministerial function of counting ballots, except for extreme circumstances, such as when a state sends competing slates of electors to Congress. Which brings me to the 1877 precedent. Some objectors claim to merely want a commission to conduct an audit, then let states decide whether to send different electors. Well, first, the situations are not at all analogous. In 1877, Congress had before it 2 slates of electors from several states. Here, there are no Trump electors from swing states. There's just Biden electors. Second, legislatures from the swing states, they've already spoken. They've made their decision. They've chosen not to send us alternative electors. Third, a commission? Really? It's completely impractical, and we all know it, with 14 days to go before a constitutionally mandated inauguration. But look at it this way. If the objectors are right, and it really is Congress's job to sit in judgment on the worthiness of the state's electoral processes, then what's the criteria for acceptable election processes? What investigations have been conducted of these processes? What body has deemed that certain states' processes are unacceptable? What opportunities were these states given to challenge the findings? Why are the objectors objecting only to swing states that President Trump lost? What about the ones he won? I don't know, North Carolina. What about California? They have ballot harvesting, I'm told. If this is all supposed to be Congress's job, you'd think we'd have answers to these questions and procedures in place, because we would have done this every 4 years, right? But we don't, because it's not our job. If we adopt this new precedent that we sit in judgment of states' processes, then we're federalizing the election law. We would necessarily have to establish the permissible criteria and rules for the state's elections. The ballot harvesting example, it's illegal in some states. It's encouraged in others. Does it become mandatory or forbidden depending on who's in control of Congress? And as the leader pointed out, it would be the end of the Electoral College. And the Electoral College is the mechanism by which the people select the president.
Amen.
If Congress gets to decide which states get to vote in the Electoral College, then clearly Congress is selecting the president, not
Like
the
I
people.
said, amen.
Whichever party controls both houses of Congress would control the presidency. The public would never tolerate Congress picking the president instead of themselves, so they'd abolish the Electoral College, as many of our colleagues would like to do. And the end of the Electoral College, of course, means the nation will be governed by a handful of big blue states and regions that can drum up very large numbers. Mr. President, the Constitution does not assign to Congress the responsibility to judge the worthiness of state election processes, nor its adherence to its rules. That's the responsibility of the states and the courts. Let me conclude with this. I voted for President Trump. I publicly endorsed President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I did not want Joe Biden to win this election. But there's something more important to me than having my preferred candidate sworn in as the next president. And that's to
Is
have
Pat
the American
Tomey a
people's
Democrat?
chosen candidate
Or
sworn
is he
in
a
as
Repub?
the next president. A fundamental defining feature of a democratic republic is the right of the people
What
to elect
is he?
their own leaders. It's now our duty, it's our responsibility to ensure that that right is respected in this election and preserved for future elections. I urge you, vote against this objection.
Democratic leader.
Senator from the great state of Arizona, Senator Sinema.
Senator from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to share the facts about Arizona's recent
No,
election
he's a
and to
Republican.
urge my colleagues to step away from divisive political rhetoric and step towards renewing Americans' faith in our democracy. The 2020 Arizona election was a success, not for any one party or individual, but as a demonstration of the will of the voters. A record 80% of registered voters participated, thanks to local Arizona election officials who ensured our system worked and our laws were upheld. Arizona has offered early voting for more than 100 years, and our vote-by-mail system includes strict safeguards. All ballots include tracking mechanisms and tamper-resistant envelopes.
Pat Tomey was, I believe, a Democrat in Pennsylvania, and then he
severe
flipped.
criminal punishments for ballot tampering. The Arizona election produced bipartisan results in which members of both parties won races, and these results have been confirmed by stakeholders across the political spectrum. The Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors said, "No matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with Arizona state laws."
Right.
The Republican Speaker of the Arizona State House rejected calls for the legislature to overturn the election, saying, "As a conservative Republican, I don't like the results of the presidential election, but I cannot and will not entertain a suggestion that we violate current law to change the outcome." 8 challenges contesting the Arizona election were brought to federal and state courts. All 8 were withdrawn or dismissed, including a unanimous ruling by the Arizona Supreme Court. The Chief Justice wrote, "The challenge fails to present any evidence of misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a sufficient error rate that would undermine the certainty of the election results." During a recent committee hearing, I asked a simple question of the former Director of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security. Did he find any evidence
I don't know,
disputing the
Higgins.
integrity or fairness of Arizona's election? His answer was simple: no. Arizona and our 15 counties should be congratulated for running a secure election. Perhaps the most heartening demonstration of Arizona's election success is Jocelyn from Phoenix. Jocelyn is 18 years old and was a first-time voter in 2020. So was Rachel from Tucson, and 1,000 more Arizonans who for the first time exercised their constitutional right to decide their own leaders.
Yeah, well, you are funny.
Today's challenge to Arizona's election fails any factual analysis. More disturbingly, it seeks to rob Jocelyn and Rachel and more than 3 million Arizonans of a free, fair election. Those of us who are trusted with elected office are first and foremost public servants.
Yep,
We serve
Senate Minority Leader Mitch
We
McConnell.
do not seek to
Old Chuck
substitute
Boy
our personal
already came out this morning,
ambitions
said it. He's the next majority
Our
leader.
system allows
He
for a
can
continuous
smell it.
contest of ideas. And those voters who support the losing side of a free, fair election have not been disenfranchised. Rather, they maintain just as an important a voice in America's future. And leaders have a duty to serve all of our constituents, including those who voted for other candidates. Great leaders in our history face the choice of whether to take an action strengthening our democracy, even if a different action would better serve their political ambitions. Many are revered today because they chose our republic over their self-interests, including my personal hero, Senator John McCain. Following his presidential loss, Senator McCain said, "The American people have spoken.
Senator Obama and I have argued our differences, and he has prevailed. Whatever our differences, we are fellow Americans. He
Amen.
spoke to the nearly 60 million Americans who voted for him, saying, "It is natural tonight to feel some disappointment, but tomorrow we must move beyond it and work together to get our country moving again." Senator McCain
What I
was
keep
right.
telling people.
Today we have serious, significant work to do, beating this pandemic and reviving our economy. I urge my colleagues to follow the example of Senator John McCain
Oh, I
and
know.
so many others.
McShittle.
Reject this
McShitter.
meritless challenge.
Be right
and
back,
uphold
everyone.
the will of Arizona voters. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator Langford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, in America, we settle our differences in elections. What happens if you don't trust the election count, or you're concerned that so many courts denied or dismissed cases within hours after they were given thousands of pages of evidence? The reason we have a Congress to settle our nation's divisions and the rules of the Senate make sure that every opinion in the nation is heard is so issues like this can be addressed. The constitutional crisis in our country right now is that millions of Americans are being told to sit down and shut up.
Amen.
Their opinions matter. During the electoral challenge on January the 6th, 2005, Senator Ted Kennedy stood on this floor and said this. He said, "I commend the many thousands of citizens in Massachusetts and other states who insisted on treating today's electoral vote count in Congress as a meaningless ritual would be an insult to our democracy unless we register our own protest against the obviously flawed voting process that took place in so many states. We are hopeful," he said, "that this major issue that goes to the heart of our democracy is now firmly implanted on the agenda for effective action by Congress." End quote. I agree. The United States Constitution does not allow me to assign different electors to a state, nor should it. The United States Constitution does not give the option to the Vice President of the United States to just unilaterally decide which states are in and out, and it should not. Each state decides its electors through its people. But a small group of senators, including myself, have demanded that we not ignore the questions that millions of people are asking in our nation. So we have proposed a constitutional solution. Pause the count. Get more facts to the states before January the 20th. We proposed a 15-member commission, just like what was done after the failed election of 1876. We're encouraging people to spend 10 days going through all the issues so states can have one last opportunity to address any challenges. Then the states, as the Constitution directs, would make the final decision on their electors. I have some colleagues who have said that a 10-day commission is not enough time. So they have counter-proposed, just ignoring the lingering questions. We need to do something. My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
And it will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
There wasn't anything you said.
All right, let's see what's going on, peeps. So, they're all walking around right now doing Jack Diddley poopers. So, Higgins, what do you think should happen? Do you think they should vote saying the election was frauded, throw it all out, and leave Trump in? Well, what's your opinion? No. They say it could go all the way into the evening, you know. I mean, I was sitting on the toilet listening to the guy from Oklahoma, and I was thinking, what a major douchebag. I mean, literally. I mean, let's talk about this. What is this guy literally, what do they want? What is it they truly want, huh? That's what I want to know. Well, I got coffee I got to pour. Yeah, I'm having Peruvian coffee for once, Grandma. Peruvian coffee. Their argument is that they believe the election was frauded and that Donald Trump should have been the president of the United States and reelected. Instead, Donald Trump is pushing the Republican Party, his loyal followers, to contest the election so he can stay in office. Which, if you listen to the entire argument, they say there is no evidence, Grandma, of voter fraud. Now, that is the argument. Now, Moderator Pee-wee's not a Republican. You need to know she's a Trumpster. And she believes her president's election was fraud. Now, if we keep talking about this, I might lose my channel due to the fact that they don't want to hear about voter fraud. What the hell? So apparently, it turned itself off, so I got to reset again. All right, so right now they're still walking around, I should say. So, Higgins, are you for Biden or are you for Trump? That's the question that I'm going to ask, just to be. My motto is this: even if you're a Trumpster or a Trumper, I don't think so. To me, I believe Biden won. And God told me in a vision that Biden was going to be winning. God also told me Kamala Harris was going to be chosen as vice president over Susan Rice or others. I also was told that that from God's point of view, that we must move on. I mean, literally, this is just as I keep saying, this is a circus. I mean, literally, they can't get anything done within 14 days. So it says the Senate stands in recess subject to a call of the chair. Right. So this is just going to take forever until hell freezes over, I tell you. I mean, look, Moscow Grinch basically condemned this whole... Oh, another breaking news is, just to give you guys an update while we're waiting for this, is the U.S. Capitol on lockdown after escalating situation among pro-Trump protesters. Let's see what this report is. It says, U.S. Capitol is locked down during a tense situation. Demonstrators outside the building, according to the Capitol Police. Congress is currently in session to count and certify the Electoral College votes for president and vice president. So they locked down the Capitol. So it's a full lockdown because of it. Yeah, I was sitting on the toilet and I was thinking to myself, when I heard the gavel, I was like, what? Militants stormed the Capitol? I would have been really waiting for that one, because I would have wanted my popcorn ready to go. I was just thinking about some popcorn, thinking, this is going to be an interesting circus today. I mean, literally, they either do something and allow something to be done, or they shut the fuck up and just proceed. And I, for one, am really tired of the fights, and the only reason why I want Georgia to flip blue is so the American people can get more money than being shit on and then told to stay home and lockdown. There's a lot of people that need help, and that is why I said, let's just flip it. Plus the fact the Moscow Grinch has been the majority leader for so long. Let Schumer do it for a while. See if Schumer fucks up. I mean, literally. I mean, it's like the old man last night said, even if Chuck Schumer becomes majority leader, they still need 5 to 10 Republicans on board with everything that Biden wants to do. So, we still got some checks and balances there, unless they basically eliminate the thingy and vote at 51 instead of 60 and go to the nuclear option. We should be safe. I mean, literally, that's how I see it, and that's how the old man sees it. You still need 60 votes for cloture. And if they're not going to have the 60 votes, the bill's dead. So currently, as of 12:15 Eastern Standard Time, Warnock has been declared the winner. Loeffler is, I keep pronouncing it wrong, Loeffler is not conceding. Ossoff's ahead by 0.4. Purdue is behind. So we'll find out what happens, So in the meantime, we all gotta wait and see and play it by ear. Yeah, pretty much, Grandma. Lockdown. Apparently, the Capitol is locked down because of protesters. Sounds like they're trying to instigate civil war. I heard rumors going around the other day from some Republicans that love Trump saying that they're not standing down until civil war, and then every liberal is going to be killed at their hands. That's what I heard the other day, and I thought the person was completely insane. Well, let the GOP flip. I mean, literally, my main concern is why they put Pelosi as speaker again. I mean, literally, we need fresh blood and fresh not some old bitty bat that basically wants to control everything. Yeah, well, we're all entitled to our opinion, and I agree with you, Higgins. I mean, literally, I will give you that. If it wasn't for the Democrats literally fighting Donald Trump on everything for 4 years, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are, but we have. And because of it, I can understand why you feel you can't trust Dems. I don't trust either party, honestly. It's all talk. I mean, literally, they could have passed this already and moved on, but no. I mean, I don't trust Democrats because how long did it take? 5 days or something? 5 to 9 days for them to say Biden was a winner. I mean, literally, and then we had to wait for certification, and then, I mean, it's just a big crapshoot, a shitstorm. I mean, literally, what we're in right now is a shitstorm. Each party's duking it out. All I want to see is help for the American people. That's all I want. And some little smokies to boot, just to be funny here, you know. Well, maybe. We don't know if riots are really going to brew Grandma yet, but we'll know soon enough. I mean, look at it. The what do you call it? We were talking last night. Remember the leaders of the Proud Boys in Washington, D.C.'s arrested for burning a Black Lives Matter flag, and they want to nail them as a hate crime. And yet, if the Proud Boys or you or I or someone else burns an American flag, it's like, oh, it's not a crime to burn an American flag, but it's a crime to burn, say, a Black Lives Matter flag or a trans pride flag or an LGBT flag. I mean, what we're dealing with is a bunch of bullshit, you know. But there's nothing we can do. We're just basically a spectator. No, I'm not drinking. I got an appointment today at 2, and I'm not going to act like a complete dipshit just because people want me to drink. Apparently, they're patriots for Donald Trump. They're the ones who run around with Trump flags in the back of their trucks, and they're the ones who walk around with AR-15s and supposedly cause trouble. Personally, they're just patriots. Same with QAnon. Me, I don't really give two shits about either party. My care is about the people. But I can understand where Higgins is coming from. He's completely right. Same with Pee Wee. But we'll never know because the mainstream media does their own thing. Me, I just want to get this political thing over and move on the next step of 2021 with no problems, you know. They could be considered a gang by Chloe's standards, if you want to get technical. I could debate all day about the economy, Ginger, but you know, my thing is, if we can't move along until inauguration, this is going to basically escalate. Right now, we're in a pandemic. Everyone's basically worried. I mean, my worry is the American people. I don't give two shits whether the Democrats and the Republicans are duking it out for who's going to be president and who isn't. I mean, look, American people are just tired of this. That's the legitimate problem. They're tired of this. You look at one side going, oh, well, you know, Donald Trump's trying to steal the election, that motherfucker, blah, blah, blah. And then you have the other side going, those Democrats, they stole the election, those motherfuckers, we need to fight it. And I'm sitting here going, can't we just all get along and figure something easy peasy Japanesey like a as my mom would say, a compromise. But no, there is no compromise. I mean, it's like my family said, you're either a fucking liberal pussy that needs to be plugged in the head, or you are a fucking Trumper / Republican. Nothing else matters. If you're a liberal pussy, then you're going to basically want a handout. And, I mean, literally the American, I mean, if every person sitting there that's unemployed who's Republican says, oh, you liberal pussies, you want fucking free money, free sex changes, and free this, then I say that let's have it to the Trumpers and the Republicans that are saying, well, get off your lazy ass and get a fucking job instead of trying to freeload off the fucking unemployment dole for 300 to 600 additional a month. You don't deserve it if you want to do that. Said they think that they lost their job, so they're entitled to 1,200 plus 600 plus more money because all the disabled people don't need it because they're getting a monthly check and they're probably living in subsidized housing and having subsidized electricity and subsidized government phone and subsidized internet and sometimes maybe even subsidized water in their bill and garbage. And so to us, we don't need that much money, but to the rest of them, they need everything that's not nailed down because their lifestyle is going to fall if they don't live the lifestyle they had. To me, I live within my means, but at the same fucking time, I'm tired of everyone fucking threatening civil war. We don't need fucking civil war over one man. Millions of people would die for one man. Look at excuse me, what's his name? Napoleon Bonaparte. I mean, look at the Civil War on certain things. There's civil war and families lost. Families literally lost. Families lost. And death toll stacked up. I mean, literally, Civil War the last time was over slaves. You don't see some son of a bitch turning around and complaining about, back in the day during Alexander Hamilton's time, when they came up with a whiskey tax. I mean, come on, I'd be fucking revolting on that one alone. We threw the stamp tax out the window and the Boston Tea Party tax, but then we have tax for everything fucking else. I mean, literally, wine tax, booze tax, distillation tax, gas tax, walk tax, fart tax, clothes tax, sales tax, housing tax. Everything stacks up to the point where, and back in the day, you didn't hear about property taxes that much. You didn't hear about property taxes. And some crackpot son of a bitch says, oh, we need the money, we're going to start taxing. Each state followed suit. Eventually, people are sitting there now with taxes on their own land for $1,200 a month or $1,200 a year or $3,000. I mean, my father said his is like $4,000 a year. And I'm like, dude, that's just too much money. I mean, look at the IRS. The IRS was created in 1913, I believe it was. To pay off the debt of the Indian American War, as well as the Spanish American War, as well as get ready for World War II, figuring if we can do an income tax, we could take money from the American people and spend it foolishly because we can. And now the American people say, look, we paid our fucking taxes. We don't interfere with anyone's lives, and yet you guys give us a measly $600 or $1,200. We're in a pandemic. Some people have paid probably so many years of taxes, they don't even know where their tax money's gone. I mean, look at it. They have all these programs. The government's so damn fucking bloated, they'll just make up a new tax. This tax and that tax and this 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 tax. That's all it is. It's nothing but a thing. And then all of a sudden, the states come up with this fucking harebrained cockamamie idea to get their heads out of their ass by, oh, well, we need money, so we're going to go and put in this, that, every state's got to grow with the other states, so you got to pay an internet tax. So say my item's in fucking Florida, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy that on eBay. It's going to be cheap. Next thing you know, I'm paying $20 for shipping and sales tax, which goes straight to the state. And I had a guy telling me that if what eBay's doing is illegal. They're basically charging tax for items outside the state. They're only supposed to tax everything in the state, but no, they want to do this and they want to do that and they want to do this and they want to do that. I mean, it's just fucking pure greed. Literally, they're basically making the American people more fucking poor. You buy something, the state gobbles it up. Let's talk about Washington State for a minute. We have a sales tax. I've asked the fucking government time and time again for someone to come on my YouTube channel to explain why the fuck I'm paying a tax to this. I order games all the time from this place. I'm getting charged $2 to $5 for a Friday Harbor port tax. Excuse me, but what the fuck is a Friday Harbor fucking port tax? Amazon's starting to do it. They can't explain what the fucking Friday Harbor port tax is. Friday Harbor doesn't even want to explain what a Friday Harbor port tax is. So to me, we got too many fucking corrupt bastards, whether they're Democratic or Republican, basically duking it out for who's the next president when they can't even realize there's too many fucking taxes stacked up on everything. What's next? The healthy food tax? I mean, we're already paying through the nose for tobacco. I mean, to me, it's just downright ludicrous. I mean, literally. I mean, I order something on eBay, I'm not supposed to pay sales tax. They're like, dink! Oh, you're ordering it from Washington, so we want our fucking tax money. They can't even explain why. It's fucking illegal. I've even put it to the Attorney General, and they're like, oh, it's not illegal. Yeah, it is. Even eBay's confirmed it's fucking illegal what they're doing. If you don't buy something that's in the state, I mean, I bought many train catalogs. I like model trains from a guy. I know where he's at. He's out of Forest Grove. He always sends me a message. Okay, I've made a modification to the invoice, so you pay the sales tax. I'm like, cool. But every other fucking state, I mean, you go and you buy a fucking thing in New York, and they're dink. Oh, you spent $1,400 on cameras. We want $140 in fucking sales tax. Cough it up, bitch. I mean, literally, and you're buying something from New York. You buy something from through a different channel, and you're like, oh, I need a new fly rod, $1,250. What happens? He's like, oh, there's no sales tax. I just put it in a box and send it to you. But you get these big catalog companies, they fucking ding you. You order Orvis, you pay let's say 509 or $500 for a fly rod to put in a box. You're paying $50 sales tax just to have the privilege of owning the fucking thing. I'm sorry to say, but I hate fucking taxes. If I was president, I would dissolve the IRS and get rid of all these fucking taxes. People should be having more money in their pocket and less to go to the government that bloats it and spends $20 billion for an aircraft carrier or other issues. Yeah. I gotta use the restroom. So I have my own legitimate gripes about government. They're too big, too bloated, and our tax money ain't going for what it is. Look around. State of Washington claims they got the best mental health in this country. Right. I even asked the lady yesterday, if we have the best mental health in the system, why is it that you guys don't take Medicare except for alcohol and drug dependency? Oh, well, it's policy bullshit. Every fucking thing in the entire state doesn't do except for chemical dependency. Our tax money is wasted left and right. If you're not going to basically help the American people, then that money should be allocated to help the American people, not let the American people suffer because the taxes are too high for what we're paying for. If you're paying taxes, I mean, look at Amazon. They want to do an Amazon tax here. Oh, if you're a member of Amazon, we are going to have a new Amazon tax. Bullshit, I'll go to Target. What's next? A Walmart tax? I mean, literally, these fucking retards in the fucking Senate and Congress, they all think about fucking getting richer and letting the poor get poorer, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of hearing people say, well, we shouldn't be paying you any money because you didn't save. You spent and spent and spent. Then the entire world collapses, and you're sitting there going, I need help. Well, maybe you should have put all that money in an emergency fund if you're paying taxes just in case for an emergency like a pandemic, and you can tap into that. But no, they're basically making it so every state's now loving how people order Amazon and you're paying sales tax because the states are getting a huge amount of fucking money. This whole country has gone down the shitter when it came to taxes. It's one of the things I hate the worst. That's why I always ask my cousin, bring me a TV and bring me a computer up here. I don't have to pay sales tax. It's from Oregon. I mean, literally. Oh, well. Ossoff's race will be decided when they're done. Apparently, they're not done. And that's the real problem. So currently it's 98%, and it was updated 11 minutes ago. So, nothing. And right now, nothing's moving in the Senate, so they're all on break. Anyways, dude, I don't care. Half this shit is spam email anyways. Oh, let me see the comments. Look, if war is going to happen, it's going to happen. We can't stop it. The problem is we basically need to sit back and think. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to think. Because do you want someone in my family to go cause civil war because they can't accept anything, and they think everyone that doesn't accept their politics should be plugged? Or should we have a debate where it is safe and sound, where we don't get riled up over fucking someone's, wanting to kill everyone to decrease the population because it's one-sided? I mean, we all have opinions. My opinion is that we usually don't bring in the words voter fraud because, as everyone knows, my channel would be clipped out, or that part would be clipped out. Yeah, well, everything's a weird time in politics. All I know is I don't want to see civil war, but it could happen only because there's people out there that want it. I don't want civil war. I don't want violence. What I want is peace. And yet, the big days of here is today. And I thought my father-in-law was right. I thought he would turn around and he'd be like 6 a.m. They'd call Osloff or Purdue the winner. Instead, they're dragging it out. This is what pisses me off. Are they trying to stack the ballot box again? That's something I don't know, you know. Soros is the devil. I'll agree there. You know, I'll agree completely. My family in Oregon basically blame the Democrats for everything and want every Democratic person and liberals to be shot, blaming that and talking civil war. And I don't support civil war, plain and simple. What I support is no taxes. We shouldn't be paying for fucking taxes. And they're more worried about their country going down the shitter, as I was telling this to my dad last night and Monday, that they're more worried about their guns being taken than, you know, anything. I think it has to do more about guns than anything else, is what I'm thinking. But I could be wrong. But I thought by now Oslov would win. See? Even I agree that Pee Wee shouldn't be paying $3,000 to the tax man because, you know, she might have the money, she might sell her property, but I heard a rumor a long time ago that if you sell your house, you got to invest that house into a new house where the government penalizes you like 40% for taxes. I mean, literally, it's just a bunch of bullshit so they can get more tax revenue out of you. I don't know what the fuck the port tax is. The county won't even tell me. They're just like, pay it. Whenever you place an online order, there's a fucking port tax, Grandma, and it's annoying me. That's one reason I don't like fucking paying a city tax, a port tax, and all this just to get an item sent to me because, I mean, literally, if we're paying a port tax, they might as well fucking deliver my fucking packages on time instead of being delayed or thrown down the stairs, crippled or crunched, or making Hannah wait 6 days for a 2 day shipment and being like, oh, we can't guarantee 2 days. Don't worry, it can come in the next 3 weeks. You're good. Fucking lazy bastards. That's what it is. They're lazy bastards. Really? Military bases, huh? I've heard a lot of people saying military bases were easy. Real Azov, no one knows. Look, that's why I say, if I was President Higgins, I'd fucking get rid of the healthcare for them bastards. I mean, they're getting between 267 and 300,000 for a Congress and senator, and after 5 years in the Senate or 5 years in Congress, they get a fucking pension that makes more money, and you're paying for it. I mean, I say we dissolve the fucking pensions. Back then, when a senator lost a job, he went back to being a fucking farmer doing his trade. Nowadays, they gotta fucking stay in office because it's money to them. I mean, most of these ones are all corrupt bastards. One way or another. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, and I'm talking about in the Senate or in the House. They only are thinking about their own selves. They don't give two shits about you. If they gave you two shits about you, you'd be fucking happier too because you would basically feel special. But they don't give two shits about anyone but themselves. It's all personal gain. And that is where I draw the line and say, if I was president, I'd get rid of all these bastards. I'd be giving term limits, and I'd be like, no, you're done. And no taxes. And when you're done, you go home. Hell, they had to basically complain. Back then, it was a hotel and food expenses that were covered and train travel. Now they get private jets, they get food, they get hotel, they get whatever they want, including their up to $300,000 pension, whereas everyone else fucking is griping, you know. And then, you know, the other thing is the Affordable Care Act should be fucking dissolved because, you know, to me, I mean, literally, we went in and checked for private plans last night for what do you call that? A Medicare what's that word? Medicare Part C plan. No. You know, the Medicare expansion plan, right? For Part A and Part B, you get Part C too. And they wanted like $550 a month for Chloe. $550. I mean, for me it's like $800 because of, you know, my health conditions. But $800 fucking dollars, and they say, oh, it's cheap. Really, in this state, it's not fucking cheap. And that's why I think they need to dissolve it, literally, and start from scratch and make it so everyone has affordable health care where they don't get sick and die because they have to pay so much money in health care. Look at my family. Every year it's going up. I think they're paying I heard them say they're paying like $1,600 a month for two people. Two people, $1,600 for health care in the state of Oregon. Might be cheaper in Texas, but still, you know. Oh, yeah, exactly, Grandma. The mental health system's completely broken. I mean, literally, they said if we had an expanded Medicare premium, they could take that. But if we didn't have that, they couldn't take Medicare because, you know, and I was going to Google some stuff anyways about Medicare, what Medicare takes, what Medicare doesn't take, you know. So I know exactly for my own. I remember reading the book and it said something about mental health, but they could have dissolved it. And you know, so it's not cool. It's not cool at all, I tell you. I don't know if the community care is right for them. All I know is the community centers that I went to that took Medicare did a shitty job. I was glad to get out of the community center. But then being hermaphroditic, they don't give two shits anyways. They don't. Most doctors don't want to listen, anyways. A lot of people are doing without. My family said they had to pay. It's mandatory because of my cousin's diabetes. You know. Yeah, let's see. Your great property taxes. I paid my house. Why should I simply lose my house? Oh yeah, I agree with you, Higgins, completely about the property tax. I mean, literally, property tax. I mean, literally, yeah. How many times have you fucking walked down the street, right? And you're sitting there and you're slurping on your soda, right? Or you're eating a sandwich or a burger, and you're thinking about taxes like I do when I walk. And you look over and you're like, where's our tax money going to? And you see the police department getting 6 new SUVs, and you're going, they're wasting money on police vehicles. Yep. They don't pay for jack shit. And then the hospital, if you get into a hospital clinic, for example, those hospital clinics are fucking bad too, you know. The hospital clinics are bad because the hospital clinics, Pete, we turn around and they have their own network. Like, for example, you go into this network, right? And you're like, you having problems, you know, like, oh, you can go to Bellingham. We have a clinic up there. And you're like, no, I'm not going to fucking Bellingham. I'll get on a fucking train and go south to Portland. We can't give you the referral unless you go through us. So what do? I have a doctor down there at primary care. So I just call up and say, oh, I need a referral to a specialist here. These jackasses are fucking telling me and I have to go through their clinic. This doctor sends the referral, sends out a note to the fucking useless primary care and says you're fired. And then they're like, oh, well, Rita, if you get sick, well, you know, you're going to be unhappy. And it's like, I don't give a shit. You know why? You know, I got to go in the closed room for a second. Give me 1 second. Itchy butt syndrome. Yeah, well, it's time for me to replace the toilet paper in the bathroom with the fresh toilet paper. There we go. Let's continue reading comments because this is an interesting debate while we're waiting. And by the way, just so you guys know, around 2 o'clock I have to go for a meeting, but I will be back online. So let's see. Let's see. What community, if you're over income according to the same 600 a month limit that has been the same poverty over 6, they don't pay for anything anyways. Medicare doesn't pay for hearing aids, glasses, or dental work. What do I have to pay $85 a month added to my already $2,200 yearly tax for new school when I have no children? Oh yeah, I agree, Pee Wee. You shouldn't be paying for children even if you have property taxes, because frankly, to me, that's just purely bullshit that they're going to tack on things. I mean, look, they want to tack on a walking tax here. Oh, if you walk, we need money so bad, we're going to do a walking tax. Remember, I told you about that. Not just taxing people with electric cars and finding a way to skirt around taxing electric cars, because when they lose their gas tax in this state and everyone goes electric, you know what's going to happen. They're going to turn around and be like, oh, well, you know. Sorry if I'm slow in the comments. I'm reading them all, trying to answer them as I go. But I'm also taking my dumpy time and getting pissed off that the Senate went back to recess again for fucking lunch. Homeowners are paying for everything in the community. Well, in my opinion, I think sales tax helps too, Pee Wee, and the sales tax fucking sucks. I mean, look, when you buy a half gallon of whiskey, you're paying a half gallon tax, 2/5 tax, and a pint tax, including county tax, and then sales tax. So your $40 whiskey ends up to being $90 when you get done with taxes. Oh, the healthcare system's always making scary shit, Grandma. The last summer taxes went for 140. See, there you go. You're fucking paying taxes for something that goes for these fucking freeloaders that want a free education or to maintain a community-based college, which fucking sucks. California, they wanted to cut our water consumption by 15 to 20 gallons a day. We had to pay now for water, air, and everything. Yeah, well, you know, my mother's ex-boyfriend, I think I told you about Dave. So Dave once told me that eventually they're going to put a little pack on your back and they'll make you pay for your air you breathe in. Me, I would go, and this is how I vote, Pee Wee. They offered a thing for more money for schools recently. It was in this election. I clicked on no. I absolutely do not believe in taxes. So if they want to tax the homeowners more money for, when I lived in Quincy, they asked tax, like I think it was like $15 per $1,000 assessed or something for homes. I clicked no. I don't support paying more money. That 85 pay for new schools for the rest of my life every month. You see, you're being shit on, you know. This is a kicker. The local bus company I used to work before I had diesel fume respirator. They wanted to pay me in winter taxes to the bus company. They fired me. Bet when you heard that you're pissed. Well, homeowners insurance, Grandma Ginger, is very expensive. I mean, even in this state, they fucking tax the shit out of you. You live in a $30,000 mobile home in a mobile home park. They tax you like $3,000 a year just to fucking have your mobile home sitting on someone else's land. They tax you for the damn building. Yes, Rita, you do have. See, I heard this about 30 years ago to my stepdad, Roy, about the house tax thing, and I was fucking cranky about it. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Of course, he owns his house on Woodby Island, and he owns his house somewhere else. He lets his wife take care of the taxes. Homeowners insurance. No, well, I live on an island. We don't have anything. The only thing they worry about is fires, but usually the fires are outside of town, mostly Grandma Ginger. The problem is our apartment's on a hill, so everything below this hill would be fucking hit with a tsunami and be wiped out. But and that's if a earthquake or a volcano roared. My husband is from the ocean, but we live on foothills. Dude, I wasn't done yet. I still gotta fucking read this. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. There's a new law where they have to provide insurance that we pay for high risks. I always want to live in Palm Springs. It seemed like the best place. And many people moved. Yeah, my family's moving to Texas. But when Texas gets an idea to start taxing the shit out of people more and more and more, the Texicans are going to fucking either take it in the ass or leave. Well, yeah, Dad said the same thing. He got his postmarked on the day they postmarked it, so it didn't have a late fee. They charged $300 late fee, Cleveland. Yeah, well, Washington has oceans, deserts, and mountains too, and flatlands, as they say. The four climates are there. Cannot fight City Hall, they say, which means it's the joys of being a homeowner. Yeah, well, the reason I opted not to buy a home, even though I can buy a home, Pee-wee, and keep a home, is when my mother owned a mobile home, that fucking thing was a pain in the ass. Roof had to go. Who had to do the work? Me. Windows need to be recaulked? Me. I eventually told myself apartment living would be better because I don't have to pay the fucking repair bills. That's the real problem. It's the repair bills that you gotta worry about for everything. My mother was paying $900 for her fucking shithole space, but she had the biggest block of land around her. She had like half an acre, but problem is with half an acre, again, was responsibilities of me to fucking, mow the lawn, and I was like, fuck this shit. Well, the mental hospital's grandma turns everyone down too. She seen Dr. Paul yesterday. Or the day before yesterday. Yeah, the day before yesterday, Monday. You know the story, right, Granny? He basically said I should be working for the mental health system since I know it better than him. I'm like, dude, there's no beds because of the coronavirus. You got to be kidding me. They stormed the house. Let me look. This is big news. I had a feeling something like this. Oh, shit. Possible pipe bombs across the D.C. area. Vice President Pence been evacuated. Congressman calls it a coup. Oh, shit. Moppy! No. There's nothing there. Sweetie! What are you barking at? Come here. Lay down. No. Lay down. I'm gonna do my dip now. Holy shit. This is fucking amazing. I had a feeling someone would be storming it today. I was sitting on the shitter thinking about this. Let's see. Federal and local law enforcement responding to reports of possible pipe bombs across D.C. Vice President Pence has been evacuated. GOP congressman calls it a coup. Armed standoff is taking place at house's front door. Capitol Police are asking for more law enforcement assistance, including federal authorities. National Guards being mobilized as we speak. Oh my God. This is fucking bad. Yeah, bills that 2 years ago roof that needed replacement shingles, 7,000 later, the water heater went out, furnace's 26-year-old did. Oh yeah, I know, my father-in-law wanted to give me his house, right? He just had a roof done, put on one of those 50-year composition asphalt roofs. He had to replace the furnace. His water tank died. Yeah, I mean, literally, these are things that I'm like, Pipe bombs, yes, Grandma. Pipe bombs are across the nation. They're mobilizing. Yeah, I agree. I was sitting on the shitter thinking about it, Grandma. Yeah, well, hopefully the army mows down all these motherfuckers and we can get back to peace. Excuse me. know who this is. Be on standby to execute Order 66. Right. I'm in contact. Fuck. I hate when I have to use that code, but it's the way we live. As Dad knows, the unregulated militia for this state will mobilize if we have to, the governor's orders. Never thought it would come down to this, people. I better put on my favorite hat for my dad. There you go. Oh, I don't think Civil War is going to happen. I think the Army is going to be mobilizing. We have to. Faster? No. 12:13. I need to call Dad real quick. Give me a second, everyone. I need to find. Oh, it's right here again. Hold on a sec. Hopefully Dad's up. I want to make sure he's safe and he doesn't do anything stupid. Dad is unavailable. This is not good. Oh, fuck. Hopefully we don't have Civil War happening. Just gonna have to play it by ear, I guess. Damn. Capitol has been breached, yes. Vice President's been holy shit. Officers draw guns in the House and protesters reach the Senate dies. Look. I don't support violence. I hope everyone here knows that I don't support this kind of violence for one man. Pipe bombs. I didn't expect this today. I really did not expect this today. Well, do you have a militia, Pee-wee? Because if you do, join it. Let me put it to you this way. Right now, I see this as a situation like Pearl Harbor. A sleeping giant was sleeping. Now it's been awoke. And it's time the Army National Guard does their job and takes down every damn protester that basically wants to threaten the lives of civilians. It's time we defend our country. The more death toll that we have to do, the better chances are. Ain't good. Last night, Warnock won. Today, I care for my country and I'll defend it with my life, even if I have to basically order the militia to fire. To protect our state by Jay Inslee's orders, we will do what we have to. Plain and simple, the militia will be on standby. That order has already been given. My husband might have been the general of the militia, but we're not going to stand down either if we have to. At least both militias are Republicans and Democrats who come together for the state of Washington. We just hope it doesn't escalate, and hopefully they send enough Army National Guard from other states to back up D.C. Because I do not want civil war. Violence should be always avoided if possible. We don't need death. That's how I see it. We don't need a death toll stacked up in the millions just because. The other day I asked Dad, so do you think something like this was going to happen? He said, no, not in a million years. And now they're not going to reopen Congress because they've been evacuated. As long as they're here, we're here and they're there, we should be fine. But the militia will be on standby, I can guarantee it. Because maybe other capitals will be ready to be invaded too. I'm just praying to God right now that no one gets hurt. And we can have peaceful. Damn. Yeah, well, I agree with you. My opinion is this. If the Democrats were causing problems, Pee-wee, I will be devil's advocate and say that those motherfuckers should be shot, in my opinion. However, if the Republicans cause this problem, they should be shot. So in my opinion, anyone who's protesting violence, whether it be Democrat, Republican, Independent, Antifa, QAnon, Proud Boys, if they start basically causing trouble, I think all parties should be shot. Whoever is the one protesting and causing violence, yes, shoot them. The Democrats are doing it, shoot them. The Black Lives Matter movement basically causes a lot of problem, burning down buildings and stuff and won't stand down, shoot them. Every party's got to be accountable for their actions. That's how I see it. Justice is going to prevail. We can't just choose one side and say, oh, well, we're going to look the other way for the Proud Boys, but we got to go and shoot up the Black Lives Matter or QAnon. But if QAnon or Black Lives Matters did something, and the Proud Boys are protesting peacefully, and the other twos aren't, let the government shoot the problems, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's how I see it. Violence could be most people are smart enough not to get into a fray in a combat situation where their life could be taken. Most people are smart, but some are dumb as shit. That's why I say no, but they should have shot the leftists too. Just like I think they should have shot anyone who caused too much trouble. The point is, if we start basically taking unilateral action, Pee-wee, and take care of the problem. So, for example, the Proud Boys are walking down the street with AR-15s and the Army says stand down. They don't, and they get into a battle. The Army should win. Now, if QAnon or Black Lives Matters did that, the Army should do the same. So any way you look at it, basically, eventually, the people doing the protests, if they're protesting peacefully, that's fine. But if they're getting into an armed conflict, the government and the Army need to make the example that no one is exempt from being killed or severely wounded for protesting. It all goes all ways, in my opinion. You don't give special treatment for one and let the others go. If tranny rights came up and started protesting because they wanted free sex changes, and they're the ones armed, I say mow them all down. Fuck them. This country was founded not to play favorites. I just hope this doesn't escalate to civil war. Well, I already got the coffee there. It's Peruvian, actually. It's pretty good. I should send you some. I live on an island. It'd be the last places to be affected. Ferries would be shut down first before they got to us. So, but still. Well, what do you mean stopped him? Are you talking about we wouldn't be here? You mean about the election fraud? Is that what you're saying? We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the election fraud? We know, honestly, and you know as well as I do, there's something that ain't stirring the Kool-Aid. I'll give you that much. Because, frankly, honestly, I thought the Republicans would keep the Senate. And now, if you didn't pay attention, Pee-wee, 98% for Purdue and Osloff. But they did the same stunt they did with the fucking presidential election and vice presidential election when it came to counting the votes. Remember how it took days and days and days? Now it's at a stalemate again. This is why I think there's something wrong. Dad said it'd be done by 3 to 6 in the morning Eastern time. It's already 3:30 almost Eastern time. And what are we getting? You read the news here, they're still at 98 fucking percent. And they're not moving. That's what really pissed. Oh, fuck. I think I'm gonna be sick. And my phone's popping up now with assault on democracy. Let me see what's going on. I'm gonna be sick. I hate these fucking titles. They should be disgusted with what they said. Assault on democracy. How about they get my assault my boot up their ass? Maybe then they'd change it. I'd gladly give them a pair of military boots up their ass. And then they change the title. This, I believe, will not see. We'll have to wait and see. That's the problem. We're going to have to wait and see. We're all on standby right now. I mean, they're not going to be able to finish this. They're going to have to mobilize the military. They might even have to call in the Marines to help, too, and Navy SEALs. But they did not shoot the leftist president, no, but they will shoot the... Who's shooting the leftist Republicans? Are you talking about the army or... Yeah, and we have orders in case we have to defend the governor in the state of Washington. We will lay our lives down to protect the state. That's what the unregulated militia links up with the regulated militia. We will take arms to defend our state. The army can do the rest. Yes, it's really happening, Grandma. They stormed the Capitol. Guns are blazing. They haven't fired yet. Scares the shit out of me. I'm thinking of something right now. Shots haven't been fired. They probably can de-escalate it, we hope. Well, I always think about it. I don't need to basically think about things. Excuse me. Hello? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I already got the orders. We just got to be on standby. All right. Have Grant County stand by too. Get them to mobilize in Eastern Washington, just in case. I'll get the rest set up. In the meantime, I want you to think of something. Right. Tactics wise. Media is basically saying that Donald Trump incited this. Get it up to the higher ups. Insurrection Act. I may be dumb as a box of rocks, but I can smell this coming a mile away. Right. And get hold of Dad for me, would you? Make sure he's okay. I don't want him doing anything stupid tonight. He'll be fucking glued to his TV, maybe, unless he has that meeting online. Right. Yeah, keep an eye on the news feeds, too. Keep me updated, all right? I'll be updating myself. I want to know more. And give me a copy of the Insurrection Act. Send it to me. It's going to be a long night, and I'm going to need some more extra coffee. right. In all my years, I never thought this would come to it. Yeah. If need be, yeah, do it that way. But in the meantime, just play it safe. Not until Inslee does you know what. Give the orders. We're just on standby. And I'm hoping that all we have to do is to protect the state of Washington. I'm glad. All right. Keep me informed. Thanks. Fuck. Yep. They could be calling the Insurrection Act, in my opinion. Well, we'll know more soon enough, people. Uh-oh. Hannah's in trouble. I better check in with her. So she emailed me and she said, I'm fucked, hon. I can't move. So either something happened or something happened in Georgia. Let's hope. Let's pray and nothing happens to Hannah Bug. Shit. I didn't think this would come. Anyways, what do we got here, peeps? Let's see. Assault on democracy, yada, yada, yada. All right, so we have some breaking news. Senate and House leaders are all in undisclosed locations. Let me give you a little history lesson if you guys don't know something. Most people aren't dumb. Some people are stupid. But under the Capitol, they have escape routes with a special train that can remote them outside the Capitol and protect them. So our Senator, Majority Leader Moscow Grinch, Chuck Schumer, and Pelosi and McCarthy are all in undisclosed locations. Vice President's from an evac too, and the rest of the senators are probably getting the hell out of Dodge, which means right now the Capitol is under fire. So we'll know more later tonight. It's going to be an interesting night. Anyone up for some coffee? We're going to all be on standby tonight. Might as well enjoy some coffee. I got some beer too. Which reminds me, I forgot to put in my shopping list to have Chloe bring me a half gallon of bourbon. Oh well, yes, I get to drink beer tonight. I'll send her out tomorrow to get bourbon. Well, I'm not blaming Trump. I said the Insurrection Act. That's what I said. Didn't you hear what I said? It's on the phone, and I said, I have a gut feeling the Insurrection Act will be used. They're blaming Trump. Trump can use the Insurrection Act. Enough said. I mean, I'm not stupid. I mean, literally, if I am stupid, please correct me. I mean, literally. With that cool. I was going to have a dip. That's what I was. That is what I said. I said the media is blaming Trump. Trump can use the Insurrection Act, or he can use martial law. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I may be dumb in some ways, but tactically I'm sound. I can be sound with fucking half a pint or a half gallon of whiskey in me, and I still tactically know what's going on. And right now, this is not a time to drink. This is a time to be on standby and pray to God things get better. The Insurrection Act. Does anyone want to see a boon? Yeah, well, I have a large extended family that are all gun people, and they want civil war. They want to kill the freeloading, useless eaters of food. That's the way it is. So Pee-wee's leaving, everyone. I better close this out so I don't use up that and close this out temporarily. There we go. Well, I'm glad you're making a sandwich because it seems the Trumpers are really enjoying this insurrection. Oh, someone else messaged me. We're all scared. What's new? Nothing. Nothing. Latest news, Grandma, is Donald Trump apparently caused this anarchy. Now, as you know, Grandma, I don't support anything unless, So Donald Trump says he's refusing. Here you go. Here's the live updates, Grandma. Donald Trump is refusing to urge to do more on chaos unfolding in the U.S. Capitol. GOP lawmakers say he spoke to Trump about unacceptable rioters and Trump didn't care. 3 minutes ago, the rioters have been cleared from the U.S. Senate. President-elect Biden will be addressing the nation in the crisis of afternoon remarks. Republican lawmakers 5 minutes ago says the despicable Capitol riots were started by not telling people the truth. Ted Cruz says stop now or else. Congressman to Trump 12 minutes ago, call it off. It's over. The election's over. D.C. Attorney General calls on Trump to tell supporters the immediate cease and desist. Trump won't. Women treated for gunshot wounds on Capitol grounds. Oh my Lord. Lawmakers stunned by breach. Protesters breach chamber and sits in U.S. Senate well. Protesters storm the Capitol. Lawmakers giving gas masks on the House floor to protect them from a gas attack. There's your update, Grandma. A woman got shot 50 as being taken to the DC hospital for gunshot wounds. Let me see if I can get it on my TV, the news at least. Uhura. Yes, Admiral. Set a course and turn on the main viewer. Main viewer on. Admiral, where are we? What are we watching? We're gonna see if we can get anything from the news from Starfleet. Tapping in now. There's 3 channels we can tap into for free. Let's utilize it. I want full command right now. NBC. Here we go. Here we go. House and Senate have been evacuated. Affirmative, Admiral. We'll get more for intel. This ain't good. Look at this. Vice President and the rest of the crew are in the undisclosed locations. Damn. Oh, I know what I could do. So I don't copyright anything. I will turn on the channel here for the other channel. See, I can do dual things at once. So I will go and stream this one. Here we go. All right, so I want to go. That's not the right one, Admiral. I'm still learning the buttons for YouTube when it comes to the thing. Affirmative. There. It's going to go right on here. Come on. View it on the mini device here so I can continue to talk while I handle my crew. There. Shit. Yeah, well, I'm upset myself. Chris Christie's doing a special report. ABC's got it. I got NBC here. Look at those crowds. As long as they're peaceful protesting, that's fine. But if they get out of line and start doing something. Damn. Time for my dip. All I think we need is peaceful protesting. Wow. Shit. Look at that crowd. Well, I agree. The government is corrupt. Look how many taxes everyone pays every month. If I was president, I'd get rid of the taxes and get rid of a lot of shit and do term limits. Wow. Look at that. So we got Speaker Pelosi, McCarthy, McConnell, and Schumer all in undisclosed locations. We have Vice President Pence evacuated. Capitol's been evacuated. They're not going to get their counting done today. The next question will be Civil War, Insurrection Act, or martial law. Breaking news, National Guard's heading to the Capitol. I guess they're going to need to send out the National Guard to handle this. I'm just watching it on the screen. And I was hoping they would have gotten the voting done. So, let me see this article. Virginia is sending 200 state troopers and mobilizing unit of the Guard to quell the situation in U.S. Capitol. Chief of Staff for Governor Ralph Northam. Former Trump official demands anyone participating in the violence to be arrested. Nice. Rioters are breaking windows of the U.S. Capitol building. Oh, well, we'll see how this. Senate floor has been cleared by rioters. An officer told CNN they have successfully squeezed them away from the Senate wing of the building toward the rotunda, and they are moving them out the east and west doors. Biden's supposed to be addressed. It's at the Queen Theater in Wilmington, where he has given remarks on economy and Georgia election results. And he told CNN that he's been monitoring. Speakable Capitol writer not telling the truth. Yeah. What I hate is the fucking shit they're posting. Is this live? Oh, yeah, it is. I got that too. Woman treated for gunshot wounds in Capitol grounds. The electoral vote count stopped. Oh, wow, look at that. They're breaking windows with shields. So these rioters have got shields. Man. And they were wearing army fatigues and militia gear. That's nice to know. So you got Virginia and you got the D.C. What about Pennsylvania? What about West Virginia? What about the other areas, Delaware or Maryland? I mean, we could go and send things there, shouldn't we? Multiple officers have been injured in violence at the U.S. Capitol. Damn, I need my dip. I really need my dip. This is not cool. My father was a jarhead. Yeah, apparently several officers have been down. Next, you're going to say hardworking Americans burned down the Capitol with Molotovs because they can. Shit. Sorry, I had to make a joke, all right? You see, I'm kind of worried about the future, right? And moderator Hannah turned around. She's a loving girl. She said she can't move. I said, what happened? Stroke, heart attack, just, locked on the couch due to the herb she's smoking. Said her mom was going to deliver a package and it never got to her, so her cousin delivered it. Turns out they used she's got like several pounds of brownies, right? But in the brownies, apparently, like each bag got each brownie bag is holding about half a pound of pot in each brownie bag. So I'm like, yeah, that would do it. You're paralyzed with pot. Hold on. You got armed police with wow. They're also bringing in the Secret Service too, apparently, and the FBI. In the couch, yeah, locked. She calls it couch lock, or locked couch, or whatever. I got the news on. Nancy, nah. Well, let's see what's going on. Oh, yeah, protesters have breached Pelosi's office. This might be more entertainment to watch on my big TV. Give me a second. This here is showing some fucking pictures. I'm tired of these fucking pictures. It ain't doing me any good. Main viewer back on, Admiral. Sorry for the delay. Right. The comm went down for a second. Whatever. Give it here. This is not good. I need my dip. Wow. I better see if Dad's in real quick. That's gonna be. Oh yeah, blame it on Trump. Trump said this. Trump said that. Let's just dissolve Trump's multimedia because he causes. Let's dissolve all his social media accounts because we're assholes. Whatever happened to freedom of speech, you jackasses? Things that we got to defend for everyone's rights to speak their mind. If you take that away, then what do you got? A dictatorship. So to have the media all over the country say, take away his social media accounts, him and his family, because they incited panic. Fucking dicks. Starting to hate this. These headlines are getting to be bad on my phone too. What the fuck? I don't want downloads. Wanted to fucking minimize this. What the hell? There we go. Mob invades Capitol. Right, that's a nice one. Entire DC National Guard's activated. More men's on their way from other states. Yeah, To quell what? Violence ain't the answer. That's the thing. Violence ain't the answer. There's always a peaceful way to take care of this. Diplomacy. But everyone else wants to say something or do something. Look at this. Yes, because if you didn't know, I was a former French Foreign Legion badass, and I basically take my military service with pride and dignity, and I will stand a post and pick a gun if I have to. My job is my job, and I'm standing here wearing my hat with pride. My uncle was a jarhead too for 20 years. Dad was in the Army as well. And I'm wearing this because I'm worried about our country. Good, glad you plugged it in. I'm not going to be paying attention much right now. 5 years I served in France. It's one thing I do know, what they do in the French Guiana. One thing you don't want to do is deal with the whores there. One time, a long time ago, about 20 years ago, 22 years ago, 23 years ago. I don't have to answer. I've dealt my hand a long time ago, and I don't talk about it. That's why I don't support violence. People these days think picking... What the fuck? Now I lost my damn channel? Right here, all because it went to one of those please stand by such and such thing. Come on, we need to basically get this back and up and running. I'll go check, see what CNN has. Direction following Trump and Cat. I don't understand counting the vote. Didn't they clear Congress too, or is it just the Senate? Hello? Oh, hey, Dad. I'm trying to find out if you're safe. Yeah. Are you seeing this on TV? You said this wouldn't happen in 1,000,000 years. Damn. Yeah, they're blaming Trump for it. I bet you're blaming him too for it. Now they want to take away social media. No, Chloe would be in a panic mode already. Sent her off to get groceries, so. Oh, shit. We got a lot of problems, you know. I'm thinking of my family, actually. Remember what they said? I remember Christmas Eve, they're saying Civil War was going to start on the 6th. Yeah, that's what they said. Civil War was going to. Yeah, I think my cousin was drunk when he said it. But he said something of the Civil War on the 6th. Yeah. Thought at the time he was full of shit. Now watching this on TV. Yeah, I was just thinking about the Insurrection Act. I was also thinking about the most foreign military powers won't help if there was a civil war. Yes, you know it as well as I do, Dad. But still, just can't believe this. I put on my special hat from Dad, you know, the one that got me in trouble over in the college, remember? Yeah, well, you stood up. It's been a long time, but something needs to be happening, you know. The rest of the world's laughing their ass off right now. What do I think? My opinion doesn't matter. You know that. I'm neutral. I've always been neutral a long time ago. I've seen a lot of visions, Dad, but this I didn't see come. Yeah, well. Chloe's out getting groceries. Hopefully she brings me back some little weenies. I also told her to pick up some club sandwiches for tonight, but you know, with this shit hitting the damn fan, I'm kind of worried. The unregulated militia is on standby here in this state. Oh shit. Are you seeing this? Hold on a sec, Dad. Let me pause this. Or not pause, mute something. I want to hear the president-elect. Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm going to mute this because I don't want copywriting. You know, I was just thinking of something. I was talking to Dad on the phone. We were watching that Biden thing. Don't be careful tonight. Patriots can arm themselves, but if we keep talking about this, and since Prism's always watching this channel anyways through the NSA, wouldn't it be thoughtful that we not try to invoke panic, chaos, and anarchy, because it can always fall back to people posting the comments? I mean, my cousin won't post that stuff on YouTube, but in person, he said January 6th would be Civil War Day. My dip cup's over there again, damn it. Where's my captain's cap? I can wear that better. Here it is. This will be better. Bought this one. I was a long time ago for a party. A friend of mine had a yacht. She owns like half the real estate rental properties out here. Right now, she's putting around in Alaska. Anyways, this is really scary. You know, I think the Insurrection Act. I don't know anything about it, Granny Ginger. I would look it up, but I'm waiting for an email to come in for a copy of the Insurrection Act. Well, thanks. This is I bought this hat when I was asked to go to a July 4th party. My friend didn't want to drive her 100+ foot motor yacht, so she told me to take the wheel. We took it out to the Salish Sea for a 4th of July party. That was pretty badass. I also wasn't allowed to drink that night either. She was serving high-priced cocktail drinks for everything else, you know. Apparently, everyone quotes Abraham Lincoln. The guy was a great guy. By the way, has anyone ever seen that musical Alexander Hamilton? Disney allowed it to go through, right? And yet they said shit 3 times. Me and my dad watched it twice, and they said fuck once. I mean, literally, I thought it was funny as hell, you know, with Abraham, with that Alexander Hamilton. Me and Dad were talking about taxes the other day. He said, yeah, there was a whiskey tax back then. So they threw the tea over the overboard, and then they threw the stamp tax, the axe or whatever, but then they did a whiskey tax. Well, there it goes again. They're showing the windows being busted out again. Did they have any? They call it moments ago. This ain't moments ago. What? You're joking. You're joking, Grandma. Let me see. No, it doesn't say anything about that. Dude, where's the freaking... No. Warnock has been declared the winner. And Ossoff is 0.6%. They're still counting. So they haven't called Ossoff the winner yet, Grandma. So I don't know what you're smoking, but I would like to have some of that too, you know. Oh, shit. I got NBC. I see Minority Leader McCarthy, and they're talking about... Let me see. Wouldn't it come up on my phone? Great. So, yeah, it hasn't done it yet. Why would NBC say this? I don't see anything on NBC. I got NBC, ABC, CBS, and CNN running on multiple devices, and I don't see anything about it. You gotta be joking. They seized it? Animal horn hat. Come on, Grandma. You mean a Vikings hat? Vikings would be a football team, Grandma. The Minnesota Vikings, I believe. So it's horn hats. Hmm. Hannah, do you know anything about it? You're from Georgia. I agree with you, Dan. But you know what bothers me the most, Dan? I'll tell you. My cousin came out Christmas time. You know this. He got completely shit-faced on Christmas Eve. Turned around and said, Georgia flips blue. Or they count the electoral votes so the Proud Boys and Civil War will happen on the 6th. I'm not really into football myself. Why don't you just use the word fucked, not sounding it like that? Why don't you just go, let me say it then. We are all fucked. See? There you go. You're going to use the word. Go for the gold, man. You don't know what's going on, Hannah? You should. We're all basically watching this. Day drink? I don't know, but this is really scary. I need to check ferry schedule too. I got to disappear in 38 minutes, by the way, for a Skype call. I could always run the Skype call through my computer, my desktop, but you guys shouldn't be hearing personal information with the domestic violence advocate. Should check my Direct Express too again. All right, so let's check schedules. Here we go. So let's took the 10:30 boat. So the next one's 11:20. Nah. All right, so Chloe won't be until 3 anyways. Hopefully she brings me my bag of weenies I asked for. Excuse me for a second, I gotta use the restroom. Oh shit, you're right. Breaking news, Democrats take control of the Senate. Just came on Washington Post. CNN's basically doing more of the other shit than this. CNN hasn't declared it yet. Wow. Keep me informed. I'll be right back. This just in. Maryland and Virginia send National Guard as well as state troopers. Oh, wait, Julie. Yeah, I'm watching it. Look, don't worry. There's only three options on the table I can see coming out of this. One, the Insurrection Act. Two, martial law. Or three, he keeps his people there and they can't conduct the business, which means we keep Trump, which is a good thing, in my opinion. So, yeah. Just watch TV and stay safe. By the way, just out of curiosity, does GCS have those military Humvees in the Emirates? Good, good. They know what to do then. Hopefully it doesn't come to anything. So. Right. All right. Uh-huh. Keep me informed. All right. Later. Great. More shit. So, the Insurrection Act, martial law, or they can keep his people there. Then they can't do the vote count, which I highly say, let them stay there. They're not causing trouble. You know, and with the Senate now, tell them to go home. Come on. The Senate flipped blue. Do you think they're really going to go home? So, how many more states are sending Army National Guard, I wonder? National Guard here's on standby. Will we have civil war? Only time will tell. Well, you heard what happened, Higgins. They're trying to dissolve Trump's social media account, which principal bedrock of this country is freedom of speech. You know, Chloe will flip her lid. I might leave this video on mute, everyone, when it comes to my Skype call to on my desktop to my advocate. I don't really want to leave YouTube right now. Big deal. Let him fly the Trump flag. First Rights Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom to protest. Well, Trump didn't get it either. Now look, Section 230 is staying in, and he's going to lose his freedom of speech on social media, which in my opinion really sucks. I mean, look, my opinion, the average American should not be suppressed when we talk about voter fraud, Higgins. Instead, they flag videos. They cut out sections. You know what happened the other day? I'll tell you a story about a couple months ago. True story, too. The lovely Sister Pee-wee the other day messaged me and said some part of my video was cut. Turns out they cut out the part where I was talking about my book I was reading on socialism, communism, Marxism. They cut it out. They cut out my freedom of speech because they don't want anyone talking about socialism, communism, Marxism. And then you try bringing up fucking voter fraud and they do the same fucking thing. That's why we're very careful what we talk about on this channel. It's like they want to suppress the fucking people. And I won't stand for it. Alex Jones shouldn't have lost his account either. What did he do to deserve it? As a matter of fact, I find Alex Jones to be pretty interesting. Same with Sean Hannity. Same with that other guy, Rush Limbaugh. I find all three of them to be interesting people. Oh, fuck. Well, there it is. Finally updated it. Flip the Senate as Assoff wins. Oh, here we go. New one. Trump Twitter restricts engagement with Trump's labeled tweets amid chaos, Capitol riots. See? Suppressing even our president's freedom of speech. So, two real explosive devices. D.C. was rendered safe by law enforcement. Well, look at this. Former chief of staff. Many of these folks are domestic terrorists. Now they're labeling patriots as domestic terrorists. Tear gas is being used. Smoke grenades are being used. A D.C. police officer is taken to the hospital after being pepper sprayed. The RNC headquarters cleared after officials found pipe bomb outside. Some guy for the GOP to uniformly denounces riots says, what if Black Lives Matter did that? Schumer says it's a little late for peace. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. police in riot gear now. Calls grow for social media platforms to suspend Trump's account. Acting Homeland Security Secretary said violence in any form is unacceptable. I agree with that, but Ivanka Trump calls rioters patriots, amen, and then deletes tweet. Well, someone asked for people participating in violence to be arrested, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, we've already read these, so there we go. Prime Minister Boris Johnson describes the scene on Capitol Hill as disgraceful. I mean, come on, how much more are they going to belittle our country? I mean, look, I was telling Dad, the world's basically laughing at us. Plain and simple, they're just laughing their ass off at us. My cousin, of course, already scares me because he called this day to be the day of insurrection. He said this to me Christmas Eve while he was completely fucking tanked. Hey. Capitol got fired with tear gas. The FBI SWAT team goes in. Yeah, I heard about the tactical SWAT team the FBI keeps on hand. Surprised they don't bring in the U.S. Marshal Service, too. And the Army's counterterrorism units. Same with the Marine Corps counterintelligence units. What the hell is that? People on a roof or something? I don't know. They're just like climbed up something, you know. It's like I don't know what it is. My dad once told me that there's this book that was banned called The Anarchist Cookbook. It's one of his rarest collectible books. So if it got in the wrong hands, people would be really having a heyday. Apparently, the Anarchist Cookbook tells you how to make pipe bombs. That's really scary, I tell you. There's only 3 options: martial law, insurrection act. Type of helicopters, military. No, this could delay the count. And the longer they delay the count, the longer it is to get an inauguration started for President Trump to be, Vice President Biden, just to be sworn in as President Biden. That's what I meant. I call him Vice President Biden. Well, so Dad told me a story last night that was really interesting. I want to share it with you all. He said even if you have Chuck Schumer as majority leader, you still need 5 to 10 senators to vote for cloture. Otherwise, they can't pass the bill. So they'd have to have Republicans on board to pass whatever Biden wants. And if the Republicans deny it, the bill's dead anyways. So to me, it's like a perfect set of checks and balances. Oh. Some of these people aren't wearing masks. One guy just walked past smoking a cigar. Hey, I'd be smoking one too. Where is my cigar? Like I said, everyone, I'm gonna have to mute my mute. I will keep my screen going for you all, but I will mute so I can do my meeting with my advocate. But I won't be leaving, okay? No, it's not a Skype call. I'm staying here. I'm gonna use my desktop for Zoom. I gotta send the Zoom thing, but I'm gonna mute it. Yeah, Hannah. We've not seen the worst yet. Well, I'm sorry to say it, but I do trust Zoom. I do it for school. I have Skype, but they won't do. They don't, you know. And besides, why do I care if I use Zoom or not? You know why? Doesn't matter. I don't do anything wrong, anyways. So if the NSA wanted to tap in on my Zoom call, they'd learn nothing. Yeah, and I know. Civil War too. My Direct Express card. I was going to check on that. The balance. Chloe to get me some dishwashing stuff. Oh yeah, I need to get the dishwasher started too now. Or am I still thinking about coffee mode? Maybe I'm thinking about coffee before but I don't know. All right, let me check my balance. All right. Nope, nothing. The beer was expensive. I might drink, All right, let me get Zoom up. I'll mute my thing muted, so I'll get back to CNN later. All right, so as soon as she appears, I will mute the Zoom here, and I'll go do my Zoom call over there. Yeah, I agree with you. Hannah, does Georgia have a militia? Because if it does, maybe Brad should join it. I'll be right back. All right. Not all Americans. You got to remember, some of them are sheeple, Hannah, and they'll just lay down, or the rest won't. Oh, look at who's visiting me. Hi. I have a delicate touch. DC Mayor's talking. We have a lot of problem right now. Wow. I just listened to the thing myself. I can't believe this. One guy was spewing on ABC how the world's coming to an end if we don't protect our president and our democracy. However, I will tell you one thing that's interesting in this whole riot problem, right? They're immobilizing National Guards and polices around the area. At the same time, where the fuck is these people's weapons? Surprised they didn't storm the Department of Justice or the FBI building or even the Supreme Court. Well, that's the thing. I agree with you, Higgins. They're talking about violence, but where is it? Where's their guns? All I see is flags and people sitting there screaming at the police, and the police using riot shields. Now they're trying to push the rioters back. Oh, I'll be back, advocate. Hey, what up, peepos? Hey, what's up, homies? What up, what up, what up? I was on a Zoom call. So, what up, Marky, Mark, and Funkabunk. Mark, and the Funkabunk. So, Chloe should be here soon. Let's get CNN loaded. I want to get back to CNN. Hey, where's that CNN thing? Come on, man. Do NBC, I guess. That'll work. Oh, there we go. Dude, I said freaking full screen, not commercial screen. There we go. Law enforcement, woman who was shot inside the building has died. Damn, I missed so much when I was not around people. Oh, yeah. I told you I was doing a Zoom meeting with my advocate. We're talking about Chloe Hannah Buggy. Again, she was basically doing the same damn crap today. No, they didn't take me away. I was in a Zoom meeting with my advocate. We're talking about Chloe. So I was talking to her about that guy, Hannah, the guy that wanted to help Chloe. So we were talking about him. And I said, the problem is it doesn't work. All right, let me see what's going on here. Dude, you guys gave me so many comments. I appreciate this. I love all of you peeps. Let's see. Helicopters. Our Senate wants to resume work. Stuff cement. Higgins. This is bad. Seen the worst things yet to come. World War III. All Americans against. DC mayor. Oh yeah, this is the mayor thing before I left. As the fence was breached, there was violent behavior. A riot was declared. One civilian sustained. The civilian inside the Capitol building died. Grandma. 6 p.m. Police will arrest those who violate curfew. D.C. National Guard are convening at the Army. I remember saying that. D.C. mayor talking. Irritant spray was at police by crowd. Continuity of government will be implemented for chaos in sight. Hagen, is that interesting? People are being escorted off Capitol steps by armed guards. There's a sign of car sitting outside Capitol says Pelosi is Satan. I like that. Pelosi is Satan. Looks like people are going home now. Something just went flying. Colorado congressman says they're hunkered down and safe in his office. He was on the House floor when Capitol was breached. He said glass was shattered and then the team was evacuated. I see flashbangs and tear gas thrown outside, smoking around the crowd. Shit ton of people on stairs. Smoke covering crowd chaos. Nutbags are going off on TV. Sad. Said no minds of weirdos. It does not seem like this is an organized crowd. Cops gone wild, TJ. Fucking freaks. Other countries are laughing their ass off at us. That's what I said, Mark. New Jersey State Police sending 50 armed guards. Put in jail. That's a felony. Government property. What dumb fucks. Now they got to get the people out of the Capitol building. Put them in disgusting waste in jail. Never seen something like this so dumb. Shoot him. Feds say taking too long to get protesters out of Capitol building. Protesters infiltrated the complex. Ha, so all BS, TJ. America is a laughingstock. Arrest those bastards. Now they got floodlights on Capitol as it gets dark. Still a bunch of protesters. America's the new third world country, and my. So disgusting. Where's Rita? I'm right here. All members are huddling in undisclosed location inside the Capitol. Electoral votes were taken in undisclosed location. All legal remedies have been exercised for electoral votes. When broken, Nancy Pelosi's officers are showing a Trump supporter sitting at her desk. What the fuck? Unreal. Third world country with a disgrace. This is 2021. It's going to get worse. People love attention. Throw them to the wolves. The electoral vote count should have only taken half an hour, but both House and Senate were breached. Right on, TJ. Just wait till gun owners come out in groups firing back and forth at law enforcement. Yep. Certification vote election is on hold. Capitol Police unaware the Capitol complex was reached earlier today. They were caught off guard with protesters. They said the Senate chamber was taken over. Haha, I'd like to see that come and take a look around in large numbers on all their cell cameras out for vacation memories. Half hour till DC curfew. Cleaning my YouTube blogs. Message retracted. Grandma me, 30 minutes. Better hurry to the party store to get your frozen burrito before coupon. Where's Rita? Zoom. Watching idiots tearing up Capitol building. I got worried, hun. I emailed you. Okay, hun. They threw poop at law enforcement. They're nasty. No shit, they're nasty. I was telling my advocate, okay? I said, you heard the news? She says, no. And, there's two other advocates at the office. I said, you didn't hear the news? I said, go over to CNN. She's like, what's so special about CNN? The Capitol was invaded. She's like, oh my God. Next thing you know, we're talking about that more than my plan, and I finally said, hey, Chloe's going to be getting a train home. She says, oh, that's a great idea. I said, really? Well, yeah, there is no mental health for her in the state. Then we went back to the invasion, and everyone's basically sitting there, and you got the other two advocates got their laptop set up in the conference room with us, and they're all watching three different things while I'm talking to all three of them about an invasion. It was just fucking funny as hell, man. No, they didn't take me away or anything. That's the thing. I actually went to do my job, basically, which was talk to the advocate. She asked if I want to talk to her tomorrow, and I said, why? What's the point? There is no point to talk to him. Hey, they just brought in a white bus. There's guys getting off the bus. Anyways, I better check the ferry schedule. Chloe should be here in 30 minutes for my stuff. It was going to be on the 210 ferry, so. Tahlequah. All right, so Love Danny, 210 gets in at 3:15. She'll be here about 3:30, so she'll be here in about half hour. Yeah, I know it's nasty, bro. I mean, look at it. Capitol has been fucking invaded, man. What would you say? Dad basically said not to do something stupid either tonight. We all got to hunker down and wait. He's right. Well, I'm surprised these big boys don't have the big boy guns. Didn't get my email yet for my mouse has been shipped, but don't worry. Big white bus, yep. Look at all these people. Look at all this. Look at that. There's army trucks, MRAPs, tanks with fucking gun turrets running around. The turtle tank. What I'm watching, they're showing fucking tanks running down the street. Those big turtle tanks, with the little turrets inside, all armor plated. Shit, man. Humvees. That's got at least 6 inches of armor plating, at least, on those Humvees. They usually use the tanks with the wheels on them over the Abrams, because the Abrams has metal tank treads. So they wouldn't want to run down the street on concrete with the tank treads. So they have other tanks for, I'm surprised they haven't brought in the Apaches, the Comanches, or the Blackhawks, to take care of this problem. Everyone has, things. I know weapons pretty well. The secret is to know weapons very well, but try not to use weapons unless you have to. Look at this. Look at this fucking shit. Gotta get the dishes started soon, too. Gotta show my advocate I'm making gumbo tomorrow. Look at that. There's a white bus. They've got more people piling out of it. They're all armed with riot shields. Holy shit, man. Isn't this fucking scary? Another lady sitting there, damn. So, yep, citywide curfew is taking an effect. They're now basically saying they will arrest anyone who's in curfew. Wow. I better update this. Rioters still remain. Capitol's curfew begins. Facebook removes Trump's videos to rioters. Congressional leaders pushing to finish election verification tonight. Man in critical data of climbing and falling from scaffolding. Let's see. Virginia governor announced state emergency in the U.S. And Virginia is now going into lockdown modes, I bet. First wave National Guard will be unarmed. Capitol Police detained 20 people. Capitol building now secure. Rioters are outside U.S. Capitol. This is 20 minutes ago. Facebook calls Capitol rioting a disgrace but won't block Trump's account. Police chief says 13 people have been arrested. Lawmaker said staff were able to remove electoral ballots before rioters breached. Ilhan Omar says she's drawing up articles of impeachment against Trump. Oh, wow, that's good. With 2 weeks to go, you can't run this in 2 weeks. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris calls for assault on Capitol to end. Former D.C. police chief, anyone inside Capitol should be face down and handcuffed. Trump's former Homeland Security says is a culpable for the siege. What happened now at the U.S. Capitol 48 minutes ago? Senator Rand Paul, I cannot vote to overturn the verdict of the states. Van Jones on rioters, is the end of something or the beginning? The beginning. White House staffers asked Trump to take actions on riots. Small protesters are happening at Capitol building across the U.S. Congressional leaders are being evacuated. We know this. Clear when joint session will continue. How the world is reacting to the Capitol riots. They're making us the laughing stock. who led child electoral vote, tweets violence must end. Former Attorney Barr condemns Capitol mob as outrageous and despicable. Someone got into Nancy Pelosi's office. We know that one. We are all, T. Higgins and I were talking about that. Jake Tapper, Trump sent a mixed message to rioters in videos. Before the riots broke out, Congress certified 12 of the 538 electoral votes. Prime Minister described scene in Capitol as disgraceful. There we go. So, that's what the fuck's going on. Wow. Wow. Actually, the bazooka is not anything. You got to remember, I was talking to someone earlier about military training. The M202, if you can get a hold of one of those, you're doing more damage with that than a bazooka. Because the M203 is a box. It's about a 25-pound box that slings on your shoulder and holds 4 rockets, and you just reload the rockets. Not that I would know anything about an M202 now. The M79 would be good. It's easy to carry. It's about 10 pounds, but that's why it looks like a shotgun, but it's actually a grenade launcher. Now, if they really want to do damage, you basically get an M16, A2, or A4, and you stick an M203 on the bottom, which is a grenade launcher too. So, not that I would know anything about weapons, Hannah. Now, what I'm really interested to know is why the United States Capitol Police and why the U.S. Senate and why the U.S. congressional area, Congress, didn't have snipers on the roof like a White House. They had snipers on the roof. They could have known this was going to happen. Instead, they didn't do it. Now they're going to have to beef up their security, put sniper teams on the Capitol building. So, the bazooka was usually used at one time to destroy tank treads. That's why they had it, like Panzerschrecks and, bazookas and stuff, yeah. But, hell, there was once designed a bomb launcher where it launched a 40-pound bomb, a certain amount of feet, and and you had to have a certain amount of distance before the bomb went up like this and impacted. It wasn't it was basically a specialized weapon back in World War II. But, sniper rifles are something that I would think highly, but the M202 is a very effective weapon. Same with the, mostly people these days have one-shot rocket launchers that are useless. Now, if you get an RPG-7, you're doing good too. So, problem is the RPG-7, you can actually reload the things and fire it. They're just basically an RPG-7. It's a rocket-propelled grenade. Basically, it's a grenade casing that's got rockets there, and that's why they call it a rocket with a little rocket launch. But, right now I'm waiting for Chloe to get home with my little wieners. I'm making up a club sandwiches tonight. Anyone want a club sandwich? Tell my advocate that tonight. She basically called me a bitch. You bitch! I want a club sandwich too! Mm-hmm. You know what? There's one weapon I can tell you about that. Back in the old day, it was classified. It was called a Wells rod. A well rod. Basically, it's a single shot with 9mm with a silencer on the top that was used for assassinations at close range. Again, not that I would know anything about weapons now, would I, Hannah? I just find weapons to be distasteful for using in murder. But you know what? That's the way it is. My dad didn't teach me anything about weapons. Yeah. So, my advocate and I were talking about her talking to that Dr. Paul guy. And she agreed. She says, what the fuck's the guy going to do for you? Chloe's best bet's to go home. I was like, yep, all done. So, we don't know what the future is going to hold anyways, Laws Rocket, man. Laws, L-A-W, Laws Rocket. I don't know anything about a Laws Rocket either, man. Don't look at me. I didn't, not specialized in explosive ordnance, firing exploding projectiles. Don't know anything about Laws Rockets now. You're asking me about Laws Rocket, I bet, right? Laws Rocket. Right, Higgins? That's what you're saying? Laws Rocket. There's three things. There's the single shot rocket launcher that you pull out, you set up, and it fires one rocket. Then you got the M202, the box that fires 4 rockets. Then you have the RPG-7 that's a long thing, about 3.5 to 5 feet in length, but the tip on the end, you just reload the tip. And as you reload the tip, you fire it, and it's basically a rocket-propelled grenade. Not that I know anything about RPG-7s now. Then you got Laws Rocket. So Laws Rocket, you know. Well, yeah, the single shot is just basically pretty useless, you know, because once you use it, you can either ditch it or you know, whatever. There is bazookas, you know. You get a bazooka that's like 3 feet in length with a big round thing, you know, and you know it's got a big bulk at the back, you know, and you hold it like this, and you know it's like a bazooka, but it's one shot rocket launcher that's pretty heavy and beefy, you know. I mean, literally, it's the military used 4 types of rocket launchers: single shots, M202s, the what we used to joke with calling it the disposables, and then something else, you know, the Laws rockets. Now you have the bazookas back in World War II for tanks. You have the Panzerschrecks, where were designed for tanks destroyed. And you have Laws rockets. Now, on the grenade side, because they wanted to make something more maneuverable instead of the RPG-7, which was basically a long rocket with a little propelled grenade canister on the end, they invented the 40 millimeter. We call it the Pepsi or Coke can size, where it basically fits into the small grenade fits into the launcher, which is basically on the bottom of an M16A 2 or 4, and the M203 is a removable rocket launcher. The M203, the 202 is the 4-shot box I told you about, and then if they wanted to carry something that wasn't mounted to your rifle, they would use the shotgun-sized M79 grenade launcher, also known as the Blooper. Not that I would know anything about the nickname the Blooper. Then you have the old M60, also known as the Forest Fire, because the thing shot 650 rounds a minute and usually could catch the jungles on fire back in the day. But it was pretty damn powerful for an M60, 5.56 millimeter. No, the M60, correct me. No, the M60 was 7 point. Yeah, it was 5.56, I think it was. But man, it was powerful. Then you had the other things. Like if they had the Gatling gun mounted portable Gatling gun, that thing could cause a forest fire too. Usually it was basically a converted helicopter Gatling gun that they used for a helicopter with a chain round of ammo that went into it, Higgins. I mean, I know weapons pretty good. To me, I just don't talk about it because, frankly, you can't get those weapons. I think the military should sell them off and give everyone the ammunition for it too. Hell, Americans should have tanks, in my opinion, but they think that's too much firepower. Another thing I think is really interesting is other weapons. The Law's rockets, yeah. The Desert Eagle 50 was a standard issue of the Israeli army. There was a special handgun called, it was designed for big bore hunting called a Webley. A Wilby. So, yeah, I know a lot about weapons, I tell you. What? What was it? Current activity on Epoch Times. At least one busload of Antifa thugs infiltrated peaceful Trump demonstrators when it falls Trump flag ops. You gotta be kidding me. Fuck. Brother and father-in-law were in security detail with Oliver North was Ohio back in the 90s. I remember the old Oliver North Iran-Contra scandal. They had truck loaded with armory in case something broke out during Oliver's congressional hearings. Yeah, I remember the Oliver North hearings. If I remember correctly, that was the Iran-Contra scandal where he was talking about special problems and special orders that only come from certain people, and he was telling congressional leaders he couldn't talk about it. Wave pulse. Yeah, well, the Desert Eagle 50 cal is what the Israelis use. Every country uses different calibers, you know. Nowadays, NATO wants everything to be 9mm parabellum. That's what most people use, you know. Let me see. Current activity on Epoch Times. This was on the chat. Delta 4 breaking former FBI agent on the ground at U.S. Capitol. Just texted me and confirmed that. Damn. Thanks, Pee-wee, for letting us know. No, yeah, I know. I remember watching the old video plays when they asked him a question, Oliver North, and he's like, I can't disclose that information. It was like so secret. Let's see what's going on over here. Trump, great. It's refreshing again. All right, let me see. It says here, because I got to see what's going on. So let's see. Trump defends the storming of the Capitol. Oh, yeah, that's nice to know. Well, that's going to make the media. I mean, it's nice to know because the media basically is going to eat it up. Woman and shot in Capitol pronounced dead. President W. Bush condemns this election results as disputed in a banana republic. Banana republic, yeah. Dan said something about the banana republic the other day, same with Pee-wee. Riders still remain outside. Facebook removes Trump's video. Congressional leaders pushing to finish election. All right, so nothing new. Trump defends storming of Capitol. You know, the mainstream media is going to fucking eat this up. So, like I said, Higgins, I know weapons pretty good, you know, but, you know, that's the way I am. Nowadays, NATO wants the standard ammo to be the 9mm parabellum, but problem is the Americans, they want to go back to a higher powered caliber. They could carry 33 rounds on a Glock 19 or 18 or 17. And by the way, Glock 18 is basically an SMG, a submachine pistol. You know, it's basically an automatic or a regular handgun, you know. Not that many people know about the Glock 18. Again, don't know anything about that. The U.S. government and other agencies have allowed the Glock 18, but civilians aren't allowed to have that kind of SMG submachine gun. aka machine MP, aka machine pistol, because it's a Glock 18 is an automatic pistol. Yeah, I'm watching it on TV too. I'm waiting for my little weenies to come in too, Pee Wee. Hopefully Chloe comes back with them. She should be back in the next 9 minutes or so. Shouldn't stop anywhere along the way. She's got a backpack full of goodies for me. Yeah, so my advocate. So I made a joke with my advocate today. I said to my advocate on Zoom, that's why I have it muted for a bit. I said, you know what I'm going to miss when Chloe goes? And she says, what? Her going and getting my groceries. She's useful in that and my weed. Advocate says, I can get your groceries and your weed, sis. Don't even worry about it. And I'm going, yeah, but you got a family to take care of. She says, no, we're good. She says, how about you give me that steak recipe? I said, no, steak recipe is a family recipe. You ain't getting it. Well, at least I'll earn some hamburgers when I go out and get you your stuff. And you can marinate in steak seasoning. Yeah, a lot of people are selling their weapons right now. That's the worst thing you can do in this pandemic, I had a lot of firearms myself, but I had to get rid of them because the U.S. Secret Service thought Chloe would kill me or break into my safe and get him, so they asked me to get rid of them for the safety of Donald Trump, which, being a patriot that I am for Trump, I actually complied. And now my family thinks I'm a fucking retarded idiot. Me, a retarded idiot? I'm not the one that got drunk on Christmas Eve, which I love dearly, and saying that January 5th or January 6th was going to be civil war. I mean, literally, that really gives me the heebie-jeebies. I thought maybe it was just completely tanked, but it kept running through my head. And, now this happened, I'm glad I actually got out of there when I did. I really just, let me check what's going on. There's a police officer scaling a wall, I think, right now. So, like I said, did you ever hear about Glocks trying to make a powerful bullet shorter? They tried to use the GAP and set a 45 grain, 45 caliber Glock auto pistol, Higgins. Instead of doing a 45 ACP auto Colt pistol, they used a Glock auto pistol. Personally, I thought that was pretty cheesy in my opinion, Yeah, the woman at the Capitol died. So, not that I know, like I said, Higgins, anything about weapons. Some people think of me as one of those that I must be a panty-waist pussy because I don't support violence. I've been through enough violence in my life. And I know weapons really well, so. Time is it? 3? So Dad should be home. Let's see if I can get a hold of him again. Nah, I'll wait. Well, yeah, we got a big crisis going on, Pee Wee. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I will tell you one thing. That the D.C. police have ordered people that are protesting, Antifa, MAGA users, to be all arrested too. So we hope that the jails don't fill up tonight either. I don't deal with BB guns, man. I deal with actual rifles and handguns and things, That's why I asked about Law's rockets for you. Because you were talking about Law's rockets, and I was talking about the blooper. All I know is shit's hit the fan already. And my cousin called this today. He said Christmas Eve, something like this was going to happen the 5th or the 6th. He said lock and load, The guy, he knew something was coming down the pipe. Another good weapon is the Shyla single shot or an actual big bore carbine sharps. Those are good weapons too, single shot. Including the Centennial lever action rifle is good too, the Winchester. Tried to get CNN live, but they turned it off, it seems. Senate GOP objectors privately meeting to strategize plans. State Department tells diplomats overseas to suspend making social media posts. White House aide, the blame lies squarely with the president. Oh yeah, let's just blame it on him just because you don't like him and you only got 2 weeks left in the office. Stupid jackboots. Trump defends the storming of the Capitol. Yeah, I just love this. Let's just blame it on the president, but we have nothing better to do. Oh yeah, Donald Trump's fault. Yeah, Dad will be saying that one for a fucking year. It was Donald Trump's fault. And look at that Ilar Omar lady. She now wants to fucking impeach him 2 weeks until after. My opinion is let it go. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these fucking Democratic douchebags, especially one who's a Muslim? Now, I love all people, but that lady needs to quit thinking about impeaching him because he's got 2 weeks. What's going to happen, huh? They impeach him tomorrow morning, and lo and behold, the new Senate takes up, and they got 50 votes in the Senate to impeach him? I mean, literally, then what? Pence takes over and Pelosi takes over. Oh, crap, as Pee-wee would say. But 2 weeks ago, that would really be a freaking clob-hopping stopper. But she'd only be vice president for 2 weeks. Then she'd be out of office. That would be not a bad idea, but I wouldn't go that far either. It's just a theory that just came up. I mean, literally, why would you want to impeach him now? What, you want to take away his retirement? We're taking away your retirement. Should get some sausage ropes tomorrow, too, if they have it. See, what time's that boat get in? 3 o'clock, it said. Should be here already. I don't know. I was telling the advocate that Chloe didn't really want to deal with the DCR guy. Oh, shit. Schedule due to the lady and Anacortes is going to get in at 3:40. Let's see. And 3:40 Friday, Albert Lopez sailing updates. Oh, yeah, that's nice to know. So Chloe won't be leaving till 2:30, which means she won't be getting in till 4. I'll have to go watch Vessel thing. Now I get to wait for my little weenies again. Let's check the real-time map. Oh, yeah, now they're calling it Capitol Hill under siege. Really, I just love these. They're trying to basically tell the American people, We need to prepare. Let's see, the Yak's already almost into Friday Harbor now, so it left 23 minutes later, so it won't be in at 3:45. So she won't be until 4:15. Damn. Yeah, I know. Let's make fun of Pelosi too. Pelosi's a dipshit. We all know this, Higgins. Problem is, everyone has their own problems right now. And these idiots, now they're saying Capitol Hill siege. What's going on over here? Holy shit, they just showed violence. People basically beating the shit out of cops. Breaking windows. Oh, I have a question for you guys. I know we're all tuned into this whole invasion thing, right? But here's a question for you all. I know Pee Wee's watching the TV too and stuff. So here's a serious question. You're in the military. Remember, this is just a question, okay? If you're trained in the military, what other military you're with, you would think the fucking Army National Guard would fucking be armed with at least M16s. Instead, they're going in unarmed. If I was in the Army National Guard, I'd be locking and loading, carrying a fucking M203 on my back, fucking M202 on my back. I'd be carrying a fucking M16 with an M203 on the bottom, and I'd be coating on my other side an M79 grenade launcher and walking in there with full body tactical gear. I mean, literally, what the fuck is wrong with the Army National Guard if they gotta go in there? I mean, literally, you don't send in the fucking army if you aren't gonna arm the bastards. What is it? Not enough money for weapons now? See, there you go. Yeah, but aren't they still objecting, Pee Wee? We should be knowing something about the objections, right? Crowds dwindle at U.S. Capitol following enactment of curfew. Mitt Romney, what has happened is an insurrection by the president. Senate GOP objectors privately meeting to strategize plans. Oh, really? Now they're going to say that they had their hand in the honey pot. Oh, yeah, the objectors caused this. President Trump, we have to believe this. Bullshit. Bullshit. Ugh. Honestly, I'll tell you what the hell we're going to get out of this whole problem, okay? One is they're going to blame Donald Trump as a patsy for this without any evidence, and they're going to basically pin it all on him. I mean, look, I am for rights, honors, justice for all. They can't just keep stacking the deck in their favor because he's basically being blamed. We need complete, concrete proof. That's what really pisses me off, that this whole fucking thing between election fraud and this today, you needed fucking concrete proof. Where's the proof in the pudding? Proof of the pudding vanished like a fart in the wind. Praise the Lord, hallelujah! Andy Dufresne just vanished like a fart in the wind. Yeah, well, I believe that. My opinion is they're going to fucking pin it on, Well, while we're at it, let's blame Black Lives Matter, too. We can blame them, too, because, personally, like I said, we don't have any evidence yet. One person gets killed. Several cops are hurt. And yet they want to blame it on Antifa, Proud Boys, pro-Trumpers. But where's the fucking evidence? I want to see all the evidence that's going to vanish like a fart in the wind. Then I'm going to make my decision of it. It was a fucking setup. Just like the last thing that was a setup. Everyone knows it's a fucking setup. Literally. Conspiracies? Oh, yeah, we need to quell the conspiracies. Really? You don't quell the conspiracies when you know it's fucking true. I mean, literally, where's the fucking proof? Literally. I mean, look what they fucking did. They did a fucking Georgia again. Delay the fucking Georgia runoffs. Oh, Warnock gets called early, and then fucking Ossoff almost 18 hours later. Praise the Lord, 18 hours later, he's now been chosen. Mitch McConnell's basically cranky. I mean, I'd be cranky too, but still. I mean, literally. I was talking to Dad last night. We're talking about gun control. He's like, no, motherfucker needs an AR-15. The government's taking them away. I basically turned around as a smart ass and said, well, give everyone a fucking musket, then let them basically get one shot. Country would be safer that way. Give the military the higher powered weapons and everyone else. I mean, literally. I mean, how the fuck does someone, I mean, literally, my family is worried we're going to a communist nation and civil war is going to happen. Well, and then they call me a panty waste because I had to get rid of my weapons because Chloe threatened Trump. What am I supposed to do? Get rid of them or keep them? Or get rid of Chloe later and get them back? I mean, literally, we're in a fucking Pandora's box right now. Everything's uncertain. Literally, everyone is fucking uncertain. Oh, hold on. Let me see this for a second. Moscow Grinch. So instead of talking about this Capitol invasion crap, they're talking about what happened in the beginning to stall the thingy. By the way, do we have any news on the electoral thingies, or did they basically do it secretly? Or because there was on these websites how many votes? They said they had 12. Pelosi said we should proceed tonight. Right. I just love this. I mean, literally. The thing is I'd like the mainstream media, honestly, to fucking tell the truth. I mean, I'd like to see the mainstream media tell the fucking truth and say, look, we lied about this, okay? Instead, the mainstream media is fucking saying, Donald Trump's not enforcing it. He incited this. We need to blame him for it. Did he incite it? I don't know. But I'm tired of reading the newspapers and seeing him. My advocate's like, that motherfucker's going down. He's going to be out of office soon and in jail. Dip time. I mean, literally, I'm getting tired of the fucking politics. One media says something about the other media. Can't we all get along? But no. Oh. And then Biden has to go out and say, go on national TV. You need to go on national TV. Literally, I could not stand watching him tonight. Dad's like, he's a great guy. And I'm going, Dad, he can't even fucking put two sentences together. As soon as they can, they'll give him the boot and put in Pelosi and Harris, I think. I mean, you know me, I'm anti-politics, but I'm not dumb either. I can see through half this shit too. I mean, literally. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Let's see what Donald Trump has to say. All right, so I was just watching this report. They're saying the White House is not sending out a statement. They're blaming it on the president. The news media is sucking up, saying it's the president's fault. The president uses tweets to weaponize his base. I mean, literally, it's more rhetoric bullshit. When will we have peace and quiet, you know? They should consider it. I mean, I'm for law and order. I've done my own research, but still, the main thing is, if mainstream media is hiding the shit up, they should be fucking kicked out and have a new media set up that tells only the truth. I mean, literally, that's how I see it. We can't fucking sit around and play Twinkie feet with or what do you call it? Tiddlywinks. I mean, literally, Antifa did it, fine. If Black Lives Matter did it, fine. If rebels did it because of whatever reason, fine. I mean, my thing is, you can't blame one guy. I mean, they're blaming him for everything. They're still blaming him. And by the way, has anyone ever fucking considered? Has anyone fucking considered? Oh yeah, no one has. That this was all set up so they don't have to deal with the objections of the election. I mean, literally, look what those jackasses said. 62 fucking lawsuits are filed, and not one of them got out. Well, you right there. Everyone's turning against the president. His own appointed judges throughout the fucking thing. To me, this is just downright bullshit. It's like the guy's had 4 years, kick him out. We'll bring in someone new. Well, I'm watching this because I'm not going to go switch channels because every time I try using that link, it wants to shut down my YouTube channel. CNN wasn't bad, but CNN, I'm loving it because it's, they're not telling the truth. I mean, look, Pelosi's going to proceed. Now, has anyone heard my complaint? I said again, and I'm going to repeat it. Has anyone noticed as soon as the objections in this Capitol was raided, they're now not even going to do the objections. They're going straight to work. No one cares, No one gives a shit. Yeah, someone was. We're trying to get information on it. So, anyways. Vote should be in by now, I hope. I just can't fucking believe this. We got so Grandma Ginger, what do you make of this whole thing? You think it was justified? All right, so what the fuck am I looking for now? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Real-time map. That's what I wanted. Duh. Yakima just got in, so. All right, so she'll be home soon. Great. So Pee Wee's going to be screwed probably again. Stimulus checks in California for 600. What for? Low income residents to 4 million Californians. Wow. So low income people are going to get $600 more in California, and Pee Wee and her Pee Wee and her family's going to have to pay for the damn thing. Yeah, but the question you got to ask yourself, Grandma, me, is this: do you blame Antifa? Do you blame the pro-Trumpers? Do you blame Trump and the pro-Trumpers? What do you blame? I mean, the pro-Trumpers knew this was coming down the pipe. Yeah, Omar is trying to draft up impeachment proceedings now. Remember I told you this, Higgins? You know what's funny? These protesters break into the Capitol building, but they're not armed. Maybe that's why they're not freaking arming the Army National Guard. They're not armed. But what if tomorrow comes, or tonight, and a whole bunch comes in with AKs or AR-15s? Then what? Well, you heard what Sister Pee Wee said. It was Antifa pretending to be MAGA, you know. You know they're going to be tweaking security now, which I would. Ooh, nice. Oh no, I get a commercial finally. Let's go over here and see what's going on. Because they want to do that, Grandma. Epoch Times. I might have to see this. They should have had lockdown, you know. Let me see what Pee Wee's watching. See. Just to see. Oh, they have live chat. Dude, this is the comments are too fast. Let me see the comments. I want to see the comments here. This Epoch Times. Yep, cornhole. Yep, cornhole. I agree there. American people will be back. Yeah, we know they'll be back. This is the last straw for American Antifa and Black Lives Matter. This is what it's saying. Let's see. One says, wonder what happened if a million people would march armed. They'd be calling in every armed person. One guy says, so the Democrats thought that people were going to let Biden be president. They're still going to make him president. So are the Eighth Amendment to the Irish Constitution to unbabies' rights to pro-life. So patriots get passionately pissed off, take the streets to protest communist takeover. It's Antifa's doing. Democrats' domestic policy: abort and disarm minorities, defund police, tax the working class. One lady says that police should be arresting all the corrupt politicians. Joe Biden. Anyone seen this? The comments are pretty damn fucking interesting, I tell you. Pee-wee knows what she's doing when she subscribed to this. Yep, free speech. I agree there. Banana Republic. Stop lying, yeah. Wow. 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 Someone said burn down the IRS. Yeah, you can burn down the IRS, but what good would it do? Hey, Grandma, it's almost beer time. Wow. Holy shit, Twitter removes Trump's tweets. Beer 30? Yeah, beer. Yeah, I think it's beer time, Grandma, soon. Once Chloe gets in my little weenies. Better check outside, see if she's safe. Hey, Mom. She'll be home soon, I hope. Trump's Twitter posts were removed. Yeah, I don't know. It's Trump off Twitter. They just said his posts were deleted. I'm not going to go to the Trump Twitter to look for it. Dad should be up. Again, I'm going to double check, see how he's holding up. Should be answering his thing. Mm. Yeah, can you believe that? Better check my debit card too while I'm thinking about it. This is really weird. Nope, debit card's fine. So the House and the Senate are being cleaned right now. So now Pence is the evil one. Yeah, well, someone said something about 12 hours for Trump to be banned at Twitter. I'll go over to Twitter myself real quick. I don't log into Twitter much, but let's just go over to Twitter. Oh, good. She's safe. Glad you're safe. Capitol Police was invaded. You didn't hear.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they stormed the Capitol building during counting.
Who did? Proud Boys?
They're saying Antifa supposedly wearing Make America Great hats. Ilma Omar's in a secure location drafting up impeachment for Trump. They're claiming Trump's the one that caused this whole mess.
What happened? Did Trump steal the election?
They moved all the people out. Oh, on other news, old Chucky Boy's now a majority leader.
Yes.
I got things going. You can watch it right there and mute.
Did they officially certify Biden, or they had to put it off?
They're doing it tonight, but it's on NBC right now. You can watch it.
What happened with this whole bombing thing, the storming thing?
Protesters stormed the Capitol, broke windows of Army National Guard. 6 states have deployed Army National Guard, state police. They brought in busloads of people.
Wait, those are Trump supporters that are trying to invade. Look at this. That's not Antifa. That's fucking
Antifa was wearing Trump supporter uniforms.
And who says who? Them?
No, that's some other website.
Well, I don't think Antifa's would be the ones attacking right now with Biden victory and Democrats taking the Senate.
Well, apparently Donald Trump has some of his tweets being removed.
Some of his what?
His tweets were removed.
So is Trump in a lot of trouble right now?
Possibly, no one knows.
Is Biden still going to be president?
Yeah, they're gonna be doing the thing tonight.
It's these It's these Trumpers trying to do this. They're trying to stop. They're trying to stop the whole process. They don't. They're not. They can't grasp the reality that Trump lost. Here, this stuff's still cold.
All right, I'll put it in the fridge.
It's just I couldn't fit everything in my backpack.
I know.
Ugh.
Yeah, so I thought I was glad you got home safe. You know.
You should have seen Ann Corso Trump protesters, and they were angry as hell.
No, you know why, Chloe?
Why?
Well, what do you think's going on the TV, man?
Democrats took the Senate back?
No.
What
did they do? What did you just see on TV?
They invaded the Capitol Police.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, because of the invasion, they had to whisk Vice President Pence to a secure location. Speaker Pelosi to a special location. Kevin McCarthy to a secret location.
What about Chuck
Moscow Mitch to a secret location. And Chuck Schumer to a secret
Schumer?
location.
Biden's on D.C. yet, is he? Or Harris?
Biden turned around and told the president to pony up and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. See right there. Do you think Antifa would carry shit like that? Antifa would not do this shit.
Got my receipt, Missy? I guess you didn't listen when I said hickory bacon.
That's all they had.
Yeah.
They only had one hickory smoke, so I got another one. I paid for it.
All right.
I paid for it also. It's off my dime, not yours. I didn't use your card. I just had it on me, that's all, but I didn't use it. Use what I had. $150.
Okay.
Actually, it was $150. It was actually $96. With Safeway card, price down to $96. I saved over $50. Saved $54 on with that card. I have a Safeway card too, so. Yeah. Thank goodness for Safeway.
So what about the little weenies?
They didn't have the cheddars.
Great. That really stinks.
I'll get them at Walmart tomorrow. Not even QAnon grocery store in this island would have QAnon grocery store in this island that would have charged over $200 for everything. Safeway $150, but yeah, the card brought it down to $96, brought under $100. So I mean, you think Antifa would be carrying Trump flags?
I don't know. I've been watching something that Pee Wee gave me about it.
Well, Pee Wee is just trying to say it's Antifa. Thing is, Pee Wee doesn't want to admit that it's Trumpers. Look at what these Trumpers are doing. I could tell because, of course, they were yelling, screaming at everyone. Like you support Trump, and someone was like, and they protest like, you ignore us, you're not American. You ship your ass to Canada or wherever. You're not welcome to this country. That was like, dude, I walked past one and it was like, dude, get over it. Election's over. Biden's president now. They're like, and then the guy was like, you won't believe this fucking lies. Check the videos. They were fake ballots. I'm like, says who? Trump?
Antifa was dressing up as Trump supporters, Chloe.
Well, I've heard that QAnon supporters are dressing up as Antifa.
Sometimes you gotta watch videos to understand. I got some links I was watching.
Well, why did Antifa invade the Capitol?
Don't know. I don't have answers. I was gonna have a beer soon, though.
It make more sense that Trump supporters invaded it because look who's president in 2 weeks. Look at this. Trump supporters. Antifa be wearing masks. These people aren't even wearing face masks. They're not even wearing masks. These are the anti-maskers.
16-year-old woman supposedly was pregnant, got killed in that Capitol by police. In the Capitol building.
And this is exactly what Trump wants.
Why?
He wants to divide the country. He wants to make it like an us versus them. Yeah, there's us, the real Americans, then there's them who don't belong in this country.
Well, is that what they said to you today when you're on the street?
Pretty much, like, people like you don't belong in this country. You're not an American.
Didn't know they were invading Anacortes.
Yeah. Some of them are on the Safeway parking lot too, and the store manager's like, you can't be on the parking lot. They're like, that's a free country. You shut your fucking mouth.
Safeway?
Yeah.
What happened? Police come in?
Oh, they had to. Oh, even the city, before I even got to Safeway, and the town of Anacortes, the town sirens were on. I was scared. I thought, someone dropping a nuclear bomb on Anacortes, and why?
Was there any talk inside Safeway when you were getting groceries?
Not much. People were just shopping for groceries. I mean, I even told them, I was like, dude, a lot of us that are in Safeway are just trying to get our fucking groceries. We're just trying to get groceries. And there are families in here that come and get groceries. They don't need to see this pro-Trump stuff. Yet these angry Trumpers yelling.
Well, you have a right to yell.
Yeah, but you want children to hear these Trumpers yell and scream in profanity?
Well, they're really learning profanities?
Yeah. One of them is chanting out white power.
I don't think a Trumper would say white power.
Look what kind of groups support Trump.
Maybe they were Antifa and Trumpers clothes.
They weren't. These people were right-wingers. These people were on the far right.
So you didn't know about this when you were in Anacortes then?
About the attack?
Yeah.
I was just trying to get groceries to come home.
Well, what about the ferry terminal? Did they have their TV on? They should have played something.
I was sleeping on the ferry. Well, I wasn't sleeping on the ferry. I was just looking at the islands. Trying to take my mind off everything, but this is just...
You know, a lot of people are saying, and there's one video I'm watching right now that Sister Pee Wee gave me. It's been very entertaining and educational for me. Comments are saying that this will keep President Trump in. But they're voting tonight. And some of them are retracting their... some of these people turned against Trump.
Yeah.
They're retracting their thingy. And one guy said something about Minnesota or Wisconsin's going to retract all the electoral votes.
So they're trying to retract Biden's votes.
I just saw the most stupidest tweet today from AOC. No wonder why she's a box of rocks. She said, anyone who gets a UBI, the $2,000 a month with retroactive, she doesn't support. There's too many, and she's becoming a wealthy congresswoman. And she said people will pay off their debts, and the government shouldn't be paying off their debts.
Trump protesters stormed the Capitol. It says right there on NBC. It wasn't Antifa's. It was pro-Trump. Pro-Trumpers hate Antifa. Pro-Trumpers are with QAnon and Proud Boys. And Boogaloos.
What's a Boogaloo?
Another right-wing militia organization that doesn't want to accept the election results. I mean, look at this. So many Trump flags, Trump hats. This doesn't look good for Trump.
This comment, Trumpers are lost souls, right? Another one standing up.
What, are you supporting Trump now? You're on live, aren't you?
Yeah. Why?
All right, figures. But yeah, I mean, this is just. I mean,
I'm also watching all the channels.
do you think this will move the inauguration back?
Maybe. No one knows. Pelosi said she's gonna continue the singing of the electoral college.
Trump won't, it doesn't matter. Trump won't leave the White House on 20th. He'll stay in.
Well, really bad. Is several members of Congress, including that Omar lady, is drafting up articles of impeachment under the 25th Amendment.
I heard Trump had plans to stay in power through illegal ways and then enforce family and moral values on people. His moral values, his type of family values.
I doubt it. All I know is
Look at this. This is insane. He stormed a Capitol building, a federal Capitol building, holding an American flag, attacking a federal building. That's treason. I don't care what side you're on. When you storm a Capitol building like that, that's high treason. That's an act of treason there.
Why? Because they invaded the Capitol building?
You just don't go invade Capitol buildings like that. That is just utterly wrong.
Well, you should see what the people are saying in other countries.
What is it?
Disgrace. You know, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, completely a disgrace. Right now, we're like the laughing stock.
It won't be after Biden's inaugurated. We've got to do something about these protesters. They're getting out of hand. I mean, do you think pro-Hillary supporters were doing this 4 years ago, storming the Capitol like this? I mean, what? In D.C., what? We had the Women's March. And they weren't even near any federal buildings. The Women's March in 2017, it was just a Women's March with a free Madonna venue. So yeah, that's all it was. But this, I mean, look at this. Unfucking believable. I mean, yeah, there were Trumpers and Anacortes, but I mean, I didn't think they'd go this far. I didn't think they'd go this far for one man.
Not one man. They're afraid of the real outcome. Going communist. Free handouts and bailouts. However, I'm surprised that AOC, though, should change their tune as soon as Schumer became speaker, majority leader. She said no stimulus checks for $2,000 a month.
Well, so when did they call the race for Ossoff to win?
90 minutes ago.
Well, that's a plus side. Let's put the Grinch in his place.
Right now, we need to worry about this.
Oh my goodness. I fear for the government's safety. Honestly, at this point, the government's just trying to do the process. The government's just trying to do what they traditionally do every 4 years.
And then this lady here, there's a Republican congresswoman who stood firm that election fraud was done. As soon as the Capitol was invaded, she turns and says, "I'm recanting my story. We can proceed."
Yeah. If I found out my uncle from Arizona is part of this invasion, and he participated, I'd feel disgraced to have a family
Who?
member. My uncle, he would do something like that too. It was in Arizona.
Mm.
Now my grandma wouldn't do that. She supports Trump, but she wouldn't do that. She's too old. She'd be too old to do something like that. Grandpa in Ohio, Trump support, but he wouldn't do it. He's actually not doing too well health wise. He's had health problems in the last 10 years. I mean, yeah, he'd probably be like, I'd go start a Capitol if I was younger, but I guess I'm just too old to do that. Too old to protest.
I wonder what your mom thinks.
Oh, my mom probably would be really concerned right now. What's going to happen to our government? Our government's in danger.
Have you thought about calling her and talking to her about this?
I'm going to call my mom about this.
Oh, well, Dad told me to tell you. I'll make club sandwiches a little later, Chloe.
I'm afraid that we're Proud Boys on the streets telling us how to live our lives with guns pointing at us. It'd be like in Star Wars, the stormtroopers.
Well, another reason why they were worried too. You know why?
Why?
What's the one thing they want to get rid of?
What is it? Guns. Do you really think the Proud Boys may end up becoming the main enforcers of America?
No. I didn't say they were. I just said, you know, that this is bad.
Do you think that Trump might stay in power this way?
No.
I think we got enough soldiers to keep those Proud Boys.
There's a problem with the soldiers in the D.C.
What is it?
The Army National Guard went in unarmed.
They got their weapons taken away?
No.
Hey, Mom, did you hear what happened? Hey, Mom, are you there? Yeah. Did you hear what happened in D.C.? That's scary. Do you really think that these pro-Trumpers are going to overthrow the government? Well, I heard the troops in D.C. were unarmed.
Well, there's a bunch of troops out there now at the Capitol building clear.
Well, they look pretty armed there. Those guys do. Those police guys they're showing right now look pretty armed. And they're keeping pro-Trumpers at bay. Yeah. Yeah. This is a disgrace. I mean, but the thing is, if you invade the United States Capitol building like that over one man, isn't that an act of high treason? This is treason. I don't even think Hillary supporters even came this close at all to doing this when Trump was elected 4 years ago. All we had 4 years ago was just a women's march with a free Madonna concert. Yeah, peaceful protest. These people are, and then these people claim that anti-Trumpers are violent protesters, but yet here they are invading the Capitol building. Yeah, they're invading the Capitol. This is a disgrace, though. this will just all this is gonna do is gonna urge the government to pretty much monitor rural communities. Yeah. Oh. Democrats have control of the Senate. Yeah, Schumer's taking Mitch McConnell's place in Majority Leader, Mr. Pastrami and Rye guy. We call him Sandwich Man. That's what we call yeah, Fancy Nancy and Sandwich Man. We have we got rid of Mr. Turtle. I'm not my little fear I have is like a few months into Biden's presidency, we might end up having a civil war deal we're dealing with. Yeah. And now DC is being invaded by Sons of the Confederacy.
Let me guess, because you've seen the Confederate flag in a video.
It was a joke, figure of speech.
Well, actually, they showed a guy with a Confederate flag today.
Oh, I saw. Oh yeah, I went to Anacorsa because I went to Safeway to get some groceries, right? Because for one, it's off-ran by a bunch of right-wing bigots like the store here is, and number two, it's cheaper. Food's cheaper, especially if you have a Safeway card. I thought I was going to spend $150. It came down to $96 with my Safeway card. I got all the sales, right? So yeah, I was like kind of glad I went to Safeway, got the sales. I wanted to get home soon. On the way to Safeway, right across the parking lot from Safeway, were pro-Trumpers screaming, yelling. One was yelling "White Power," and another one was like, others were like screaming, saying "Stop the steal!" But check the videos of ballots being dumped. And I, you know what I told one of them? I walked right past one and I was like, dude, get over it. The election's over. Biden's gonna be president. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you told us. I told him, I was like, dude, people like you told people like me to accept the results 4 years ago. So we expect you guys to do the same. Yeah, I was like, oh, they're yelling. Yeah, and it's like we never did this 4 years ago. I mean, these right wingers weren't even this bad when Obama was elected. We thought that was bad. Yep. There's a congresswoman putting an impeachment on Trump now.
Yeah, Omar. Ilham Omar.
Well, pretty soon, Democrats, in 2 weeks, Democrats are going to be leading the Senate. And they already lead the House. Yeah. Well, right now, yeah, he could, he may not even leave the White House at 20. He may stay in and have the Proud Boys protect him. They might have to get the Army to get involved. Well, while Mike Pence is still vice president for the next 2 weeks, he's a tiebreaker in the Senate. So still technically the Republicans control Senate for another 2 weeks, and they're not going to do that.
Actually, I believe Chuck Schumer becomes majority leader right away.
Whoa. There's a few GOP members that I heard of that do not support this. Like Mitt Romney is one of them, and there's Trumpers. There's Trumpers who even threaten Mitt Romney. They threatened to make an attempt on Romney's life. I was like, dude, you guys voted for him 8 years ago? This is like insane. Yeah. Confederate flag right there.
Yeah, that's how I said.
This is yeah. I'm actually predicting the Republican Party is going to split into two. Two different. Yeah. Two separate candidates. You're gonna get the old-fashioned GOP candidate, the Trumpist candidate, and then you got the Democratic candidate, which the Democratic candidate will more likely win because they still are a united party and they have more people for that reason. I've been watching a YouTube channel that's called Let's Talk Elections. The guy who runs it, he's pretty much is an expert on politics, elections, and polling and stuff. I mean, this guy pretty much, it's called Let's Talk Elections on YouTube. I mean, this guy's pretty much, and he, I don't think he has any like political sides. He just pretty much, he reads he does a lot of research and takes many sources into account and puts it all together. But yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, it's just. I mean, this is.
I brought it to your attention.
I just found out when I got home. About this. I didn't think anything like this is going to happen.
Well, the media says they're trying to protect us from going communist, or the.
Do you really think we're going to go communist? The Trumpers fear that Biden's going to make us all communists. Biden's more of a centrist. I understand that, but Biden's more of a centrist because I've seen videos from people on the very far left who don't really like Biden much because he's more of a centrist. Yeah, I mean, come on, if you just look at the fact that there's far left people who are so fixated on Bernie, they don't support Biden because Biden's not far left enough for them. So he's not a far left. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, and I think Biden's the right guy for us. I mean, if you get a centrist in, they're going to be better at fixing this than someone on the far left or far right. Because you get someone on one far end, it's just going to cause nothing but division because those who don't like the far left or those who don't like the far right are going to protest. I mean. Yeah, I mean, this is sad. I mean, this is just, yeah, and yeah. Hey, look, there's Chuck Todd on NBC. The guy that never sleeps. I don't think the guy ever sleeps.
We don't have CNN, so I got NBC for free and ABC.
Yeah, I watch CNN. I do CNN online, go on the website, but yeah. I mean, here's the thing. What was I gonna say? Trump supporters are also turning against the. They're actually turning against the police. They're actually been attacking police, saying, "We actually fought for your guys. We actually protected you guys throughout the summer." And then they're like, "F the police!" Like, dude, you guys were all for the police. I'd say F the police. This is like, I'm like, oh, I mean, this is just. I mean, yeah, they had to evacuate. I mean, you can't just go into the Capitol building like this. I mean, what if after Biden's inaugurated, they try to go in the White House? That would be scary. I mean, this is just. It's not. It says it's not going to. Yeah, and remember, if you ever seen the Women's March 2017, that's exactly what Madonna said 4 years ago. That even though having thoughts of blowing up the White House isn't going to change anything that's going to happen in D.C. Everything's going to proceed as normal.
Oh, I forgot to mention they found a few pipe bombs around the Capitol.
Pipe bombs around the Capitol. This is just dressed up like a Viking. Yeah, and then you got right-wing media saying that it's Antifa dressed up as Trump supporters. But if it was Antifa, they'd all be wearing masks. These people that are invading the Capitol aren't even wearing masks. Antifa would wear masks. These guys that are in the Capitol are anti-maskers. Yeah, I understand. It wasn't, but it was Trump supporters. I could tell because half the people in there aren't even wearing masks. These are the same people who refuse to wear a mask and who don't want to believe in the virus. Yeah, well, some did. Yeah, some did, but some didn't. But it's most of them. Most of those people don't. Are the ones that think play about masks all year long. But wow, I didn't expect this to happen. I mean, well, kind of I thought this would happen, but I just didn't want it actually happening. I mean, this is just.
I was on the shitter today taking a dump, and I thought that the Capitol was going to be invaded, and then I ran out of here, and there it was being invaded.
Yeah. This is just.
Oh. This show I'm watching NTD. It's pretty good.
Republicans overturn the election today. Yeah. I think Pence would have been better off president than Trump. Yeah, he's not going to. You should have heard the phone call that was leaked that Trump tried to tell Georgia Republican to do something or other, but the Georgia Republican actually backed down. He pretty much told Trump that the election was fair and square. The guy should have. He could be taking some sort of psych meds like Hitler did that made him go crazy. This is just. This is unbelievable. I never thought I'd see something like this happen in DC. I think Inauguration Day, if it goes as planned in 2 weeks, that there's going to be another celebration like there was on the 7th of November. I mean, how did they take the election? They just moved on. Yeah, I kind of figured they just do their usual stuff and not even care. Well, how's Pap doing anyways? I heard he's been not really that well.
Hold on. Poppy!
Stop it!
Back it up. There's nothing. You understand, Rudabarky? There's nothing at that door.
I think Moppy hears things. I think Moppy might be schizo. Okay, neighbor. We have a neighbors that pass through near our door because they have to do it to get to their place. So those neighbors next door to us. One of the neighbors.
Even she heard it. She's like, I gotta go in and turn on the news on the computer. I heard what happened. I'm like, uh-huh.
All right.
Or sleeping.
I wonder what that neighbor's thinking with all the bios. Does she support it?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to them. Yeah, if she says that, she won't get any government benefits for her kids
She
either.
doesn't even care. She thinks she could just take it from their dads.
So, what's up with your mom?
Well, she was watching the news and said that it's just a sad thing to see something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, in my opinion. So, they'll just do their counting tonight, and some of them might just retract their statements and sell the president upriver. Big
After
deal.
This, yeah. But yeah, this isn't going to stop the government from doing from doing what they're supposed to do. And then my mom's saying that that my grandpa in Ohio, he's not doing too well. He's having a hard time right now. He'll be 81 in May.
No, that sounds good. I'd love a buffalo pizza myself, Higgins. Maybe your keyboard's a Democrat. Too funny, you guys. Too funny. That's why I say enjoy a beer. So, yeah, I was talking to Courtney today about your plans, for the future. And Courtney asked about stimulus checks. I said, yeah, Moscow Grinch he's using the baby stool now. And she just laughed. And I said, well, you heard what's going on in the Capitol? And she says, oh, no, nothing's big. They're counting the election. I said, it was invaded. She goes straight on to CNN, looks it up. And then all of a sudden, in that conference room, they have this little camera. You got Janine and Sam both sitting in there with their laptops running through, watching the news on different channels going, oh my God, our country's invaded. And she's like, oh my God, we need to think. And I'm going, But yeah, I was sitting on the shitter today and I was like this. And I had my live feed going. And I heard something in the comments about, oh my God, the Capitol building's invaded. And before I even checked it, I'm like, the Capitol, the next step is probably the Capitol is going to be invaded for some damn reason. I'm sitting there and all of a sudden it happened.
Breaking windows at Capitol, the government's going to have to repair it.
Oh, I know. That's destruction of property.
Government property. federal property. That's a federal offense. And these people are on camera. They'll identify them and arrest them.
Oh, are you named Joe Bob McGee? You broke the window. You're coming with us, sir. And did you notice what they were carrying? They're carrying riot shields.
Hey, maybe they take these protesters and put them in the camps that Trump had the immigrants in. Put them in those camps to serve their crime, for their punishment for their crime.
There it is. Riot shields breaking the window.
Yeah, I mean, see, just look. There they go. This is a replay, but this is they're going overpowering police or just going right in.
Replay. See, riot shields.
Where'd they get the riot shields from? They took it from the police?
I have no clue how they got it. They could have made it themselves, but they're showing the riot shields breaking the windows. But still, Oh, and they show one guy sitting at Pelosi's desk looking at her unencrypted email as they were sitting there with their feet up on the desk laughing in Pelosi's office.
That's just fucked up.
Well, it's been an entertaining day, if I can say so myself.
I don't even think Mr. Grinch is going to try to reverse the election.
He already said he wasn't. He just said the election. Basically, what Grinch did, if you need to know, is he threw the president under the bus. Same with Vice President Pence. They both said they threw him under the bus.
Well, Mr. Trump, we're not reversing the election. You can burn hell for all we care, and I'm going to go back in my shell. His turtle shell. He's like, Rich, get back out here right now, or else I will drop this on Kentucky. Biden's got the codes now. Oh, yeah, I can still talk while I'm in my shell here. Hey, Mike, would you mind getting me a few beers and just place them right here so I can bring them in my shell? I'm kind of comfortable in here. And then you got Pence like, well, I wish I had a shell to hide in.
I still can't believe what happened today. I mean, it's going to be playing all night. So your mom has nothing. She's what was her answers to it? We know your mom's kind of like.
She says it's just horrible what they did, but the government's still gonna. The process is still gonna continue. The government.
So your mom doesn't believe the Chinese Communist Party didn't orchestrate this, and so to orchestrate this for more control and to go communist.
If we were going to go communist under Biden, we would have gone communist under Obama. We didn't go. Obama didn't turn us communist, and Biden's more of a centrist.
Well, Biden turned around, went on national TV, and he told Trump to step up and talk to the people and tell them to go home.
Trump's not going to do that.
Well, he did say something. Senators have left the secure locations, are heading back to the Capitol building. President Clinton, the match was lit by Donald Trump and his most ardent enablers. Pence has returned to the Senate building to vote tonight. What we know so far tonight's electoral vote count. First Lady's Chief of Staff and former White House Press Secretary resigns over riots. Twitter locks Donald Trump's account for 12 hours. House and Senate chambers are being cleaned. Chloe, I know you're busy,
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Well, I was going to show you something, but I really don't want to see your ass cheeks as you bend over.
Well, I'm just trying to get stuff. I'm not trying to show off.
I'm going to show you this. Look at these two. See? You got Ossoff and Perdue. And then they're still counting. And then you got Warnock and Loeffler.
Yeah. The Democrats won. All that hard work paid off for them.
So at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, in approximately 2 minutes, they're going to start counting the votes. snowflake. Maybe. I gotta turn the heater on in a bit. Maybe, brother, maybe. All I can tell you is this shit's been going on too long, you know. But anyways, I got a beer, so I'm good. Thinking about little weenies again. Like, really irritated. She got sandwich makings and no little weenies. You know, I was going to eat the little weenies tonight for dinner. I really don't want to cook little weenies tonight. Club sandwiches. Oh, well. I guess I'll have no choice. Didn't really want to cook those. Fine. Like I said, I'm kind of disappointed there's no little weenies.
They didn't have them.
They didn't have any of them.
That's the lady working in the meats said they didn't have it.
So you still want me to make club sandwiches?
Sure. Do you want to make them?
I don't know. Right now I'm kind of okay. Yeah, that's what it said. Resigns over riots. Stupid things. Where the hell is this? So where the hell did my Jumbie go? Can't make bacon without Jumbie. I don't know. I guess I can go without tonight. Put it down here. Nope, not down here either. That's fucked up, man. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, so oh great. Finally. Gotta fix that. Certification? Yeah, let's hope they certified the right president. We don't really need this Biden guy in, but oh well. So I guess I'll have to get the bacon prepared. I'll cook it all up so I can make club sandwiches tomorrow. Yeah, well, no offense, Dan, but the son of a bitch couldn't keep two words together when he was talking tonight. That's how I knew something was fucking stupid, you know. He's like, well, you know. That NTD live's been interesting too, you know, the comments alone. Antifa destroyed all the porta potties. Oh. Anyways, the next 4 years is going to be pretty bad, yeah. We're all on standby right now, you know, waiting for something to come back, you know. Of course, Chloe's mom's watching CNN, Clinton News Network. Or is it the Chloe News Network? Welcome to the Chloe News Network. I got like that NDT link that Pee Wee gives me going. I'm watching the pictures and what the guy's saying and the comments. And I gotta tell you, that's fucking some scary shit, you know. Oh. Yeah. So, guys, hear the joke? I guess you didn't. So Chloe's talking to her mom, right? I know you guys are going to sit there and say so. Has anyone ever noticed Chloe talking to her mom? Her mom never brought up once about her trip going home. It's like, oh, be safe out there. Be safe out there, Chloe. Well, her birth name. Be safe out there. You'll be fine. Be safe out there. And I'm going, I could not stop laughing with you two losing brain cells. Oh yeah, maybe that's why I'm dumb. I mean, literally. I mean, I tried to explain the exact same thing Pee Wee explained, and she's like, no, it was Proud Boys did it, Proud Boys did it. Yeah, one of the comments was talking about porta potties. I was gonna think about buying you know, check out you know. Mom's like, there's a curfew, so everything's gonna be okay. You know, who was it that said, was it Grandma that said wait till night and then the invasion will happen? No, I'm not gonna tell her mom that. Tell her that. Her mom's a blonde lady, anyways, her fake boobs. But you know, the thing is, Chloe never brought that up. You know, and I thought it was funny as hell. You know. So I'll make club sandwiches. I got a movie to watch at 9. That's gonna be interesting. And hopefully, they can get this thing done and over with. You know. I get your joke, Fumble, about every time Biden opens his mouth, it'll be a riot. Well, yeah, it's because of what he says. I mean, literally, everything comes out of his mouth. I mean, literally, go on TV and tell the people, you know. I mean, literally. I mean, no offense, but, you know, I keep CNN tuned in just in case to see what CNN's fucking fake news has to say about the fucking thing. Capitol invaded. Capitol, 1 death killed, blah, blah, blah. I mean, literally, look, they're like, oh, yes, the Senate's blue. How do we know the Senate's completely blue? They got 10 days to certify the election and 10 days to vote on, they can delay it 10 days, you know. Hey, Cam, they can vote on it 10 days. Oh, there's Vice President Pence. Is he actually back in there? Let me look for a second. Oh, I'm going to mute this for a second, see what's going on.
kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice
Turtle
of the
Man.
next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Let's see, anything more?
Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6th, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
When you're in the military,
Hopefully
you
by
always
this
get scared. But you got to put it
if not,
behind you to get your mission
certainly
done.
by the next.
That means, for example,
They should be provided
you have to
no
tighten yourself
leniency.
by the bootstraps, kick
I want
yourself
to
in the
thank the
ass,
many of the Capitol Hill
and
Police
get
and
the
Secret
job done.
Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame.
Yep, right.
Today's
I doubt
events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today, and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. Yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator Langford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way while we were here debating. They were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank you them. Thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." Peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They want to do the right thing. And they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the president of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
I think we play her and get out.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both parties who love this country, and many believe that for America to succeed,
Nope, it won't happen.
must find
Congress
common
and the
ground.
Senate wouldn't even approve of it. They'd give you the boot within 6 months of you taking the oath. That would be basically saying, look, I'm the president, I deserve money. It's in the past. It'd be like us giving trillions of dollars to the Native Americans because they need
I
it.
believe that we in this chamber have a special duty as leaders to work together to lower the temperature of our politics. And I hope that my colleagues would question the legitimacy of this election in Arizona and all of these other states, now see the dire and dangerous consequences of sowing doubt and uncertainty. I also know that as U.S. senators, we all take solemnly the oath we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At this moment in history, I can think of nothing more patriotic than renewing our faith in the charters of freedom that our founding fathers crafted for our republic, starting with the fundamental American principle in our Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed.
Right.
The people have spoken in this election, and our only job here today is to do what they ask. It is not to argue election security. That's not the place for what we are doing today. Our Constitution specifically reserves to the people the right to meet in their respective states and vote for the president and vice president. As a result, individual states oversee and implement the election process, not the federal government. To guard against fraud or irregularities in the voting process, the states are required to have robust election security measures. Likewise, state legislatures have the opportunity to examine evidence of voter fraud before they certify their electoral college votes. and our courts, from district courts to the United States Supreme Court, adjudicate legal challenges and election disputes. All of those things happened after the 2020 election. State houses and courts across the country took allegations of voter fraud seriously and followed the constitutional process to hear challenges to this year's elections. No state found evidence of any widespread voter fraud, and neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Robert Brudenell all certified the results of the election on November 30th. And we have heard, Arizonans have been voting by mail for almost 30 years. And Governor Ducey has expressed confidence in the state's process numerous times. In November, he said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong, and that's why I have bragged on it so much." He further stated, "We have some of the strongest election laws in the country, laws that prioritize accountability and clearly lay out our procedures for conducting, canvassing, and even contesting the results." And they are right. Arizona has one of the most transparent election processes in the country, with built-in accountability, starting with internal auditing. We have heard unfounded allegations that voting machines in Arizona and elsewhere somehow changed vote tallies or somehow improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore the fact that Arizona counties conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud or irregularities. Maricopa County, the county where more than 60% of the state population resides, conducted a post-election hand count audit in the week after the election, which showed perfect 100% accuracy in the machine tabulations.
Can you see me sitting there saying, "Yeah, right"?
To call for a 10-day emergency audit to be conducted by a legislative commission when it's already been done by the state of Arizona. What happened to states' rights? The audit involved checking ballots for the presidential election, but also ballots for federal and state legislative elections. The audit report shows every precinct's machine and
this debate over the election results in Arizona, which of course were certified by the Republican governor, will continue for.
Yep, now we gotta wait again. Well.
Wait for him here. And
Dude, you got too many people talking. I just want to hear this thing. Maybe I'll go over to C-SPAN. I agree, but you think it's going to happen? I don't. Yeah. Oh, Hannah emailed me, I bet. Or is it Dad? So now we got freaking more crap. Better make sure I got my toothpicks ready. Higgins is going to start saying something about I'm a great bacon cooker. I know how Higgins is. He's always going to be talking about Rita's the great bacon cooker. So, bacon time, bacon time. So, I'm going to be making club sandwiches on sourdough bread. 82, 82, 82. 82 what, Ray? Toothpicks. To 246. Yep, my toothpicks are right here, everyone. So I'll be making that soon. Because I'll tell you why they want to do the investigation, because they're hiding something. The truth is, if they could speed and steamroll this through tonight, then they don't have to give two shits about it for 4 more years, Higgins. That's the truth. Hey, Ron, I'm fine. I'm just fine. We're trying to watch the news, there. I just love this. Pence, those who wreaked havoc in our capital today, you did not win. Obama, riots were incited by a sitting president. D.C. attorney calls for Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove Trump. Connell and Schumer speak soon. Yeah, Hold on. Trump's former defense secretary says President fomented assault. Right. I just love it. They're blaming it all on Trump. Why would let's debate this for a second while I get prepared to do dip, and then I'm making bacon. By the way, Higgins, can I tell you a secret? And I'm going to tell you a secret too, Dan. Bacon, 3 pounds. I'm cooking up to make club sandwiches this week. 3 pounds of bacon, 3 pounds of bacon. Only cost me $9.95 for it. Look at this. Thick cut hickory smoked bakey. Yum, yum. Bacon cooking tonight. Make club sandwiches. You want one too, Cam? Oh, yes, Rita, I would love a club sandwich. You're an awesome moderator and advisor and future president. If you were in with me in the White House, we'd be making you a club sandwich too, Cam. How did I sleep? Well, Ron, I slept pretty fucking good. Minus the fact I woke up this morning and fucking God turned around and told me to get my ass. Papa told me, God, Papa, told me to get my ass out of bed and go look and watch. So I've been watching until we found the Senate flipped blue. Everyone's fucking cowards in the damn Capitol building. They're going to disregard everything. I bet you tonight, Higgins, you're going to basically turn around and you're going to be disgusted with the United States Senate and Congress and be really pissed off at the election. Oh, not to mention, no offense to Dan, but my dad said, not that anyone cares about him being a Bidenite, but they're going to basically make new laws now that they control the Senate to take away guns and strengthen the election so this can never happen again. So the Republicans always lose. That's what he said. No, I'm not going to do that, Higgins. I'm going to put in a Ziploc bag, and then I'm cooking the damn thing up tomorrow to make more clubbies. Clubbies and clubbies. Yeah, well, I try to do my best. It's thick-cut bacon. But I don't like crumbling it on things. I like putting on a sandwich and then putting my toothpicks in it and cutting it up and giving everyone squares. By the way, has anyone ever tried a club sandwich with mayonnaise? Well, that reminds me. I didn't see any mayonnaise. Oh, we probably forgot. I put the Gabriel list mayonnaise. Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I forgot all about the mayonnaise. Don't worry though, I'm a real woman and I like mayonnaise. This is so good. Emergency can of mayonnaise. Nope, it expired. See, isn't this interesting? Expired. Expired 12 days ago. Should find out. It's refrigerated. How about this one? When did this one expire? This one expired a month ago. Great. Thanks, Chloe. I told you to get some mayonnaise. Oh, it's all right. I forgot all about the mayonnaise. Don't worry, though. I'm going to have to Google it. Make sure mayonnaise can still be used. Oh, son of a bitch. Chloe wanted that. We have any more fucking mayonnaise? I'm sorry, we didn't think anything about the mayonnaise, but don't worry, you don't need extra mayonnaise anyways on your club sandwich. If you forget this is a song for Dan. If you forget the mayonnaise and you vote Democratic, give him a boot to the head. Nah, boot to the head. Ugh, son of a bitch. Little bastard gets rid of my mayonnaise. Oh, this son of a bitch. So I hate fucking dumbasses. Alexa, how long does mayonnaise last if it's unopened? Hey, Alexa, when do you have to get rid of mayonnaise after its expiration date?
This might answer your question. It is not recommended to consume mayonnaise after its expiration date. Some signs of mayonnaise slowly even has visible signs of meal, discoloration, rancid odor, or the texture has changed.
Great. Gee, that's nice to fucking know. So, anyway, look at it. They're not recommending me use it because that's all I got. Fucking son of a bitch. Yeah, I have jalapeno bacon too. Well, yeah, well, I'm trying to make a club sandwich, but I don't have any mayonnaise. Chloe basically didn't pick me up mayonnaise. And now there is no more mayonnaise. Oh, hold on. This one expired too? Oh, wait a minute. What we got here? December, and this one is... Oh, this smells good. This one is the one I use. The other two I'll put in the door here. There we go. I'm good. Next time I'll tell her to pick up some more mayonnaise tomorrow. Oh, wonder. Actually, like I said, 3 pounds of bacon was $9. Oh, limit 2, so that's what we got. And it wasn't my budget. It's Chloe's budget. Me, I just wrote a list. Told her I want to make club sandwiches. And I told her to leave the shrimp alone. And all I need is some gumbo making for tomorrow's dinner. Let's see, what kind of forest ham? Oh yeah, she got the rotisserie chicken. I think my club with that. Ham and turkey. Oh, more ham. Good. So my next plan is my dip. And then I'll make up hickory smoked bacon. Oh, did I tell you this? Let me show you what I'm making after the club sandwiches. Look at this. What the hell is this? Moldy sandwich meat. Must have been Chloe's. Oh well. This. 3 pounds of peppered bacon. Peppered bacon! I'm gonna make a couple clubs tonight. A couple clubs tomorrow night. I'm gonna be eating bacon. I don't like. I use bacon sparingly. I'm not gonna risk the mayonnaise. It says not to risk it by, you know. I just love this. Lawmakers are resisting whatever, you know. And then you got that dipshit on the right of the other channel talking to her ass over the fucking election. I want to hear. Oh, the blonde lady talking. Let's see what she's got to say.
Changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool in democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their vote, their voice, and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Interesting moment there. That is Senator Kelly Loeffler of Georgia, who essentially lost her job.
Yep, he essentially lost her job. Kelly Loeffler, did she actually agree or disagree? No thanks. I'm not putting mayonnaise under my arms. I'm not Bart from I Can't Believe You Can't Do It on TV. Here, have a burger. Has anyone basically figured out when they redid the election? Oh yeah, they did. Cool. They put that little thingy back on. All right, let's see what's going on. So, currently Donald Trump's got 12 electoral college. And how long is it going to take us for that number to move? I mean, literally, is it going to take us all night for them to move it up and up and up? I'm not risking the mayonnaise, even though mayonnaise expired almost a month ago. I'm not going to risk it. The other mayonnaise is still good. You get your food, didn't you? Yeah, Mommy, I'm so hungry. I'm hungry. I've been eating. Hungry, I've been eating. Hungry, I've been eating. Look at his nose. He knows what's in here. His tacos are in here. You know, I thought about making some shrimp fajitas Friday maybe. What do you guys think? Should I make some some shrimp? Here. Sometimes I even have a problem spelling. I said French by mistake when I said, you know. I'm so tired, you know, but I want this to. Yeah, well, you can do that, but can't put a hole. You can't fix a hole in the wall. Oh, someone emailed me. 3 people. Imperial treachery. All right, Dad. What we got here? Oh yeah, well, at least I ate my cheese already, but I got to cook after my dip. So, anyways, see what Dad's up to. And he had a school thing to do, or was it a meeting? Oh yeah, gee, thanks, Dad. Again, he says the same fucking thing he said earlier today. I said, "How are you doing? How's people taking it in the family about, the invasion thing?" He says, "Oh, I knew it was going to happen in D.C. due to the inspiration from our beloved dictator." Right. So it's 2 hours and he's still in a Zoom meeting. Go figure, damn Dad. Oh, we're going to the beloved dictator, Everyone worship the beloved dictator. Like boom, boom, like a boom, boom. What is it with these Bidenites? And Chloe's one. Oh yeah, free sex change. Woohoo! Oh no, there's a lady talking. They're keeping us from, I want to know when they're going to update that little thing. It says Donald Trump had 12 electorates. I mean, literally, they should speed it up, shouldn't they? Or are they going to delay and give all the, it would be interesting how it plays out. Donald Trump basically gets more votes than Biden. Cool. Oh, man. There's got to be something more entertaining. I'm waiting for these people. I mean, literally, let's see. Maybe those ladies, maybe they got something going I can see for a second. I know I had one beer. Oh, yeah, Cory Booker. Let's see what he's got to say. Wow, Senator Loeffler is not opposing Georgia now?
Majority of the cabinet, or perhaps a group that's organized by Congress, as the 25th Amendment says. Did you see Mike Pence or Mitch McConnell in any way suggest that there's anything amiss with the president that would cause us to want to invoke the 25th Amendment. Let's take a look at the cabinet. You know, in crises through American history, when a member of the cabinet or a member of the president's staff objects to something the president does, he denounces him or she does and resigns. Have you seen any resignations today by any high-level staff member at the White House or member of the president's cabinet? I can't believe what I'm seeing and hearing, because what I have heard on the Senate floor tonight would suggest that there's nothing wrong here except for a few protesters made their way into the Capitol.
Well,
If this lady would shut up, I can hear these people. Fuck this. This lady here is just gonna go rattle on like a fucking dumbass. So you got C-SPAN. You got a link for C-SPAN. I'm gonna change it over. I'm getting tired of this fucking media thing. You know what? I'll look for C-SPAN myself. I'm tired of looking at this crap, man. And there's some pictures are not talking about, you know.
Get you mayo for smoked sandwiches.
What?
I go to the gas station and get you.
Well, I found a jar in the fridge tonight. The other two were expired.
Alright, what do you want for dinner tonight?
Well, if you want me to cook bacon soon, I will. You got to be up early, I think. I'm trying to find C-SPAN. Maybe I can find something interesting. I'm more interested in wondering what's going on over these fucking things going over and over and over. Here we go.
So yeah, I was gonna go to Walmart tomorrow and Friday to Orcas.
Oh, let me guess. They decided to reconvene? They're reconvening now? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I keep watching this little meter on this website saying 12 electoral college for Trump, 0 for Biden. Well, I'm gonna have my dip and make bacon. Well, send me the link, man. Bob Vila died, didn't he, Dan? Isn't Bob Vila the guy that's like, let's paint a little tree here, and a little tree here, and then let's paint Chloe in the tree, and then let's make Chloe's dad a tree, and then let's make Chloe's mom a horse, and Chloe's stepdad a horse, and then them two are taking a shit right here, and then
What's that?
I have no clue. This fucking bottle keeps fucking falling around.
This is just. I mean, this is just an insane day, I guess, in politics. I wish those senators, those congressmen are probably gonna be gonna be really drained tonight after they're done with everything.
Here we go. I'm watching C-SPAN right now. Senator Ben Sass. Yeah, is this Ben Sass? Because every time I want to fucking see something, I'm getting some Hilljack talking in the background noise. I want to hear these people.
330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table, trying to fund their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for open liberty. So there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get those
I'm talking about this fucker. I don't want to hear these people.
Washington said, which is the things that they built together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the things we do together are governmental. Kicking Hitler's ass, or like going to the middle. Sometimes there is governmental stuff. But the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids. And we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by protecting violence. You can't do big things like that and hit your neighbors. You can't do big things to together as Americans, if you think other Americans are the enemy. There's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to thank you. Don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your trophies. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade. Most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that it might not have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's paper. Shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your friend. The part of life is about community and neighborhood. We're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote. Senator Clear. Boy, Senator Dirk. Senator from Illinois.
Fairbanks House, we're just listening to a Nebraska Republican.
Muted it.
Underway for about.
I muted it because this lady keeps fucking talking. And this fucking lady would shut up and let these people talk. And we'd have
talking now. What's happening inside the Senate?
See?
That guy's talking to the guy that.
Yeah, but I don't want to get copyrighted either.
Yeah, well, you already had the volume on.
Yeah, well.
Under siege, and right now he's surrounded by law enforcement. Now, it seems
I saw as the guy started talking. And right here, see? Let's just turn the volume up for a second, man. I'll do it this way because we got Dick Durbin. I want to hear these. I got an idea. Let's do this. I'll put it on the big TV for you. What do you say?
Yeah. Well, the copyright, you had it on the volume. Is this guy a Democrat or Republican?
I don't know what Dick Durbin is. All right, hold on. Let's do it this way. So I'm just loving what we're having. All right, let me do it this way.
Right back out.
All right.
Good night. I could watch it back.
No. It's because of fucking my AdAware blocked it, see? Oh, see? We can watch it now.
Muted it.
Vote we're going to have here is a
I want
choice
to hear this. This is
of whether
important
we are
stuff.
going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority Leader. President. I yield on 5 minutes to the Senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas. Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable. And I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to
Oh, I bet he likes looking at beavers a lot in gynecology.
There might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer. Or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed, patriotic duties, voting. There's no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise and do a state's legally obtain electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the Electoral College.
Haha, very funny.
Formation of electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations the states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair after a year of jarring irregularities. We must and will have a peaceful transition to power. To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can go stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Because that guy wants Trump to stay in office.
Hello.
Senator from Illinois.
President, in 2004, I packed up my rucksack, laced up my boots, and deployed to Iraq, ready to sacrifice whatever was asked of me, all because I love this nation.
How is that for?
Sacrifice my life if needed.
Democrat?
Yeah.
Because I believe in the sanctity of our electoral system, which had declared George W. Bush my commander-in-chief.
She's
I
wounded
earned
overseas.
my wounds, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, on the orders of a president I did not vote for, because I believed in, and I still do believe in, the values of our nation. Because I believe in a government of, by, and for the people, where voters choose who leads them, not the other way around. I have spent my entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow.
I'm sorry, Higgins, if you're unhappy.
Well,
I got fiber optic internet.
Anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting violence deter me from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharged our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator losing power and relevance.
Yeah, I always say that too.
There's no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes.
I always use that term.
Officials nationwide
Saddam, half pint, tin pot dictator.
Judge after Trump appointed judge. Even Trump's attorney general admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people.
I'm going to do it soon.
Great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution, proving that appeasing Trump is more important to them than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. There's one thing I know, it's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon.
Poppy, how could you?
That's why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here, in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual. I have no tea to throw in Boston Harbor tonight, and I regret that I have no rucksack to pack for my country, no Black Hawk to pilot, nor am I asking for any grand gesture, my Republican colleagues. All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today.
What'd you say,
and on the
Higgins?
sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation.
I gotta turn the heater on.
From the service members at Fort Huachuca and Marine Corps Air Station Yuma to the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed. Then ask yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper. I think we all know the right answer.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up 5 minutes to the Senator from Kentucky, Senator Paul.
Senator from Kentucky.
I wrote a speech for today. I was planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest. This is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever. It was never intended by our founders that Congress had the power to overturn state certified elections. My oath to the Constitution doesn't allow me to disobey the law. I can't vote to overturn the verdict of states. Such a vote would be to overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states in this great system of federalism that was bequeathed to us by our founders. The Electoral College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor against the Electoral College if Congress becomes a forum to overturn states' Electoral College slates. It's one thing to be angry. It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level. America's admired around the world for our free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess and restore confidence and integrity to our elections. We must.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Virginia, Senator Warren.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I think like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I was going to talk about was the work that I'm most proud of since I've been here. My good friend Richard Burke and all the members of the Intelligence Committee about a multi-year report we did into foreign interference in our elections. Probably our top recommendation of that 5-volume, bipartisan report was that any official or candidate should use restraint and caution when questioning results of our elections. Because when you do so, you often carry out the goals of our foreign adversaries. Use caution because whether knowingly or unknowingly, and whether the adversary is in Russia or China or Iran, their goals are pretty simple. They want to make it appear to Americans, to folks around the world, to their own people, that there's nothing special about American democracy. I was going to try in a feeble way to maybe reach some of the rhetorical heights of Ben Sass. I knew I couldn't do that. So instead, I'll violate rules here. Today's the day for violating. So this is a photo appeared today on one of the most prominent German newspapers. You don't need you can draw photos from any newspaper or any television feed anywhere across the world.
Mm-hmm.
What did this photo up? It's
I'm going to.
thugs in the halls of this capital, diminishing everything we say we believe in this democracy. When you look at those images, realize those images are priceless for our adversaries. I'm willing tonight, in an overwhelming way, we're going to take a small step, a bipartisan way, to start restoring that trust of our people and hopefully the billions of people around the world who believe in that notion of democracy. Remember, these images are still under a yield back.
Majority Leader. Mr. President, I yield up 5 minutes to the senator from Missouri, Senator Hawley.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President. Thank you. I want to begin this evening by saying thank you to the men and women of the Capitol Hill Police, the unarmed, the National Guardsmen, Metropolitan Police, and others who came to this Capitol, who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else, who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something that our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, in Texas tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence.
So how many clubs you want? One?
Appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process.
All right.
And so
I'll put pepperoni on mine too.
Just a
Well, I'll just cook all the stuff. You put it together. I'll bake the bread.
Ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years. I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness.
No Republican objecting the objecting.
The merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute.
Is that Mitt Romney in the background?
This last election, which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point. That this is the forum. Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised.
which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans. To say to millions of Americans tonight that violence never
Remember 2012 election when Romney conceded.
But that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Case.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
You think you can really overturn this election?
No.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a false lie. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We
smell that, Clay?
Anybody
Smell that?
to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania."
Mitt Romney's wearing double masks because Josh Hawley keeps farting his way.
Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps.
So you cooking the hickory smoke?
The legal vote.
That's what I'm cooking.
People of our
That
state.
says right there, it's hickory smoke.
Pepper bacon will be good too.
I know.
Regarding
Later.
the
Maybe I'll make it for you this
Pennsylvania
weekend.
Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no excuse mail-in voting in that process for the people of our state.
Man, for that, Danny, my neck.
All right.
77.
I have off
2019 and was implemented without any serious questions as to its constitutionality.
When do you want it?
What's that?
So when do you want it?
General Assembly.
Maybe
It was only after the 2020
tomorrow
election
night, more
when it
likely.
became clear that President-elect
After
Joe
I get
Biden
back from
won
Walmart.
Pennsylvania by
I'll leave
less than
early in the morning
80,000
so I get
votes.
back
Did some
in a decent
Republican
time.
politicians in our state
Yeah, this cage is getting really rancid.
constitutionality of the law? Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution. The Constitution sets a floor, not a ceiling, for this type of voting.
Oh, yeah.
Second, apart from the argument made by my colleague, there's bipartisan agreement across our state, at the local, state, and federal level, that our election was fair, secure, and lawful. On Monday, my colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey, wrote in an op-ed, and I'm quoting, "The evidence is overwhelming that Joe Biden won this election," unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claim of widespread voter fraud or election irregularities suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state, throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Beavis, appointed by President Trump, he said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. Have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Beaver. Finally, Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across their state, Republicans and Democrats, from red county, they did their job. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. I'll give you one example. Republican Commissioner Al Smith, I should say, of Philadelphia. He wrote, and I said, and he wrote, as I will quote as follows, quote, there really should not be a disagreement regarding party affiliation when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very controversial thing, or at least it shouldn't be, unquote.
Whatever, Chloe.
After election, Commissioner Al Smith, his family, and his colleagues were subjected
Oh, you're
to
so cute. Cute little butthole you are.
trying to do his job with integrity.
Yeah, I agree. Higgins.
That great line from America the Beautiful, oh beautiful for patriot dream that sees beyond the years. These election officials, like so many of our patriots, we heard from Senator Duckworth tonight, a real patriot. These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this objection. I yield 5 minutes. Senator from Utah, Senator Romney. Senator from Utah. Mr. President, today was heartbreaking. And I was shaken to the core. As I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who looked to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and be with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who we have deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in the shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford, Leffler, and Braun and Baines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objections. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
Kind of feeling Nick Romney is going to not object to the what should we call it? The presidency? Yeah, but he wasn't going to reject Biden.
That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I ask my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience?
Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Big Trump's got another impeachment before he leaves. No.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Isn't some of the representatives trying to impeach him again? Yeah, Ilona Omar's trying to impeach someone else is asking.
Stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next. And that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election.
It'd be funny if you got an impeachment on the day before he left.
Widespread voter fraud.
I think it just give him another impeachment just to put on his record.
This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world, who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill.
Yeah, I agree with you, Higgins. It's really interesting, you know.
Hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country.
So that Higgins, bacon.
I went there with my colleague, Senator Rich. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Green, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Rich and I visited multiple polling places on election day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair, and that Georgian Greens were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence. It would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Rich and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well, President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside its partisan attempts to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate is That is, after all, who we are in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yield up to 5 minutes to Senator from Ohio. Or Senator from Ohio. Mr. President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it.
Hey, there's your beloved senator from Ohio, Rob Portman. Is he on Trump's side right now? I don't know what he's for.
I thought about changing my mind about speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues have appreciated that greatly. But I thought it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. My rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim the chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers
Got some chorizos on sale.
and
Oh,
ensured
you'll enjoy it.
Yeah,
I'm going to cook with it.
and they're going to freeze some of it. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation.
I like
listened
chorizo.
carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed. And I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the state hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I opposed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 election. I opposed it then, I oppose it now. I said at the time, Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right. That the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular vote of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party, or the presidential candidates of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the state that certified the results. And even forgetting
Yeah, I agree with Higgins.
would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it.
and legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 election. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularity in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities widespread enough to change the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election. Don't think the state should have certified. Don't think we should have accepted the results from the states and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 election, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us, and other national challenges, let's work together for the people. Yield back.
Democratic leader.
President, I believe we have 8 reps, so I'd like to provide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maine.
President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4 minutes. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts.
Angus King sounds like a restaurant. Welcome to Angus King's. Can we get you an Angus burger today?
I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support. That's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponent. It's hard to confront your friend.
It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation.
Independent.
And if people
I know.
believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't.
He's right, though. He is right.
That Mike Reed was said.
Oh, Ron is
I'm sorry,
right.
we can't do this here. We don't want to do this here. This is a power reserved for the state.
Oh, even the Ohio Republican senator was right. That's so.
I agree with sorry, Lee. I think this is one of the most important votes any of us will ever take. On December 1st, 1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress for the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We at this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. And here's his final word. The fighting style through which we pass.
What we got here? We have Grandma Me, who's posted more cowball. Yes, don't fear the Reaper. Best Saturday Night Live band skit. Why the hell are you two on the assholes?
To the latest generation.
What's a cowbell, Grandma? Is that a drink?
Hey, baby dog.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the amount of violence and attack we saw on our capital today should be a wake-up to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag.
Yeah, I was thinking of something. You know how they had that movie and you only fell through when you slept halfway, you fell through halfway through Jesus? How there was the casinos? Yeah. What if you went to have breakfast somewhere and you're like, what can I get for you? Do you remember? Seriously, you can't eat bacon. Oh, that's bacon.
Supporters of the losing Canada are always disappointed. What's different this time?
So Jesus never ate bacon?
We had a president.
Remember he ate salmon.
Was taxed. And if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a flaw. And every debate since then has demonstrated that.
So I gotta get your bread ready and then you can throw it together. Once you put it together, I'll do the rest with the toothpicks as usual.
Very loyal vice president.
Oh, good. The oven's finally preheated.
Him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the result of the election. President, I read something this week I never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former Secretaries of Defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis. Warning the country about
or condition a peaceful transfer of power, and it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how we want to promote democracy, our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together and tell the truth. You know, when you go into a court of law like there's 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there is no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country to keep this.
You know, I can clearly state that Joe Biden stole that. He never said it. Nixon said it. Bring this country together.
We will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry, Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willie Powell and Benjamin Franklin. Wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Dr. Franklin, if you can keep it. My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you.
Majority Leader. Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes. Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from South Carolina.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. So I want to dive, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent 2 slated electors. They had 2 governments, by the way.
Leningrad, Lens.
And we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll get the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you where you want to go. See, it ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay. Your credibility is dark death of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight for my destiny if you're able to object. You're not doing me wrong. Other people have objected. I think it's a uniquely bad idea. There's a way for selection. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. My point of view has been a consequential growth. But today, first thing we'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4 and he's not president, I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the second circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's body. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania second circuit. The Trump lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. The federal judge said no. I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 votes. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10, and they had 1. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10, that got 1. Let's say there's problems in every election. I don't buy this. Enough to know. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. Talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times do you hear that? The Bible has done something nobody else could do. To get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most efficient concept in the world that a single person gets to criticize 155 million people. The president has been shall as president of the Senate and the House of Representatives open all certificates and the vote shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. We're in there to say, Mike, you say, I don't like the result. I want to send them back to the state public as a fraud. Since the conservatives agree to the Constitution, now your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So,
He takes an ugly woman if he ever has sex with her. Oh, what the girl? What the other person?
You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18. They're out there flying so that we get it right here. There are people dying, my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden, I've traveled the world with Joe. I hope he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions, that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
Hey, you hear that, Chloe? There's his own party is having a weenie roast on the president tonight.
Yeah. What he said too, like the people who are rioting today, who stormed into the Capitol, have pretty much been a disgrace to the conservatives.
The question is, shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Arizona?
What I'm trying to say, without pissing off anyone, is his own party turning against him.
Trump, yeah.
Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell.
How old is that room?
Mrs. Capito.
I don't know. Wasn't that same room where they did the 13th Amendment?
I believe so.
Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Kuhn. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masco. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
So it seems we have something interesting.
So they're voting on Arizona South.
Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris.
Mr. Higgins. Mrs. Ginger. Mrs. Cam. Mr. Cam. Mr. Higgins. Miss Ginger. Roll call. Miss Hannah.
Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Lujan.
Bacon? Yes, I know. Kevin Bacon. That'd be a bad name. Are you Bacon? Yes. All right, I'm hungry. Give me some.
Mr. Murphy.
Hey, when do the two runoff senators take office?
I don't know. Soon, I hope.
Mr. McConnell.
Will they take office on the 20th?
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Leffler's last day is tomorrow. Or tonight, I think.
Mr. Moran.
This week, sometime.
Ms. Murkowski.
Next week, Ossoff and Warnock will be in.
Oh, I'm going to look forward to that. Mr. Warnock. Here.
Mr. Paul.
All right. Mr. Ossoff. Here. Mr. Moppy. Woof.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Ebony. Happy.
Mr. Rish. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Texas. Mr. Thune. Mr. Keeley. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Mr. Jax, Mr. Skittles, Mr. Bacon. Wow.
I suppose my dad was part of the riot.
Why? So you can see him on TV and be like, "Oh, look, it's my dad, a man in a dress, corporate cleaner."
Laughing at him, because he'd be like, "We're the capital now. Now we're going to show that we can show."
So, boy, there. Sure. Oh, good. You're running. Sure. Aiken's there. Your 3 pieces of bread are there. Once you stack them up in 3, I will use the pan again. And before you, I'll be right behind you. Before you make it up, I'll put the toothpicks in. Okay.
All right.
So you can have your triple stack thing.
Yep. So just had to. All right. So after I make lunch, where's lunch be at?
In the fridge.
I'll go get it then. This is part of my. I'm gonna take my seat over here now, and I'm gonna get the actual bed watched. I'm watching this because this is actually serious stuff.
On this note,
Hey, I bought one trip.
days are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed with joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
So, turkey and chicken online.
We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate.
You got two
House finish voting on Arizona.
Two because
11:30 at midnight.
So I'm gonna have my turn tonight after I eat this.
It's unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each. Senator Kennedy, Senator Rubio.
Let me watch this.
I have a knife in my hand. I don't want you getting poked.
Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each. Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono,
Without objection.
put my sandwiches together now.
All right, I'll stay out of your way.
This isn't yours, right?
Saying,
So we're in recess.
The Senate of Pennsylvania. The Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations out of the chamber. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues allowing me to speak twice today. But my understanding is that later this evening, objectors will object to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because they disapprove of the process that the state used in the last election.
Please take your conversations out of the chamber. The senator deserves to be heard. Senator's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in light of my expectation of this objection, I rise to defend the right of my citizens, my constituents, to vote in the presidential election. And let's be clear, that's exactly what this objection is about. It's what it would do. It would overturn the results of the presidential election in Pennsylvania, and it would thereby deny Pennsylvania's voters the opportunity to even participate in the presidential election.
Maybe.
Mr. President, even if Congress did have the constitutional responsibility to judge the worthiness of a state's election process, which it does not, rejecting Pennsylvania's electoral votes would still be wildly out of proportion to the purported offenses and very damaging to our republic. Let me go through a few facts about Pennsylvania. First, some of the objectors, and in fact even the President of the United States this morning, have observed that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court disregarded existing law when it ruled that mail-in ballots could be counted even if they arrived up to 3 days after the election. Now the objectors are right about that. In my view, the Supreme Court of the United States should overturn that illegal decision. But, Mr. President, only 10,097 ballots arrived in Pennsylvania during the 3 days after the election. And those 10,097 ballots have been excluded from the vote count that resulted in President-elect Biden winning Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes. What greater remedy could the objectors possibly want than the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots? How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count? A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support. Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with Pennsylvania.
You want it as is.
Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy for this proposal.
We're gonna need for a while. We're gonna need club sandwiches in a while.
Pennsylvania will not properly implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have Well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities, and that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicating the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Grant of the Federal District Court. Judge Grant, the conservative Republican federal advisor. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case. This court has been presented with strange legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the 6 most populated states. End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Grant's decision to the Third Circuit, and they threw a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Grant. Certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. There's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture of Pennsylvania. Look at what happened. In 2016, President Trump won Pennsylvania by 0.8%. In 2020, we lost Pennsylvania by a little over 20%. Is there anything at all that's implausible or surprising about a 2% change in the election outcome? A relative to 20.
What pants? I'm fine. Flag for what?
Most of the rural counties we carried lost a lot of ground in the big suburban counties, and he slightly narrowed.
All right.
There's no surprises here. This reflects a pattern that occurred all across the country. My colleagues, as I said, it is not our responsibility to sit in judgment of state election procedures in the first place. But if it were, there would not be nearly sufficient reason to deny my constituents their right.
My pants. I'm wearing this. Why? I'm trying to work.
Joe Biden won the election. It's not what I had hoped for, but that's okay. He was an honest victor, with the usual minor irregularities that occur in most elections. We witness today the damage-setting results when men in power and responsibility refuse to acknowledge the truth. Result left there because the demagogue chose to spread falsehood and sow destruction of his own fellow Americans. Let's not abet such deception. Let's reject it.
President, with just a few minutes to speak, I'm going to get right to the point. Gunfire in the halls here, i.e. haze on Capitol grounds. I will say to my colleagues, I've been stunned that with domestic terrorists roaming the halls for a few hours, so I've been stunned that the space is actually going forward. And that's because, colleagues, this is a fake debate on electoral certification. That's because it lends credibility to the bogus idea that the Congress can actually toss out the results of the election. And as we saw today, it serves to fuel insurrection. Now, contrary to what some of my I-voting colleagues believe, I voted cast a few minutes ago, this debate has never been about setting up some kind of routine election tribunal. This isn't about election security. If the Republican majority in the last 2 years had actually been interested in election security, they would not have worked relentlessly.
Remember they're making a movie about this election one of these days?
To secure our 2020 election with hand-marked paper ballots and post-election security audits. By the way, those are the kinds of approaches that are part of the Oregon system, where for 25 years we voted by mail. I'm the nation's first mail-in United States senator. The second, and I see my colleagues from Maine and Alaska here because they're very fond of him like I was, Gordon Smith, a Republican, was the second mail-in United States senator in our country. That's because we do the job right. It's efficient.
Mail-order ballot, it is efficient. And while we're at it, everyone, we should have a nice ice cold beer because we can.
There was no evidence of fraud. So if Republicans have been interested over the last 2 years in actually working with me and colleagues on both sides of the aisle and secretaries of state, we could have had an approach that would have empowered the Oregon idea to go national. Instead, we're now debating tonight idea of the discussion grounded in total fiction, brewed in cauldrons of conspiracies online.
Conspiracies online, where we have to save the Lord and save our pot.
And I will tell you, it's painful to watch colleagues sidle up to some of those conspiracies that would inflict so much damage to the American experiment.
You emailed me again, Hannah?
One last point. We saw today
Ah.
an effort
Yeah, I see what it is.
to try
Yeah, I know what it is.
democracy to the ground, for the ropes.
So my video got flagged because your panties were in the damn video again.
I had a skirt on.
Well, apparently there's a picture right here that got flagged.
Our country in the next 2 weeks.
Looks like maybe a diaper or something, but still it's flagged in.
Donald Trump can do it.
Looks like your bare ass is what it is.
Was not.
Well, this is the video I got. The link, picture.
The National Association of Manufacturers, another organization with thousands of businesses, thousands of companies, and not exactly a left-wing outfit.
Yes, that's underwear. I think Hannah's right. My video is flagged. Huh?
All over the news already, colleagues.
It's a diaper, everyone.
That's what we're seeing in our country with respect to the fear of Americans having watched what happens here. So I'm just going to close by way of saying, I believe that for the next 2 weeks, we have an enormous responsibility to watchdog Donald Trump day in and day out, to do everything possible to prevent the kind of abuses that we saw today, where an American lost their life. We saw the fear among our citizens of what went on. Let's do everything we can as leaders, Democrats and Republicans, to make sure in the next 2 weeks, Donald Trump's abuses are checked. We do everything we can to protect this wonderful nation of ours. President, I yield.
The senator is recognized.
Mr. President, over the last weeks and days leading up to this vote here today, I've heard from a lot of people about this vote, and I guess I want to address as much to them as anybody else. And these are people that I know. These are friends. These are neighbors. These are longtime supporters. Generally, people on my side of the political aisle, and they're upset. They're upset. They look at the media, and the media, they censored stories that might have been negative towards Joe Biden or were negative towards Joe Biden. And social media companies helped them out. And we saw how some states tinkered with and even mutilated state election laws, and they have doubts that the election was legitimate. And it gives this country this extraordinary crisis of confidence, which is very dangerous because democracy is very fragile.
Yes, I know, Hannah, thank you.
Confidence in the election and the willingness to abide by its results. And so the notion was, we need to do something, we need to fight. Several of my colleagues have adopted the idea, and I respect it. We're going to object. Now listen, it's important to understand something. Even the people objecting in the Senate recognize that's not going to pass.
It's
not
David
change
cheese.
the outcome, but it's going to send.
Well, you're a dog.
So?
Dogs aren't supposed to have a sandwich.
Oh, yeah, the meat that comes in it.
I think it's a terrible idea.
It's a terrible idea to give Moppy Dog a sandwich. I yield the floor back to you, Mr. President.
Somewhere in this country got a phone call that their daughter was dead. Daughter won a political rally, she was dead. Died in this capital, somewhere not far from where we're standing. We have police officers, the men and women that we walk by every single day to guard the doors and we say hello to, out there with riot gear, getting spit on and attacked. Today, not 10 weeks ago, just a few hours ago. And I think it's important to think about all those things on a night like tonight and everything that's happening. You know, I wouldn't even be here today. I doubt very much where I would even have been interested in politics had it not been for my grandfather. He died when I was 14, but I grew up at his knee. He would sit on the porch and smoke 3 cigars a day, and he loved this. He was born in 1899 in rural Cuba. It was still governed by the United States and was protected. 3 years later, it gained its independence and became a republic. During my grandfather's first 16 years of life, he saw his country have an armed insurrection after a contested election, multiple presidents go into exile, 2 military coups, and a rise in the Marxist dictatorship. Tyranny that stands to the stage. My entire life, I have lived with and next to people who came to America because their country was chaotic and their country was unsafe.
What?
But I saw today what we have seen look more like those countries than the extraordinary nation that I am privileged to call home. And I think about the mockery that it makes of our country. A lot of people all the time that China, let me just say something, almost no one here has worked hard on the issue of China. They hate my guts. I'm sanctioned, twice sanctioned, I wasn't sanctioned, double sanctioned, and I can't travel there. I wasn't trying to do it. China's laughing. They're loving this tonight. And they're high-fiving because they point to this and say, this is proof. The future belongs to China, America is China. Vladimir Putin, there's nothing Vladimir Putin can come up with better than what China is doing. Makes it look like there's total chaos and collapse. Not to mention the Ayatollah. Probably bragging that he has buddies. Look what's happening in the Great City.
Oh, Britain's playing chaos. Huh? You know, even the United Kingdom is playing chaos lately.
Yeah.
And we have forgotten that America is not a government. America's not a president. America's not a Congress. Let me tell you what America is. America's a family. America's a faith. America's a community. That's America. That's what our adversaries don't understand, and that's what we need to remember. That is how we're going to rebuild this country and turn the page and have a future even brighter than our past. And so that's why I feel so strongly about this. And I hope those who disagree with me will understand. I yield the floor.
The senator from Hawaii is looking at.
Mr. President,
It has been hard at times to find the words to describe the full harm Donald Trump has inflicted on our country. We can spend hours dissecting how his policies have made us less safe, less healthy. But his presidency has also been a profound moral failure. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, a father from Hawaii joined me at one of my talk story sessions in my office. And he asked me a question that struck me hard at that time and has stuck with me until today.
Oh, man.
How can I tell my son that lying is not okay when the President of the United States lies every single day? I struggle to answer his question, and I'm not sure I could offer an adequate answer now. But this conversation remains a clear example of how we do not live in normal times. How is it normal as we and the world watch in horror as an angry mob stormed the United States Capitol? Blood was shed, people were hurt, vandalism occurred. It is not normal when we have a president who lies every single day, and even in the face of this vandalism, this mob, he really doesn't have much to say except, "I love you, we should go home now."
I don't know.
When in the middle of a pandemic that has claimed the lives of over 350,000 Americans, which is nearly the combined population of the islands of Maui and the Big Island, we have a president who only seems to care about spreading conspiracies to undermine confidence in our elections and our democracy. And it's not normal when duly elected senators who took an oath to uphold the Constitution pull a stunt to try and nullify millions of votes in 6 states so that Donald Trump can remain president. I call this effort a stunt because it is doomed to fail. We have a strong bipartisan majority, as noted in the vote that we just took, and both chambers of Congress who reject this stunt. And courts have ruled against Trump and his allies in more than 60 cases. So whenever this part ends, the result will be the same. Donald Trump will have lost the election, and Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. You can tell a lot about a person from the way they handle defeat. The way Donald Trump has handled defeat says a lot about who he is.
You know, next time I'll make up a club sandwich for you. It's supposed to have turkey and ham with bacon and then your pepperoni. Not stacking it like this with every meat you can get a hold of. Don't worry. I can now officially say you're a meat eater, worse than me. You always tell me I eat meat. Look at you. You're eating a pure meat sandwich.
Our leaders have to reach across
When they have prime ribs downstairs, I mostly have potatoes. I had a little bit of prime rib. Makes sense with
to the occasion. And in 2000,
And I rise to the occasion here at the Senate. I'm a senator now, and I offer club sandwiches for everyone, and one pastrami on rye.
Let there be no doubt that while I
Yeah, like what? Please tell me, Grandma.
I accept it. And tonight, for the sake of our unity as a people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession. As I reflect on the service of these distinguished public servants and the acts they took to maintain our democracy, I'm also drawn to remarks President Obama made 4 years ago in his farewell address to the nation when he warned that our democracy is threatened whenever we take it for granted. It is a particularly sage warning as we contend with the President of the United States seeking to nullify a free and fair election simply because he lost. We have to stand up. Because our democracy itself is at stake. American democracy has endured over the centuries in large part because our institutions serve as guardrails to keep us from going over the cliff. As elected officials, we can strengthen these guardrails by listening to our own conscience in moments of peril, by having what our friend John Lewis called an executive session with myself. Before making a big decision, John would say, listen, self, this is what you must do. This is where you must go. Today, we can follow John's example. Listen to our conscience. Stand up for our Constitution and do what's right. I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin my remarks tonight by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the law enforcement community and the National Guard, whose hard work and courage made it possible for us to resume our deliberations tonight. We return to this chamber tonight undeterred by the violence we witnessed and strengthened in our determination to fulfill our constitutional duty. Mr. President, the Constitution is the foundation of our American democracy, and the Constitution is what must guide our decisions on the presidential election. The process the Constitution sets forth for electing presidents through the Electoral College is straightforward. The people vote. Electors are chosen. The electors vote. Then Congress counts the electors' votes. That final step in the process is why we have convened today. Counting the votes of the electors, a function that the 12th Amendment assigns to Congress, is an administrative and largely ceremonial act. Our job is simply to count the votes certified by each state. Nothing more. We should not attempt to usurp the roles of the voters, the states, or the Electoral College. Mr. President, the American people have done their job, turning out in record numbers to vote in the midst of a frightening pandemic. Indeed, as a percentage of the voting eligible population, the turnout was the highest in 120 years. Similarly, in the midst of this pandemic, hundreds of election officials and volunteers have done their job, staffing polling places and faithfully counting and often recounting votes. The states have done their job by certifying the election results. Now, Mr. President, I've heard the proponents of these objections raise questions about whether the various states conducted their elections properly. When disputes over elections arise, candidates are able to appeal to our legal system, not Congress, for recourse. In the 2 months since the 2020 election, the president's lawyers and allies have had the opportunity to make their arguments and challenge election results before the courts. Notably, every one of nearly 60 lawsuits that they brought forward have been rejected. In fact, the Supreme Court has twice refused to hear their election challenges. Mr. President, we must abide by these rulings. The time has now come for Congress to do its job. We should affirm the certified results of each state by counting the votes of their electors. Mr. President, altering the results of the Electoral College would set a terrible precedent in which the party in control of Congress could override the will of the voters and overrule our courts to unilaterally choose the next president. One senator attempted such a maneuver after the election in 2004, and the Senate overwhelmingly rejected that effort. The Senate has demonstrated by its vote tonight that it will follow that precedent and do so again. Tonight, Mr. President, I will continue to vote to reaffirm the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States, and I will reject these challenges to the Electoral College. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Senator from Washington. Mr. President, I invite all my colleagues to cast your eyes upon these three boxes sitting on the table in front of the dais. These three boxes contain the certified results from every state in our union regarding how that state voted, how their electors have voted for the President of the United States of America. You know, you cast your eyes on these three boxes, and you know that there's something special. You see that there are straps on them holding the top on and straps around the side, and they're engraved, beautiful handle, beautiful leatherwork, crafted in the cabinet shop of our very Senate to say to the world that their cargo is precious. Now, there's three of these boxes. The third box is brand new. It was crafted because so many states were celebrating this process. They started to use very large forms, very large envelopes, very large seals to put those ballots into, and thus a third box was needed.
So, you guys, here's the final result. Final result? Final result? Your opinions?
They carry away. They are transported to those doors, to the House of Representatives, where the Senate and the House gather to witness the opening of the envelope to determine who will be the President of the United States. It is our constitutional responsibility to witness the counting. That is what the Constitution calls for. Tonight, when this Senate chamber was under attack by domestic terrorists, we were held here in this room, doors locked, protect us with the help of the Capitol Police. They did an excellent job, and then they escorted us to a safe room. And that announcement came quickly. And when that announcement came, our senior assistant parliamentarian, Hildebrand, organized the team to rescue these boxes and keep them safe. Now, thank you to her and the entire team that rescued the voice of the American people. Had they not done so, then the hooligans outside, disrespecting the Constitution, would have come in here and opened these boxes and burned the ballots, destroying the voice of the people symbolically. And I know no one in this chamber wanted something like that to happen. Because we're here to defend the Constitution, to defend the integrity election process, not to allow it to be destroyed. But colleagues, although we are 100 senators, or 99 actually now, because there's only 99 of us who are duly elected at the moment, 99 senators united across the party defending these ballots for the hooligans outside. There's more than one way these ballots can be destroyed.
99.
And that is for this chamber and the House
Yeah.
to vote that one of those envelopes representing
Whether
the
those two
state
Georgians be elected,
will
both
be
of them.
shredded.
Yeah. But you gotta remember, there's a problem.
What?
We just
Not that you were paying attention. Leffler was there tonight.
What Purdue was it?
I don't know where Purdue was, but Leffler was still there.
Against the hooligans outside. But there are those in this chamber supporting the destruction of the voice of the citizens of Arizona. 6 voted. And we are coming back later tonight to vote on whether to shred or burn the ballots for the people of Pennsylvania. So we have to stand together to say absolutely not. The constitutional responsibility is for us to defend the process, not to proceed to destroy these ballots.
Movie Lincoln, when they had meetings like this, they do it on Morse code.
That have happened in this chamber this evening. Something beautiful.
They have some guy typing it,
And that is
listening on Morse code.
all of us listening to each other, 5-minute speeches, hearing each other out, diverse views, wrestling with a complicated issue. It's really the first time that's happened in the 12 years I've served in the Senate. We need to restore the process of struggling with America's issues together on the floor of the Senate. That's the Senate I saw when I first came here as an intern for my home state senator in 1976. That's the Senate that I saw when I worked for Congress in the 1980s. That's the Senate that has disappeared. There's a conversation going forward between Democrats and Republicans to restore the ability to hold debate on the floor, to restore the ability to have amendments on the floor, so that we deliberate and wrestle with, in a very public and transparent fashion, the big issues. So let's take this moment when we're rethinking how to restore the institutions of our government, to restore and improve how this Senate operates, to deal with the issues ahead of us. So that this moment is a moment where we come together rather than be divided. Where in a bipartisan fashion, we craft a strategy to restore issues to the floor, bills, and amendments, and debate and decisions before the public. So, out of a dark moment can shine a bright light, a renewal, and it is a moment much needed now. A moment much needed in the executive branch as we, on the 20th of January, welcome new leadership. And it's a moment much needed for us to restore the Senate to be the deliberative body once renowned and respected around the world. Let's defend these ballot boxes, both the hooligans outside and those who would vote to destroy the ballots.
Yeah, they got the Capitol out. They got them out. There's guards everywhere.
And fight for the vision of our people republic. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, the senator from Delaware is recognized. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges on fairness are serious. I think we'll all agree. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations, and then they require proof.
You know, I heard
We have neither.
President Trump watching this on C-SPAN in his residence.
Those are the words of the judge of the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the 3rd Circuit, rejecting President Trump's legal challenges to the Pennsylvania election. Might add, Judge Drew was a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society and was nominated to bench by none other than President. The 2020 presidential election was hard fought, we'll all agree. But the American people spoke clearly and they spoke decisively.
Yep.
81.2 million voters voted for Joe Biden. 81.2. 74.2 million voted for Donald Trump. 51.3% of the vote went for Joe Biden. 46.8% of the vote was for Donald Trump. 306 electoral college votes for Joe Biden. 232 electoral college votes for Donald Trump. Just 4 years earlier, Donald Trump referred to that kind of outcome as a landslide for him. And he lost a popular vote by 3 million votes. But accepting the outcome of an election can be difficult when our political party doesn't win. We've all felt that before. Calling an election unfair does not make it so. More than 60 federal and state courts involving more than 90 judges, many of whom were nominated by Republican presidents, including Donald Trump, are all in agreement. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? All in agreement. No evidence of widespread fraud, wrongdoing, or other irregularities have been uncovered during the 2020 election. That is a victory for democracy, for our democracy.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, some of our colleagues today asked us to do the same thing that Donald Trump asked of the Secretary of State for the state of Georgia, to overturn the results of the 2020 election without specific allegations and, more importantly, without any proof. Our colleagues are asking us not to abide by the will of the people, but to bend the will of one man, Donald Trump. In 1787, delegates from the 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia to debate the future of what would become the United States of America. Our founders disagreed on a lot of things. But they all agreed on one thing for sure. They did not want a king. They did not want a monarch. Many of them had been there, done that. They didn't want to see it and feel it again. And they set up this intricate system of checks and balances to ensure that we would never have that all-powerful king in this country. That system of checks and balances is being
Hey, Claude, I can put the leftover toast in Ziploc bags so I have a can for later.
Along with it, our democracy. Here are just some of the claims that Donald Trump and his legal team have made. And that
there was an independent film I've seen once, right?
Here today.
Yeah.
It's a mockumentary, CSA, Confederate States of America.
I've seen that one.
Alternate timeline at the South Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people are commenting on YouTube saying that this is the type of America that Trump would love.
That poll watchers and election observers who risk their lives during this pandemic will uphold the integrity of our election. That stuffed ballot boxes with Biden votes and then they shredded Trump votes. Not one. Let me repeat. Not one of these things is true. There is no evidence back up these ridiculous claims.
Right.
Many of these absurd claims from Donald Trump and his legal team are nothing more than conspiracy theories circulating online. This misinformation and dangerous rhetoric from the president and his allies, including calls for violence, have polluted our discourse and imperil our peaceful transfer of power. When our colleagues show indifference or outright support for these unsubstantiated claims and conspiracy theories, they lead our nation and our Constitution down a dangerous, dangerous path. All of us who serve here swore an oath to support and defend our Constitution. I swore that same oath as a naval flight officer many times, midshipman before that. All these years sworn to support and defend our Constitution, not a political party, and certainly not any individual candidate. Colleagues, for the safety of our citizens and our republic, we must lead by example. We must turn
the temperature down. It was a hard fight. The campaign is over. The vote, we counted. The county's been certified in all 50 states. And in 2 weeks, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States. And we have serious and urgent challenges that will.
Yes, it's there.
What? Trump.
You didn't do anything, you applied to C-SPAN.
Yep. Here you go. I put your registration in the zip bag.
Thank you.
What else is on our to-do list? Getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes, may not have any adult supervision at home. They're struggling to fall even further behind. We need to do something about it. What else is on our to-do list? Getting their parents back to work. Just to name a few things. You know, all the millions of people lost jobs. They don't have skills anymore to fill the jobs that are needed. They need our help. We need to be retooled, retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf. President Abraham Lincoln has been quoted a couple times here tonight. But he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is quote, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of the Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering faith in the people to turn us into support. We would be wise to remember Lincoln's words at this moment, at this special moment in our nation's history. We're not a government of some, by some, and for some. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people have chosen. The people have chosen. Our job today is to listen to you. I intend to do that. And I thank my colleagues for joining me in doing that as well. President, first I want to thank all of the first responders who helped protect the safety chamber today, protect those electoral college ballots. Today is such a day. On a day.
Oh man, Higgins, the last of the bacon's being cooked.
When another 130,000 will be hospitalized with it, when hundreds of small businesses.
So, anyways, brother Higgins, I'm not doing too bad in my bakey.
The United States Senate is not debating how to get more life-saving vaccines into Americans' arms, or how to put 2,000 badly needed dollars into their pockets. No, instead we are using the first phase of the new Senate and Congress to give time for our radical Republican colleagues faceless and damaging claims of election fraud, all in an attempt to keep Donald Trump in office in violation of the United States Constitution. There's a word for this. It's called sedition. All these unfounded objections to state electors are seditious. They are nothing short of an insurrection against the established order of the United States Constitution and our democratic republic. This is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear, the notion that there are any meaningful voter fraud that has been identified in the 2020 presidential election is a dangerous, anti-democratic, treasonous fiction. Joe Biden won, Donald Trump lost, period. But that hasn't stopped the president and his supporters from making allegations of voter fraud in some 60 legal challenges across the country, heard by some 90 judges, including Trump judicial appointees. Not one of these challenges succeeded, not one. And despite this reality, my radical Republican colleagues claim we must have a commission to investigate the fraud.
Well, we do know one of the most undeniable instances of substantial and significant election fraud ever. We even have a recording and a transcript of it. It's President Trump talking like a mafia boss with the Georgia Secretary of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election in Trump's favor and holding out the prospect of criminal prosecution if he doesn't. Find the 11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump a real lawyer and measure him for an orange jumpsuit because the list of statutes that this latest shocking presidential phone call may violate is too long to recite. The president's words on that phone call, indeed, his conduct since the election demand a serious response, one much more serious than the sham before us today. First, federal and state law enforcement authorities should investigate Donald Trump for election fraud, extortion, conspiracy, and whatever other charges fit the bill. And if warranted, indict and try him for any crimes he has committed. Second, we must recognize that Donald Trump is and will remain a danger to our Constitution and our democracy. So while time is certainly limited, we should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office in the future. And finally, we should abolish the Electoral College. It is a vestige of a racist Jim Crow America, and we have outgrown it. Every person's vote in every state should count just the same. One person, one vote. Election fraud and reform are very serious issues. Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress, which is why instead of today's complete theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say, yes, we need to expand voting rights and election security. We need automatic voter registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression. That's the real election reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, faceless objectives. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth. Nearly 8 million people have fallen into poverty because of the economic crisis caused by this virus. That is the truth. Wearing a mask saves lives. Vaccines are safe and effective. That is the truth. Joe Biden won. Donald Trump lost. That is the truth. I urge all my Senate colleagues to vote against these objections, affirm our democracy, and recognize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will rightfully be sworn in on January 20th as the President and Vice President of the United States.
I see what you're eyeing, Higgs. Yo, Higgs boys is looking at that bag of bacon going. It's not one sandwich, dude. That thing's filled with bacon, dude. Bacon!
And I want to join in thanking the first responders and police. I also want to thank others who have been heroes of our democracy, unsung in many instances. First, all of the election officials, all the poll workers, all of the members of boards of elections who actually counted the vote. We went to the polls and made sure that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who ruled the other way on the technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. In those 60 to 70 cases, except for that one ruled on a technicality, they went with the integrity of our voting system and the rule of law. Today was indeed disgusting and sickening. It was shocking and despicable. It was heartbreaking, but it was not surprising. In fact, today's assault on our democracy, the mob violence, the riots.
Why? Because they're talking too long and they won't vote?
Who were inspired and incited by the President of the United States, all were of a piece with these past 4 years of the president who has no respect for the truth or the rule of law. Donald Trump's presidency is coming to a close in the very same way it began, with an attack on our democracy. In 2016, the Trump campaign welcomed hostile foreign interference with our election, and the president refused to acknowledge that he would accept the results of the election if he lost.
It was wrong. I'm refusing the election. I want it fair and square. Sir. Yeah, it is. I'm the president. I want fair and square.
Laws themselves.
Come on, I have to have a little humor. They're kind of pissing me off. They keep rattling and prattling and not voting. I mean, look, what is it? 5 more fucking states that got to do it? Higgins, fill me in, brother, on this fucking thing. Oh, yeah, bacon business is good if you want a heart attack. Yes, Hannah Bug?
These actions by a president who demonstrated that contempt for the rule of law were met with silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect for the law enforcement. So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned about it. Others did. Because the fantasy and falsehood that drove those rioters, not protesters, the mob who assaulted the temple of democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and one-liners and contempt. And he was enabled. He had enabled. So today we are counting in one instant that nation.
So they've extended that emergency order in D.C., Higgins, you know. My email, right, I'll get to it. I still got bacon I got to put on a plate. Yeah, I'll get to it in a moment.
These things have consequences. You say words have consequences. And the actions today will have significant consequences. They are an attack on our democracy that undermines the core tenets of our American government and a disrespect for the will of people and a peaceful transition of power and the political steps themselves driven by opportunity.
2 more pieces in the frying pan, then I'm done. You should see after 3 pounds of bacon, Higgies, how many frickin', you know.
The dictatorial instincts and actions of this president can be followed by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yet we have more important tasks that we should be addressing as well. Pandemic, economic decline. Today we must be mindful of the threat to our democracy that we face down, and we come together in a bipartisan basis. But silence is never excusable in the face of law at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I have a question for all of my colleagues this evening, which is what happened here today? And how is it different from what we expected? as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon. Sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago, I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and dutifully filed into this chamber, we expected hours and hours of debate and discussion, knowing the outcome, knowing that what was being engaged in by a handful of our colleagues was a political stunt, feeding the ego of our president, who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost, and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still, at the last moment, snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his own incredibly loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today.
Oh, great. You went to sleep. Why don't you go to your room if you're sleeping? I used to Oh, yeah, you're up.
That he might go out and speak to them. But I don't think as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that the second time in our
Just don't touch that coffee can. It's piping hot. I want to hurt
Capitol would
yourself.
be breached. Members of the Senate would be rushed to safety. But not just the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking it back from a riotous mob of thugs. Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda to see the litter and the trash, the residue and the remnants of those who took over this building today, and to say thank you to the men and women of law enforcement who helped secure it after it fell to an angry mob. But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what happened here today. Why this happened and what it means and what it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The entire world is watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol, naked men taking back seats, scrawling things on different surfaces, parading up and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag, and in other ways signaling that they have done something significant. No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy, showed some of its fragility, and encouraged our opponents around the world. In the last 2 months since the election, we have one man who has abandoned his post, who has mostly spent his time golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been less and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic. And another man, our president-elect, who is preparing to take over the responsibility for leading this country out of this pandemic and out of its current state of deep, deep division. President Trump has abandoned his post. He does not deserve to be president any longer. And he poses a real and present threat to the future of our democracy.
So, Higgs, why are you pissed off, man?
To my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was 66. Some of them having been chastened by the events of today. But two who continue on this quest, clerks for the Supreme Court Chief Justice, are deeply schooled in the law, know better than what they did today. And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor earlier today, this evening, there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike. So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever break? When will we finally say to each other, enough is enough?
I tell you what it is.
Following populism
Hey.
and demagoguery. Is it time to finally show who the leaders are?
Go to bed.
Hold our
I'll wake you up in the
Constitution
morning.
that every
3 in the
one
morning.
of the
Come on.
House members and a
You're
third
stinking
of us
up my bed sheet
swore
with
to
your
obey
crotch.
just 3 days ago.
I will tell you as I look ahead.
Yeah, and you'll go back to sleep again. That's the way it is.
to sleep.
You're tired. That's why I said go to bed.
Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties.
Yeah, well, I think we the people paid for the White House. Why can't we go in there? We're just president. First Lady Hannah Bug.
Not since LBJ.
Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't be
36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden. A president-elect who ran on bringing our country together. A president-elect who ran on turning the page from our moment of national division. A president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of this body. So we have to take this opportunity to heal, to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people and take this last, best moment. What happened here today should leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy, and the opportunity we will have 2 weeks from today is one we should not let pass us by. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000 of our loved ones have died from a terrible disease. Small businesses have gone under.
What's her name? I'm Susan Cole.
And too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent
Oh,
and
Warren.
groceries on the table.
I'm Elizabeth Warren. I'm Indian. I like beer.
In November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership. They voted for change.
I voted for change. I'm Susan Cole.
Bodies pile up in the morgue. Instead, they elected a new president who wants to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy.
You mocking me?
No, I'm making fun of my friends.
Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes, and early voting on gallons.
I am not mocking you. Moppy mocks people. Here's my impersonation. Chloe, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I'm going to drink my injury ocean. Yeah. What's up, Willis? Yeah, you two come save me. Good one, Moppy.
Election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them back.
Don't worry about mommy. Whoa, what's wrong with me, Mom? You burned your finger.
Donald Trump wants to
I'll be
overturn
fine.
the results of that
It's
election.
just a baking grease burn.
Republicans objecting to the results of this election will be judged by history. But the rest of us will be judged as well. It is our responsibility.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Hannah. It's just a baking grease burn on my finger.
While other senators work to undermine it. Losing is hard. I ran for president myself. It was a hard-fought primary, but Joe Biden won and I lost. I am not the only one to live through that. A number of senators in this room have run for president. None of us was successful. And when we lost, we conceded and we got out of the race because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend on Washington. We accepted the will of the voters. It's not just us. It's everyone who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the people who lost tried to burn down our democracy on the way out. They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation. Make no mistake, The violence we witnessed in this chamber today was the direct result of the poisonous lies that Donald Trump repeated again and again for more than 2 months. His words have consequences. Our democracy has been grievously injured by this lying power. This effort to subvert our democracy is not merely one last presidential. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded. The idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no democracy. It is a totalitarian.
What do you mean? Not leaving? I don't get it, Hannah.
Are supporting a coup. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
So,
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
Ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection.
what are they doing now?
Voting still.
What's it say?
The Senate's going out, so lawmakers can head over to the House chamber to continue the joint session of Congress for the counting of presidential electoral votes. They debated an objection to Arizona's electoral college vote. That objection failed, 93-6. Here's a portion of the debate when the Senate reconvened at 8 p.m., starting with remarks by Vice President Pence.
What happened, Higgins?
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Oh, yeah, I know.
U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement.
So what happened? They didn't get it completely done?
The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful for the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the law, the injured.
Oh, yeah, that's what I heard. Some of them did go to jail.
Who serve here, and those who protect this place.
So, yeah, they are lazy turkeys. You saw what the fuckers did. Turned around and they go take a recess. I mean, literally, they need to...
That's right.
The majority leader.
I ask unanimous consent, the majority leader and the Democratic leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection?
Is this a repeat?
Yeah, I didn't see this one. I didn't see this part.
Fine, go watch it.
Just turn the volume off.
United States Senate
Just mute
will
it.
not
Oh, I'm sorry.
be
Just
intimidated.
watch it.
Just mute
We
it.
will
No,
not
I'm not muting
be
it.
kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back on post. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation.
I can just watch us back there.
And we're
Fine.
going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We fulfill this solemn duty every 4 years.
Yep, I've seen this. You might want to watch it back there because I gotta go see Poppy in a half hour.
Under all manner of threats,
You
even
gotta
during
talk to him about that.
ongoing armed rebellion. as the
You're
civil
talking
war
about what?
You gotta talk about everything that's gone down.
of our
Bill.
democracy
No,
has carried on.
I'm gonna watch a movie
The
with
United
him.
States and the United States Congress have faced down much
Well, I bet he was watching the whole riot
the
thing.
unhinged.
Huh?
You probably watched the whole riot.
He already talked to me about it.
And will be not deterred today.
It's on earlier tonight, Grandma. I just don't want to watch it anymore. Oh, I see where it is. So Pelosi's right there. So the House is basically voting on Pennsylvania.
Only underscores how crucial
Uh,
the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government, determines the destiny of our nation. Here. Fourth, expression, popular will. We assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice for the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. Complete the process the right way. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. The Democratic Republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less. Democratic leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it's very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941 as a day that will live in infamy.
fine. Thank you. I've seen it already.
We can now add
I'm gonna get ready for Poppy.
2021 to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple of democracy is desolate. Its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans elected.
The world saw American election. Yeah. You know what really bothers me? Watching every website and the mainstream media, and they got this little bar that says 12 electorates for Trump, 0 for Biden.
Wow.
It's like they should have just added the states that he got and sped it up. Said they got to fucking debate 6 damn things.
Or someone's trying to get Trump a second term.
Oh yes, I support Trump being a second term. He's my man.
I'm saying there's people out there. It's showing right there.
My finger hurts. I burned it. Burned it on bacon grease. Hurts like hell. Better do it in the bathroom. Oh, what's wrong? You want to go potty? Yeah. I'll take them all.
Are you still on YouTube?
Yeah. I'll be on YouTube till that. Then I'll switch over to whatever, but I had to cool my finger again. I burned my finger.
I'm a bacon grease, I heard.
So, you looking forward to leaving?
Yeah.
About time, too. You getting any treatment here? I talked to Courtney about it today. He said that's the greatest thing since Swiss cheese, I tell you.
Just get that ticket for out and show it.
What? What?
Just get that ticket.
Your mom bought it. Why the fuck do I need to show you?
My mom bought it.
Ugh, crying out loud. Everything is done, Chloe. You're leaving. Why do you need to see
I am
it?
leaving. On 12th, right?
Yes. Now, if there's any delays, Amtrak will let us know. But you are out of here. I tried to plead with the advocate to let you leave in February because you come in handy. Plus, the fact he already paid half the rent.
They said they had nothing to agree with that.
Well, let's just say she wants you gone. Only because she thinks you're inconsiderate and mean.
Well, what? More in the morning and tell me about the ticket. Phone.
If you're going to get some sleep to get up early in the morning, you might as well get it done. Otherwise, those little weenies are going to be gone, just like Safeway.
They're not going to be gone. I'm going to go get them.
Yeah, I will.
Doesn't matter. Your advocates are going to have you sign a restraining order.
Oh, why? If you're gone, if you actually get on that train, why would there be a restraining order, huh?
I'm sure I'd never come back.
Why? They're not going to be wanting to pay $400 additional out of money to send a restraining order to Ohio, where we don't even know what your mom's address is.
I thought they made money off restraining orders.
No, the county basically does. That organization pays for it. So sassy assassin says, "Tell Chloe I said bye."
No, he doesn't like me. When Sassy pissed off at the election.
I don't know if Sassy was. I think that was Joe Gill. No, I'm not drinking right now. I'm actually sobering up because I had one beer. Reason for it is Dad's gonna be soon. Fortunately, I burned my finger on bacon grease and it hurts. I made 3 pounds of bacon, man. Yeah, well, Chloe will be leaving or I'll put a restraining order against her. Plain and simple, she will be leaving because I'm not putting up with this. And I don't want to have any more stress tonight. Like I said, my finger is completely burnt from bacon grease. I'm
gonna eat more.
Why? Didn't Mom always tell you to chew with your mouth closed?
I'm trying to get it eaten, okay, so I go to bed.
No, the butter might hurt. Hey, that's Pelosi with the vice president there. It's all a joint session now.
Certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular, in form, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas?
All right, they're totaling it up now.
Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain.
Oh man, I tell you to shut up, Sassy, but it wouldn't do any good when it comes to my little smokies.
Of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
California, that was Colorado.
Objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California.
So far it says here by this little thing that he's got 75 and Trump's got 18.
That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic.
Aye.
Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only
Yes, I have a
vote
link.
from
It's
the state
from
that can
this.
be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California.
You're listening in essentially a roll call of the 50 states as.
See, I hate when they're like, oh, it's a roll call, and then we're going to talk for like 20 minutes while they do it because we're boring son of a bitches. And we learned today that we're going to ramble on because it's so boring. No one wants to know it, and I'm the news agency. Fucking bitch. Anyways, at least they're doing a roll call, alright? It'll speed up now. They're going alphabetically, A through Z. From Alpha to Zacchaeus. Board dance? Well, I'm not doing my board dance. I'm doing my hand hurts like hell. You know. Oh, look, this isn't a joke about who's got a little weenie and who doesn't. I'm talking about actual little smokies. She's supposed to be getting me a little smokies tomorrow.
And I am too.
We're not joking about other little weenies. But it is funny, by the way, little weenie. Little weenies, little weenies. Too bad they don't make special flavored little smokers. Come here. You're not getting any. I didn't get a bacon. I didn't get a bacon. I didn't get any bacon waking. And I won't get a sandwich piece either.
Poppy.
Boink. F you, mommy. Give me that damn bacon. Oh, yeah. I love my daddy. He gave me a piece of bacon. I only have one mommy, and it's right there, sitting on a chair, looking at me, giving me no bacon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing the dance, daddy. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Give me a bacon, daddy. Bueller. 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 That's a nice thing. Bread, what is it? Crusts?
Oh God, I'm not sure.
So basically, just pinched off the meat and left the bread.
No, I'm trying to get to bed.
I don't know for fuzzball before bed. Bueller. Bueller. He hasn't gone since he came back. Oh, fucking son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. A really lazy fucking son of a bitch. Doesn't even offer to do the fucking dishes. Not even fucking compassionate when I fucking barbecue my finger. They're like, Bueller. Yeah, Moppy. Bueller.
Seems to be regular, informed, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware.
And I do want to interrupt this.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I need to interrupt you because I'm a bitch and I don't want you guys hearing this. No one cares about the fucking news commentator. Personally, if we're going to be fucking using this service, we better be hearing the roll call and everything than this fucking twat bags basically. I'm twat bags. Look at me, I'm a twat bags. Fucking stupid bitch. Oh, now they're basically... Yeah. Talking about son of a bitch in there, Grandma. I mean, look, I burned my fucking finger on bacon cooking them dinner. They didn't have any fucking compassion. They're like, then, oh, I hear you talking about me. Woo, I got a fucking diaper on. And then on top of that, oh, exactly. That's what Pee Wee said. Exactly. I mean, literally. I mean, I got another load to do tomorrow morning. Frankly, I don't like making club sandwiches because it's just too much. And then the next problem is when I make up the next batch of bacon, I don't eat peppered bacon. I really don't like peppered bacon. So I got to take and cook 3 pounds of bacon in my jumbo pan, drain the bacon grease into the bacon jug, and then be happy with it. Get a nice coffee can bacon. And I'm not touching that, Grandma. Hey, Boone. Boone? Uh-oh. Boone? Boone? Hey! I was worried about you, little Boone. I haven't seen you all day. Hi. Hi. With a bun here and a bun there, here a bun there, a bun everywhere, a bun do 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 do. Yep, pretty much, Grandma, pretty much. And then finally had a burrito, E-I-E-I-O. You know what really made, I'll tell you what my conversation was with my advocate, Grandma. Are you interested? Anyways, I'll tell you what happened. So she gets on, and the first thing I tell her was the whole thing about the invasion. And she's like, oh my God, we have the invasion.
That is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be regular.
We're moving along now. Moving along now, I tell you. So, no, I'm not going to the Capitol. So my advocate and I and Grandma were talking about, the invasion. You know how they invaded the Capitol, right? She was like, "Oh my God, they invaded the Capitol." Well, we got into it, and I told her outright, Dr. Paul's useless. And I explained my situation to her, and she says, reading make complete sense. Dr. Paul's useless. That's what she said. And I said, "Well, thank you, Grandma." I said, "Thank you, advocate. I'm glad you're in my court." And she's like, "Oh, no problem." So we were talking about that. Excuse me for 1 second. As you know, I'm not trying to drink too much right now. There you go. Got me some water now, Grams. So she turns around, and she says, as well as I do, whatever you do to get rid of Chloe, it's the price of your freedom to get rid of Chloe. So, you weren't here earlier, but she was like, "You're going to put a restraining order against me." She's so afraid of restraining orders, Grandma. But she turned around. She said, "What now?" Trump can't fight this once they close it, Grandma.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state that purports to be returned from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Dr. Paul is a joke.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Woohoo! They objected. Michigan is basically secure, or Minnesota, Michigan.
Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan?
And again, another state, state of Michigan, where
Yeah, well, Cactus has got her doubts because Cactus had problems too, you know. And right now she's basically royally pissed, you know. That ticket is taken care of, but that son of a bitch doesn't want to go. If their laptop is delayed by 2 days and doesn't come in on Friday, which it's supposed to, then the son of a bitch will just wait, and I lose, and the money is lost because the son of a bitch is more fixed on their damn computer than getting on a fucking train.
Certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida.
She is in bed, I believe, right now. All right, so around 9:15 or so, I have to log off or stay logged in and do my thing with my dad somehow and keep the volume up. Yeah, well, she better. I'm hoping. I mean, literally, that computer means everything. If I send her without it, she'll probably kill me. Ugh. Look, Grandma, I'm drinking water. Yeah.
Appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state.
Nebraska. So we're up to Nebraska. This certificate is authentic, and another vote for Rita. This one is for Rita. This one's for Rita. The certificate is authentic. This one is from Higgins for North Dakota. This one is for Higgins, South Dakota. This one's for Higgins, Nebraska. This one's for Higgins and Oklahoma. This one's for Higgins, Texas. Split down the middle. Everything else was for Rita. Thing is, Hannah's word that they're not going to get on the train. Literally. I mean, I got Dad coming up, and if you need to know, I'm getting furious. I mean, literally. Anyways, my advocate, you asked what she said. So my advocate turned around, right? And I said, look, You know as well as I do that this fucking douchebag wants us not to restraining order. She says, I know. That's it, why not? We just fucking pack up and send him out. And she says, Dr. Paul? I said, yeah. So I explained the Medicare thing and everything happened. She says, oh my God, Rita, you know more than I do. More than Dr. Paul knows. I said, the best course of action is to send the son of a bitch home. She said, what's your dad think of it? Small price to pay for freedom. Well, between Chloe and, you know, see, Chloe's mom's supposed to pay me back. So Chloe doesn't know that, but Chloe's mom also wants to have Chloe send she'll send me money to clean this damn place because that hobo won't do jack shit. So, you know, I thought I'd tell you that, you know. So she turns around, Grammy, and she was basically happy as hell. And she says, you don't need Chloe to go get pot. You surely don't need Rita to go and get Chloe for groceries. We can do a grocery run once a month, you know. No, I was right on the Medicare thing. Dr. Paul thinks he can grease the wheels and he can make it so they can take Chloe. Fortunately, when I told my advocate that Chloe's afraid of being put into a group home by Dr. Paul, I said, she's leaving. And Chloe said, advocate said, well, that's good to know. Rita, let her to move home. Oh, yeah. And you know what? The other thing my advocate said is it's just in circles. Think of it. Oh, I'm gonna get better, I promise. You motherfucker. You're making fun of me. I'm eating with my mouth open. Yeah, that's what he does. He greases the cogs so he can get resources. And Dad said to me, and to Courtney, that's her name, Dad said, he's got to get release info so he can go start looking for resources. Dad's like, if you know resources, you would know them already. Rita's got more resources in her head than you do. Paging the greaser, Dr. Paul. Yeah. So, anyways, the advocate turns around. She says it'll just be in circles. They'll want you to cook. They'll want you to clean. They won't do jack shit. I mean, literally. I hear, oh, we gotta play games, you know, once I get the place clean, I'll take care of it and we'll play games. I was like, okay. Unfortunately, that ain't gonna work. Only because as you know, different story. Oh, Dad's waiting for me. Hold on. Dad's like, where are you? And I'm like, I'm on Zoom. Hold on. I'm not gonna try to leave, you know. What the hell? Fucking Zoom? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with my computer? It takes this fucking long to fucking pull something up, you shitty computer. Dude, my internet's wonky. Alright, so now we'll wait. There we go. Hey, Dad, I'm sorry, we got a little bit confused tonight. Didn't know how you wanted to do it. I was so busy watching C-SPAN, I was like watching this clown show.
I was watching it on MSNBC, but we were watching the same clown show.
Yeah, well, you know what's going on, you know.
Fucking Trump. Previous asshole.
So how'd your meeting go, Dad? By the way, I burned my finger tonight on bacon grease. And you know what was really sad about the whole bacon grease thing? I made dinner for Chloe, club sandwiches, and she wants to have leftover club sandwiches, so I put in I cooked up, she got 3 pounds of bacon, cooked it all up. Anyway, so what happened is I burned my finger twice, it was under cold water, and then I got it made. And I told her, you know, my video on YouTube got black because she was in her panties / diaper. But anyways, I know that she's got ass cheeks too. And my moms are like, is that her ass or is that a diaper or panties or bare bones, you know? So anywho, so what happened was, make dinner, she eats, and she goes to bed. And I'm sitting there, right? And my mods know how much hell I'm going through. By the way, I talked to Courtney today. I should tell you about that real quick. What, she said. But anyways, I made dinner. And I got most everything put in the dishwasher. That's what's going right now. And yet, sitting there. My mom watched me do the cooking. They're always like, Rita's the bacon queen. You know, I'm always baking bacon or something. So anyways, I'm sitting there cooling my finger, doing all this stuff. And she eats and goes to bed. And my mods are like, what a lazy shit. Doesn't even offer to do the dishes. Well, anyways, thing is the Chloe's computer's delayed. She won't get on that fucking train. So I was telling the advocate about the idea of the train. And I said, well, what do we do about Dr. Paul? I told her my thoughts, and I told her everything, and she went and did some research, emailed me. She says, damn, you're right. She says, why don't we just fucking listen to you, Rita? She, she's like, you know what you're fucking talking about. Medicare doesn't do. So she calls Dr. Paul and says, look, I spoke to Kendra. Kendra said that you don't take Medicare. And he's like, yeah, yeah, for alcohol and drug dependency. So he puts her on hold, come back, says, oh. She's like, I don't think this is going to work for Chloe. You're going to have to either come up with a resource for her. And he's like, well, most of the resources I have, they're either closed down or they don't take Medicare now. So she's like, the best course of action is to let Chloe go home. But several of my mods are worried that she won't get on the damn train because her computer is due in Friday or Monday or whatever day. Yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck do I do? I burn myself, right? No compassion. She hits her head. She basically stubs her toe. I'm always like, are you okay? But when I burn my finger and it's swelling up like Dick's hat band, all she's doing is shoveling food in her mouth. At least if you would even have concern, you'd be like, if it gets bad enough, we might have to get some burn more medicine or something, I know you, but her, nothing,
People say that Crisco or butter would go up first. I don't know.
The moderator Higgins said cook butter, but I don't want to waste any good butter because I can put it in my popcorn.
You don't need very much.
And it's right here in the middle of this finger. Right there in the skin.
Put a tiny amount of butter, just like a quarter-inch cube.
Sure.
Rub it in, before you do it.
Right. So anyways, I want to share that with you. I cooked 3 pounds of bacon, and then Chloe takes a pound and a half for her sandwiches, half a pound of pepperoni, and at least a half to 3/4 pound of that, and this is for 2 sandwiches. So she's got this sandwich that's like this thick, and the toothpicks are barely holding it together. Well, I had one sandwich with 3 pieces of bacon, Dad, 2 pieces of ham, 2 pieces of chicken breast, and a piece of cheese, and a little mayonnaise on the bread, on 2 sides of the bread, the top and the bottom. The middle one I didn't, thing. That was dinner. I was full. I barely got through half of one, and I ate the other 2. Forced myself to eat the other 2. So
I was really pissed off about those people reading the Capitol. I'll tell you, last night I fell asleep in the recliner approximately 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I woke up to a phone call at 10:30, and instead of having common sense to get up for 5 hours of sleep, as soon as the phone call was over, I went up to bed properly and slept until 4.
Well, I tried calling you to make sure you were safe and you weren't going to do something stupid. I tried,
I wasn't going to do anything stupid. I didn't even know about the Capitol.
I was trying to get in touch with you to let you know because it basically. I was sitting on the shitter. I was like this, and I had my little phone thing, and my moderator Ginger, she says, "Oh no, the Capitol's being invaded." I jumped out, wiped my ass, got the water, ran outside, turned on the big TV to the news, and there it was, and I got CNN up and everything, and it's like Capitol being invaded by thugs,
Well, we should probably get on.
Right. Did you read it yet?
I have not.
I'll give you the link first to it so we know it. I know where it is.
We discovered yesterday, all you need to do is send me the link to the watch party.
Yeah, I'll do it that way. That'd be fine. So, and then, but, I enjoyed watching the show, but, I thought it was stupid how they were trying to invalidate Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Stupid.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. The Fellowship of the Ring is first, followed by Two Towers, and then the next one is. Hold on, I'm just making sure I have it right. And then the Return of the King right there. That's the 2000. Okay. So we'll do this one first. All right, running it down. Setting up Watchtower. There you go. We're doing here, logging in now. I mean, I can't believe that, can you? I mean, the whole damn bucket shit went down the toilet, Dad. Yeah. I got one moderator that says, we're going to have the virus till 2022, and that civil war is about to happen.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a civil war, and they got kicked out of the Capitol, so.
See the news with the mayor, how she put in that 15-day emergency order, which means curfew every day from 6 to 6.
Yeah.
What's the so when does Warnock and Ossoff get signed in?
I think they get signed in like tomorrow. They could be signed in today.
Well, I know Lippert was there testing Arizona.
Mm-hmm. And I'm in the watch party, so.
All right, I'll get the movie started then. See you after the movie.
In this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Minimize. Well, 90 minutes. Dad will want his damn coffee. There we go. There we go. Let Dad watch it by himself. Yeah, I did. I'll be right back. Toilet time. What the hell?
When did my mom buy a ticket tonight? I'm not saying here. No, house is broken. I'm taking off here just up to the and back and I'm dead. Tired. If I get up early, get up early. If I get up and late at 8 o'clock, I'll still be fine. Gotta get in at dark anyway, so I'm not going anywhere Friday. Just gonna go to Walmart tomorrow. I'm afraid the laptop may be delayed a few days.
Right. Get it shipped yet?
It already been shipped.
Mine hasn't shipped.
Huh. Yeah, my laptop's shipped, but when it ends up in the post office,
Going by USPS post?
and I ordered from Amazon Prime.
No, it should go UPS Brown.
Which means you can sit in the warehouse for days and they put it on a back burner. But so Prime orders, do they sometimes put those Prime orders on the back burner?
No.
What day is it taking for? The 12th? And what if my laptop comes afterwards? You'll ship it?
Yeah.
If the idea pad comes here after 12, just keep it. It's yours. Alright? Go to your computer then. I don't need that. I'll just eventually say, let's get the current one fixed out there. So, let's talk about this now. Since you have no mute and everything. Oh. Get my laptop tomorrow and clean and not tomorrow, Friday I'll clean and get that thing up and I'll use it at door too. I have to this on these up. You can't. You don't have that. Yeah, I think it's key to work.